This is Dr. Cameron Kyle Seidel, ER and critical care doctor from New York City. 9 days ago, I opened an intensive care unit to care for the sickest COVID-positive patients in this city. In these 9 days, I have seen things I have never seen before. In treating these patients, I have witnessed medical phenomenon that just don't make sense in the context of treating a disease that is supposed to be a viral pneumonia. 9 days ago, I presumed I was opening an intensive care unit to treat patients with a virus causing a pneumonia that was ravaging lungs across the world, starting out as something mild, a cough, a sore throat, and progressively increasing in severity until ultimately ending in something called acute respiratory distress syndrome, or ARDS. This is the paradigm that every hospital in the country is working under. This is the disease, ARDS, that every hospital is preparing to treat. And this is the disease, ARDS, for which in the next 2 to 6 weeks, 100,000 Americans might be put on a ventilator. And yet, everything I've seen in the last 9 days, all the things that just don't make sense, the patients I'm seeing in front of me, the lungs I'm trying to improve, have led me to believe that COVID-19 is not this disease, and that we are operating under a medical paradigm that is untrue. In short, I believe we are treating the wrong disease, and I fear that this misguided treatment will lead to a tremendous amount of harm to a great number of people in a very short time. As New York City appears to be about 10 days ahead of the country, I feel compelled to get this information out. COVID-19 lung disease, as far as I can see, is not a pneumonia and should not be treated as one. Rather, it appears as some kind of viral-induced disease, most resembling high-altitude sickness. It is as if tens of thousands of my fellow New Yorkers are on a plane at 30,000 feet and the cabin pressure is slowly being let out. These patients are slowly being starved of oxygen. I have seen patients dependent on oxygen take off their oxygen and quickly progress through a state of anxiety and emotional distress and eventually get blue in the face. And while they look like patients absolutely on the brink of death, they do not look like patients dying of pneumonia. I have never been a mountain climber, and I do not know the conditions at base camp below the highest peaks in the world. But I suspect that the patients I'm seeing in front of me look most like as if a person was dropped off on the top of Mount Everest without time to acclimate. I don't know the final answer of this disease, but I'm quite sure that a ventilator is not it. That is not to say that we don't need ventilators. We absolutely need them. They are the only way at this time that we're able to give a little more oxygen to patients who need it.
Walking your dog, walking your motherfucker. Look, it's open. You see the roof? Look at that. Okay, for anybody who does not believe me, that shit is supposed to be closed. It's been closed ever since the coronavirus. And today, it's open. You drove through here, through the next one. That shit is open. So why can't I go watch baseball? You fucking tell me. What up, and another one? Oh my God, my hair is so red in the sun. I need to get out of the sun. Shit's terrifying me. Show us Marty so we can troll him. What up, Carrie? Fuck me.
There's gotta be a way in somewhere.
Fuck me. It's ruining my fucking life. Alex said, oh my God, there's a dead bird. No. Why?
That's an omen right there.
It's got no head.
What the fuck?
Why? What the fuck? What happened to it?
Such an omen?
What kind of omen?
I don't think there's going to be baseball anytime soon. That's what I think.
Where's the bird's head?
One person has walked up to the tent. Not one. Okay? So, and look at all the ambulances down the block. You see any ambulances?
Somebody else taking videos.
Look at more people are taking videos because no one's believing the fake fucking media. You see all the ambulances that are on the block down there? They're all parked. They've been there for an hour. You mean to tell me no one's calling people? Give me a fucking break. Come down for yourselves to see, people. Yes, it is Elmhurst Hospital. Here you go. You see the sign that says Elmhurst School? I ain't fucking lying. Where are all the people? Where are they? Where are they?
If you look at this thing, it doesn't look natural. It looks alien, looks computer-like. It looks man-made. And this is my point. Nature doesn't make things to harm us. Man does. And when you start to examine the identity of these invaders, these microscopic invaders, they don't look natural. This looks man-made. You need to come to grips with all fucking pestilence that took place on this earth was man-made. And I'm showing you that now. Here's the image of a virus cell. It looked just like the bacteria one, right? Yeah, they look identical, but they act different. Yeah, they look the same, but they act differently, right? See, viruses are new. This is what's finna break y'all heart right here. The first pestilence on earth was bacterial. Then they stepped their game up and started creating the viruses, which looks just like the bacteria, but it's enhanced now. It can do more. Nature didn't make none of these little weird looking microscopic robots. Man did. Here go a virus cell as well. There are different forms. This the one y'all familiar with all the spikes, because that's the one they're calling coronavirus. But what are we looking at here? The sun god. Do you know what this symbol means, people? This symbol shows you how governments got their power. Remember, all governments rose to power for the same reason Superman and Batman rose to power, because the people needed them. Think about what I'm telling you, because the same people that created the concept of a savior created disease so that you would need to be saved. Remember, Jesus was a healer. Jesus, listen, if you're on a...
Okay, so I don't know. I don't know what it all means.
That last dude. What's he getting at?
Well, I'm just giving you an overview of what people are saying. First of all, welcome to the stream, Nathan. Thanks for giving us another shot, man.
Yeah, for sure. Happy to be here.
Okay. Are you familiar with that? With any of those people in that video?
Yeah, Bro Sanchez is one of the first people I've ever looked at when I was researching Flat Earth. And he had an 11-part series. Each video was like almost an hour long. And I watched all of them. And so, yeah, I know who Bro Sanchez is. He's a legend.
Was he getting into anti-Christian territory, or was I misreading that?
I don't think he is a Christian, but he's making a point about how viruses are man-made. And he was making a reference to an occult symbol with Corona, that was a French symbol.
Yeah.
For a sun god. And it looked a lot like the virus with the spiky things protruding from it. Now, one of my other co-hosts, Ben, is wanting me to let him on. Last time when we had you on, Nathan, that did not go so well. And I don't want to ambush you.
Yeah, I don't care, dude. You can bring them on. I deal with these guys all day.
I know you do. So do you want me? You're okay with that?
Yeah, you can invite him on. I mean, if I get harassed or anything, I'm just going to leave. I've got better things to do. But if he wants to come on and be cordial, sweet, bring him on.
Okay. Here goes nothing. Hey, Ben.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Are you going to be cordial, Ben?
I thought you were coming on at 7 because last time this didn't work so well with you two here.
Well, I haven't had enough to drink to start screaming yet.
Okay. Well, Nathan, first off, something I forgot to ask you the last time you were on. Obviously, we were pressed for time. How you claim that you've been able to fine-tune your body and get ripped without actually working out, and you call it steroidogenesis. Is that correct?
Well, I do work out. I just don't lift weights or go to the gym, or I don't have a push-up or pull-up routine. What I do is a little bit different. I build the muscles and the ligaments and the bones from the inside out. So we are electrical beings, and if you train and increase the electrical impulses, not just in your brain, but in your body through active stress, you can produce steroids and beta endorphins and neurotoxins that not just make you feel good, but help you think more clearly, help increase metabolism, improve functional strength, spatial awareness, reduce insomnia. I mean, the results are ridiculous. I grew an inch last year, and I'm 34 years old.
You hit another growth spurt in your 30s.
And I did it on purpose. I told people I was going to do it. So I did a 90-day brain training program where I went from, pretty much just a normal body type to just all ripped up in 90 days. And I got an inch taller, which I thought was really interesting. I almost knew it was going to happen. So that's why I measured myself prior to the 90 days and after. I knew it was going to happen. I just didn't think I'd grow a full inch.
Mm-hmm. Now, this exercise, whatever program or whatever you want to call it, it has to do with kind of walking like a tightrope between trees and using a hammer. I don't get it. What is the?
No, I mean, I have dozens of clients, and I've never prescribed them to stand on a slackline with hammers. So what we do is a combination of three things. We train our cursa, we actively grow our memory, and we work hand-eye coordination with both hands. Because if you take one hand and tie it behind your back your entire life, that means you're predominantly stimulating neural activity in half your brain. So if you're using your right hand, you're using your left brain. If you're using your left hand, you're using your right brain. But if you don't use both hands, you're not stimulating neural activity in both sides of the brain. And if the brain is a steroid factory that regulates mood and energy and helps us get to sleep at night, well, then it's extremely important that we're training with both hands, not just one, our entire life.
Now, explain what you're doing here.
That's just a balance exercise. So, okay. I mean, that's not something I require any of my clients to do every day. What they do every day is working on their cursive with both hands, working on their hand-eye coordination, and actively growing the memory centers in their brain.
Muscle memory.
Learn all this stuff to be able to do, like teach lessons and stuff.
Yeah, I was studying for almost 10 years under a gentleman who wrote the book on brain power, and he's been doing it for almost 30 years. He doesn't like me mentioning his name because so many Globe Earth trolls roll over from my comments to his Amazon reviews and his email, and he just doesn't want to deal with it anymore. He's honestly one of the most intelligent men I've ever met in my life. And then he's the one who told me, hey, Nate, you ever look into flat Earth? And I just thought it was the dumbest thing ever. But I asked him how long he'd been looking into it, and he told me 7 months. And so I couldn't, him being the smartest person I'd ever met and me meeting a lot of people in my life, I knew I couldn't just call him dumb. I couldn't just say, you're wrong. I had to go, all right, well, what do I look at? And 3 days after no sleep, I said, I got to test this myself because this is wild. And so I spent almost $10,000 on Nikon cameras and stands and traveling around doing different observations, laser moonlight tests and moonlight. It's just insane, So I've done it all.
Yeah, you have definitely taken some abuse from the Globers, as you call them. Sorry, so we've got a full house now. Everybody's here. When did you start really taking a hard look at flat Earth and taking it seriously?
It was around the middle of 2016, like June or July, and then I started the group in July of 2016, and it just added all my friends, and it was like 1,600 people. And most of them started to leave. And so the group kind of dwindled for a week or two. Then once it started growing, it never stopped. And it's just been up and to the right for 5 years now. We just hit 130,000 members this week. So.
Cool.
Yeah.
I know that you go to this verse in the Bible, and I don't know what book it's in. Is it Genesis maybe? Where you talk about the firmament and you use that as evidence that we live on a flat Earth.
I don't use the Bible for any evidence we live on a flat Earth because you don't need the Bible for evidence we live on a flat Earth. It only supports the notion that we live on a flat Earth. So if you want proof of a dome, just take a time lapse of the stars. Their constellations never change. The sky is a map and a clock. They've been celestial navigating with the pole star, which shouldn't even exist on a spinning ball rolling through space. And so We base our clocks off the sky. They've been doing astroarchaeology for hundreds of years where they line up megalithic structures to stars, and they still line up today. And so it's just a vain religious belief we're on a pear or a spinning ball blasting through the infinite vacuum of space. And also, all gas pressure requires a container. So there's your proof of a dome right there. You don't get gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container, period. The gas would escape.
So you're saying that we live on a domed planet, right?
I don't know the shape of the sky. I would assume it's some type of dome, but that's just my guess. I haven't measured the sky, just measured the Earth is flat.
I know you've done several experiments. I mean, you've actually been up in a helicopter measuring things, and all that's a bit above me. But what was that?
Yeah, we were doing an infrared test. So my friend Justin converted his P900 to an infrared, which it picks up a different wavelength, and it's actually that wavelength's able to penetrate more of the atmosphere. So, like if you look at the largest telescope in the world, it's called Lucifer, owned by the Catholic Church. That's an infrared binocular. If you look at Sophia, which is basically the infrared Hubble, because satellites don't exist. They're basically going up in planes and photographing the sky, telling you they're in space. They're keeping all the real photos for themselves and showing us cartoons. And I mean, you just Google pictures of the solar system from space, pictures of the South Pole from space, pictures of satellites from space, and it's cartoon time, talking about SpongeBob living in a pineapple under the sea, guys. Okay?
Pictures of satellites from space.
Go ahead, Google it. It's hilarious. Show me the real one. Anyone can try this. Oh, there we go.
The first ones.
It's cartoon time.
They look enhanced.
Look at the one on the bottom right, dude.
It's.
You're telling me they got all those metal boxes floating in a circle around the Earth. Guys, when you drop something, it doesn't fall in a circle. There is no proof of gravitational orbits. It's just a vain religious belief that things fall in a circle.
I don't think that's literally trying to say that that's what it looks like. I think that's just like a demonstration for that article, like a humorous exaggeration.
Why can't they demonstrate it with the real thing? Those are all cartoons, bud. Not real. Look at those. It's getting worse. So, $52 million a day, guys. You feel like your money's being well spent? So, but yeah, some of the other observations I've done, that was in Illinois. We were viewing from Kenosha to Chicago. I've also done the Detroit to Chicago, or maybe it's not Detroit, Lake Michigan. The one where Joshua Nowicki was. I can't remember that spot. I've been to the Salton Sea in California. The Salt Lake City has some flats there. We've been doing observations there. The Lake Pontchartrain, which soundly claims curves after 7 miles. I've been there. It's another flat lake. I mean, this is a massive deception, guys. I would not spend 5 years of my life telling people the Earth is flat if I was not 100% positive.
You don't really stand to gain anything by doing this. In fact, you've I don't know that you've lost quite a bit, but people just never miss an opportunity to punch up on you, in these from Fight the Flat Earth, who have made a cottage industry out of, skewering you guys, to Jose, who comes off as your friend until it comes time to go to bat, and then he kind of sides with the Globers, right?
Well, yeah, he just blocked me from his channel, so he doesn't pretend to be my friend at all.
Okay, but he did for a while.
Yeah, he did for a while.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, Ben, that was not a veiled shot at you. I'm talking about people far more insidious. But
way worse. Yeah, way worse. I don't even remember how rude you were to me, so it didn't leave a mark. But yeah, some of these people are real nasty. Guys, I was making almost 6 figures with a company called Legal Shield from home, a network marketing business. I had over $1,000 days, and they fired me and told me, hey, if you don't abandon Flat Earth, you can't work for us anymore. So I'm definitely not doing it for the money, and I'm not doing it for the notoriety either, because when people hear about this, all they do is mock and ridicule. So, but if I'm right, I'd rather be the village idiot than just go along with everybody else and be wrong.
I'm confused. What would the company have to lose by having an employee who's a flat earther? Like that doesn't make sense to me. You're not saying anything that's like necessarily I wouldn't even say offensive, and I don't even think they should fire people for saying things that are offensive. But I just don't get why something as harmless as that.
Well, it was after I had been at Universal Studios. It was a company paid vacation. We were not there for any type of corporate event or anything. They just paid for vacation. And what I do on my free time is I tell people the earth is flat. Now, Universal Studios kicked me out, and Legal Shield the next day wrote me a termination letter and said, hey, if you don't drop the flat earth belief, then you're not working for us ever again. And I lost all my downline, all my residual income, all the associates I had recruited, all the memberships I sold, that they tell you, you're going to keep this for life, buddy. This is your retirement. Come here, work for Legal Shield. You'll be safe. You'll be secure. It's not like corporate America where they just drop you. Turns out that's exactly what they did.
Wow.
That's angering.
What did you do at Legal Shield?
I was a recruiter and I sold memberships. And so I signed up as an associate. Just basically, they don't pay for advertising or billboards or commercials. They pay people like me to go share the membership. And so that's what I did. I was almost number one recruiter for the whole year, the year I was working there. I was crushing it, guys. I had weeks where I recruited 14 people. Like, it's unreal. And they just dropped me like a bad habit. So that was interesting.
So your position that because the constellations never move, the stars are fixed in one place, then we can't be orbiting around these bodies of constellations, right? Because they're always in the same spot, right? Am I understanding that right?
Yeah, well, just the idea that orbits, right, is based on gravity. Gravity is based on the idea that mass attracts mass. And so if all these massive bodies in the sky are attracted to all the other massive bodies in the sky, guys, why do we see the same constellations and the same patterns for the movements of the planets year after year after year? I mean, you got to just basically say, no, I want to believe I live on a spinning ball, because that doesn't make any sense on a spinning ball. Blasting through space, orbiting the sun. I mean, just every 6 months, guys. We don't need to wait thousands of years to figure out where we live. If you look at the sky tonight, stars, pick them out. 6 months later, go look at the sky. Stars, pick them out. Pick 6 or 7 of them. They're the same stars. So if we orbit the sun and night and day is created by the Earth spinning, well, then every 6 months we'd be looking at a totally different side of space. Nighttime would be a completely different side of space. It'd be like looking to the left in your room and expecting to see the exact same thing when you look to your right.
I guess that's the whole concept of night, is that, well, we don't face the sun for that period of time, right?
That's what they're saying, but what I'm saying is the wheel in the sky keeps on turning. It's just too far away for us to see it. But nighttime doesn't even happen sometimes, guys. In the north, they have 24-hour days. Thousands of people have recorded that. I have not seen one person record a 24-hour day in the south. Now, you'll get NASA and all these people showing you fake time lapses and stuff, but nobody has gone out independently and captured a 24-hour day in the south. It's insane. There's 4 south poles: the geographic, the ceremonial, the electromagnetic, and then there's one other one. I mean, it's insane. Wake up your mind. How many south poles do we have? You know?
We did look at that the last time you were here. Vastly different, if I recall.
And guys, if you take all the 60-degree latitudes and you calculate the distance to the South Pole from like one longitude line go to another longitude line, but all on the 60th degree latitude, and you calculate distance to the South Pole, some of them 700 miles, some of them 1,300 miles. I mean, it should be equidistant. If it's a ball and you take one line, one circumference line around the ball and go downward to the South Pole, those should all be relatively equidistant, not 500 miles, 600 miles apart. Look at that. Guys, cartoon time, dude. You ready? SpongeBob, Saturday morning for the kids.
Why, if what you say is true, why are they doing it, and how have they managed to perpetuate it for so many centuries?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's been an elite group of people that run the world since 2,000 years ago. Jesus said, the Pharisees, you don't follow God. Your father is the devil. So when your father is the prince of the air and the father of lies, well, then you just go to work full-time deceiving people. And this isn't like, oh, one day they woke up. This is generational. They said, hey, guys, you're our kids. You're going to rule over everyone one day, just like we rule over them. Here's how we do it. You keep all the knowledge to yourself. You distract them with a bunch of fake news. You scare the crap out of them. And that's how you control them. And then you use every single crisis towards your advantage. I mean, once you see it, guys, there's no unseeing it. You'll never go back to the globe Earth, government loves me, space is real, all that stuff. It's just hocus pocus, booga booga nonsense.
Now,
what's the motivation specifically for saying that the Earth is a ball? If that's a lie, what's the motivation specifically for that?
Of course. So specifically, I have to speculate because I'm not the one lying to you. I'm telling you the truth. The Earth is flat. So I'll speculate why they lie to you. Yeah. Knowledge of power. So if they can keep all the knowledge about, basically when you're born, you got sun, moon, stars, atmosphere, ground, and ocean to work with, plants and animals. If they can confuse you about all that, well, then they got you by the ball. Knowledge is power. You cannot have freedom and ignorance coincide together. So if they can keep people in the dark, keep them scientifically illiterate, keep them begging for more answers, well, then government's got them wrapped around their finger, right where they want them. So they say jump, and the people are like, how high? Oh, stay in my house? Oh, sure. Thanks, government. Keeping me safe. I love you guys.
It's you know, I never thought that I would be so restless staying home, being like a natural introvert. But once you're told that you are not supposed to be out, it kind of changes your view, you know, a little bit. I mean, like, because nobody likes to be told what to do, right?
For sure. I was going to start telling people, don't research flat Earth. You know, you don't want to lose all your friends. You don't want people calling you an idiot. So just make sure you don't research large bodies of water. Don't get a camera. Don't go out there doing, because then, guys, listen, people are going to call you a conspiracy theorist, and you do not want to be a conspiracy theorist in 2020, guys. Come on. We got to just believe everything we're told. It's funny when you flip it.
What is, well, first off, Zach, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was going to, it wasn't necessarily a question as much as it was, I had noticed that another person who kind of follows the space is fake, or at least that we don't know as much about it as astronomy professors would like to let on, is actually Jay Dyer. And he presents a lot of evidence that's convincing in the direction that a lot of the stuff they're doing, they're making up and kind of like running with theories and presenting them as law. And another person that did that was the whoever that Kingsport writer is that did Perverted Truth. It's just kind of interesting that Flat Earth kind of goes along with the space is also fake take. I'm not sure I'm on board with any of them yet, but if you kind of take the moon landing and the obvious weirdness surrounding that, it kind of all branches off from there, in my opinion. Not that I buy any of it at this point. I'm not shutting myself off to anything, but it seems like the anomalies kind of start there, because we can all agree that there are things with the moon landing that don't really add up. And I guess you could kind of take that further and get to this point.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons they lied about the moon landing, so they could tell everyone, look, turn the camera around. You live on a ball, okay? Stop questioning us. It's a ball. And to the gentleman that asked why they would lie, it's more than a scientific deception. It's a spiritual deception. So even though space is infinite, it creates a very finite way of thinking. Agnostic, heathenistic, humanism. So you'll notice a lot of these globeheads are all atheists. And what's funny is they'll reject the Big Bang and evolution and say that's booga nonsense, especially the Christians. They'll reject it. Then you tell them, hey, they're lying about the shape of the earth. And they're like, whoa. You're crazy, right? They're only lying about the monkey thing. The shape of earth, that's legit. It's crazy, guys. It really is wild doing what I do full time and seeing it all unravel, because when I started 5-6 years ago, there was not panels of 5 people with 30 questions to ask you. It was like just constant insults, and it's changed. It's definitely changed to where people are like, I need to know what's going on. I don't want to be ignorant anymore. And the Bible says the creation reveals the characteristics of God. So if they put you in a chaotic, stars expanding and exploding and dying, and we all came from stardust, well, then they take away your divinity.
I'm definitely on point with that. Also, are you familiar with the whole thing about the astronauts and the Masonic ritual thing, like 33 minutes after they landed, or is that sort of just a thing that's thrown out?
No. Buzz Aldrin admits he took a Masonic flag to the moon. So there's no question.
These things.
Yeah, there's no question about that. They are, I'm not saying they're all Masons, but those people do exercise a lot of control over our society, and it's not good. We got 4 million people in the Brotherhood in America. You guys drive down any street in America, there's a lodge. Somewhere you're going to find it. And, the Bible says when you do things in secret, you're trying to hide what you're doing because your deeds are evil. But people who aren't doing evil deeds, they do it out in the daytime, out on live chats for everybody to see.
I gotta say though, for me, and like I said, I'm not really on board with anything yet because I don't just kind of want to jump into a completely different belief. But finding out that Buzz Aldrin is a Mason is, I don't want to say that that's a completely red pilling moment because freaking Masons everywhere. But the fact that you say, like, one of the first people on the moon was connected to this organization that is, somewhat satanic in my belief.
Yeah, well, it's deeper than that too. It's not just that Buzz was a Freemason. It's that Werner von Braun and Disney, they were all black magic sex occultists. And they came over from NASA, and they're all into eugenics and stuff. And what's funny is I read a book by Kathy O'Brien, and she says NASA is where they're doing all the mind control for the sex slaves and for the government assassins, the mind-controlled assassins. So they use trauma-based mind control. This is exactly what they're using in the news with COVID, but it's much more intense, much more severe. And they can split personalities. They can create personalities. They can fragment the brain. And they're starting now with babies. And then Kathy said her daughter has been introduced to harmonic resonance since she was a kid. So that, if they want to, they can cause someone to self-destruct just having respiratory problems and stuff based on how they program their brain. I was like, what? That is real conspiracy stuff right there.
Yeah.
So what's this now? The harmonic resonance, where is she being exposed to it?
Kathy O'Brien said at all the NASA facilities, they're doing mind control on subjects. And so they're looking for MK Ultra, like basically people that come from generational Satanism. And then they breed these people to just, it is super wild, guys. She talks about how she was a presidential model for Reagan and President Bush. She talks about how they stripped her naked with her daughter and hunted her in the woods. And when they caught her, they made her have sex with the dogs that they caught her with.
She actually has a carving on her genitals from years of abuse. And this is the video where she takes the exam and you actually see graphic, almost looks like a taunting face. It's horrible what whoever this person is.
What do you mean taunting face? What?
Yeah, they allegedly drew a Baphomet in her vagina labia. And I heard Hillary was really into that. She really got a kick out of that when she showed Hillary that. Hillary was really into it.
Very disturbing stuff. Look, that poor girl.
Oh God,
that poor girl. I mean, take the ha. We're doing something naughty thing out of it, and look at that, how that poor girl has suffered.
Guys, her story. She has a book called.
Yeah.
I've not heard of this person.
Yeah.
Kathy O'Brien's her name.
She's written 2 books. I don't remember the name of the first one. What was it, Nathan?
One is called Transformation of America.
Yes. And the other one is Access Denied for Reasons of National Security, I believe.
I think they still have her daughter like in a mental ward, and they won't let her out because the people that she has dirt on, they'll never let her out because they're afraid that she's going to talk. There you go. Transformation of America. Highly, highly recommend that book. She talks about how she was prostituted out to like politicians and people around the world. And she said the president of Mexico, Madrid, had a bed that was created by NASA. And she said that he could tune in to like all the high altitude balloon footage, basically show you any part of the earth. And also it could record too. So everything that he did in the bed with her and her daughter was all not just recorded, but it was being played live on the TV above the bed. Like, wild stuff, guys. Wild stuff.
This is her other book.
David McGowan territory. Are you familiar with him?
Never heard of him.
Program to Kill. That all the serial killers were well connected, to these networks of Satanists, hedonists, rapists, occultists, etc.
Yeah, I interviewed Nathan Reynolds, and he came out, and he used to be in the Knights of Columbus and in the Freemasons. Since a little kid, he had been involved in rituals. He'd seen people getting peeled apart with cheese graters for like 4 hours, guys, in rituals. He saw homeless people getting crucified as part of rituals, and they used to train him to be an assassin, and he broke free. He got saved by Jesus. Now he goes around exposing these people. But he says after he got free, they harassed him with like mediums, doing astral projections. Like they would literally show up at his house and stuff. It was so wild, guys. That interview was really good too with Nathan Reynolds. He's one of the most passionate speakers at all the Flat Earth conventions. If you ever get a chance to watch one of his speeches, he's good. He's really good.
Reynolds, okay. A lot of Nathans in this underground, but I'll definitely check that out. Something else that piqued my interest, and we'll get back to the Flat Earth, in the next few minutes. But I saw where you mirrored something on your channel about a NASA document that was not meant to be seen, but was leaked on the site. Tell us about that a little more.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was crazy. You know what? I saw that for the first time about 2 months ago, and my buddy Trevor Coppola did the interview. He was the one sitting next to the lady asking her all the questions. And I know Trevor. I hang out with him when I'm in LA. He runs the Flat Earth Los Angeles group, which is a big group. It's got, 8 or 10,000 people in there. But Trevor interviewed her, and I was blown away by that document that, it must have slipped through the cracks or something. But they're talking about beam warfare. They're talking about torturing Americans on prime time live TV. Like, what? What's really going on? And when guys, how evil NASA really is, and that space is fake, and they are deceiving the world, you don't put anything by them. You're just like, well, I don't write it off. I don't know if it's true or not, but I find it very compelling.
So what were the documents? What kind of warfare did you say? Being warfare? What was it?
Beam, yeah, like electromagnetic.
Oh, okay.
Like, you guys know that when these towers ionize too much of the air around them, they let off a discharge. You know what the discharge is called?
What?
A corona discharge.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Where does Jack Parsons and JP Laboratories play into all this?
Oh, yeah.
Sort of connection.
Yeah, Jack Parsons was another one of those occultists. So you research. There we go. There's the video. End of Mankind leaked document 2013. So, I've got a slide about all of them I can pull up. Just give me 1 second. But there's just so many of these wicked occultists. It's hard to keep track of all of them. Hold on 1 second.
It is weird how so many of them are specifically involved in space and like very heavily scientific astronomy. It just seems like that wouldn't be a field that would kind of attract all these weirdo occultists, but it just does for some reason.
Yep. So
You mentioned
Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, Werner von Braun, and Walt Disney. Aleister Crowley was 33rd degree Freemason, founder of the Satanic Temple, Ordo Templi Orientis. He was a black magician and called himself Beast 666. And all these guys were disciples of him. Crowley's disciple, Jack Parsons, was an occultist, black magician, Satanist, head of the Ordo Templi Orientis California Lodge. L. Ron Hubbard, Crowley's disciple, mass mind controller, black magician, Satanist, founder of the Church of Scientology cult.
Is this on a slide we're supposed to be looking at?
I don't see it. Yeah, I don't know if I'm on StreamYard, so I may not have the capability.
Hold on,
yeah, Nathan, you'd have to send that to Jeremy in order for us to show that if you want that.
No, it's all good. There's a share screen button here at the bottom. Can you guys see what I'm looking at now?
Jeremy,
yeah, let's see if you can do that on your end. I've never tried it. Okay, it works.
Oh, okay. So you guys can do that too.
Oh, okay. We don't have to send it to Jeremy then. Okay, my bad.
Go ahead.
So yeah, these are the majority of the NASA founders. I was on Werner von Braun. He's an ex-Nazi director of the German V2 rocket program. Was recruited into the U.S. under Operation Paperclip, where they brought over like 1,000 of these Nazi scientists who were all involved in eugenics and torturing people in the camps and stuff. Walt Disney, 33rd degree Scottish Rite Freemason. Guys, there is nothing cute about Disney. Their symbol is the Tower of Babel piercing the dome. They turned it into a castle, but it is the Tower of Babel piercing the dome. And all the Disney movies are littered with genitalia in the clouds and in certain positions throughout the movie. The clouds will spell out sex. The breath from the Lion King comes out and spells out sex. It's like, these people are weird.
And they formed modern day culture.
can you show some of the example or pull some examples of the Disney stuff up?
I've actually heard about that. I mean, Nathan probably disagrees, but from what I've been able to find of that, it's basically the animators putting stuff in that only lasts like 1 or 2 frames in order to, basically have a laugh.
Now, the Albert Pike thing, what about his World War III letter? Is that accurate from what you've been able to come up with?
I'm not familiar with that World War III letter, but if you guys are still looking at my screen, NASA does the same thing. I mean, they got sex right there in the clouds. Oops, I think I skipped it. Yeah, they got sex right there in the clouds on the right, upside down and backwards, but it's there.
Maybe it's because of how small the screen is on my end, but I don't see it.
Oh, maybe I had it on full screen. You guys don't see it there?
I see it, but I can't make anything out.
Okay, it's
I don't
S,
see it.
E, and then the X right here on the end.
I mean, I vaguely see the X, but I don't see the rest of it.
Yeah.
I think I see it, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, what's interesting too, guys, is if you split these images in half and mirror them, it turns into like all these weird like temple gods and I don't have any pictures of that, but if you split these and mirror them, all these globes turn into like artwork that is just absolutely mind-blowing. But
What is their goal with all this going on right now? I mean, so you think they're trying to depopulate? I mean, we know the Georgia Guidestones, which was supposedly commissioned by a Mason, 4 Masons. One of the rules says to keep humanity under what was the number? 1 million?
500 million.
500 million. And right now, the population worldwide is 7.8 billion.
Yep. They were just going over it on Globebusters. There's this website. It's like a military website. Agger. What was that website? Where they basically state in 5 years, the population in the U.S. goes down to 100 million. And you're looking at these stats going, how did they figure that out? How did they take America from 300 million to 100 million? And they don't disclose a lot of like their research and data and how they came about those numbers. But the Globebusters show, not today, but last week, they went over that website. It was just mind blowing because they're making all these predictions that, America's going to lose 2/3 of its people. Like, where are those people going?
And when did they say this?
It was on Globebusters last week. They were going over the website. It's a military website called like Dagger or something. I could try and find it. Hold on, I'll pull up the. 1 second. I mean, everything's happening so fast now. I mean, normally it's like all these interviews. It's the same questions, like how does seasons work, how does stars work, and now it's just there.
When
How long have they?
Perspective. It's like we went from 1 week everything's regular to the next week. We're locking up preachers and releasing people from jail.
How long have they been planning this population control?
I have no idea.
Because that's one thing that it seems like they've been a complete failure on, at least so far.
It's Deagle. The website's called Deagle. Here, I'm going to share my screen with you guys real quick. Okay. I'm right there on it. StreamYard, share screen. Bam. So year 2017, population.
No, I'm not seeing the screen yet. I think it's.
Oh, it's loading.
Here we go.
It's loading.
Here we go. Yeah, there we go.
So population year 2017, 327 million. Forecast 2025, population 100 million. And then we go into all sorts of other countries, and they're basically predicting the population. China's not too bad. They're predicting all these populations. Some of these are going down, like 1/3, 2/3 of the entire population. I mean, I don't know how they come up.
What site's this though?
This is Deagle.
Oh.
DEA.
What's that?
.com. If you watch this Globebusters, they go into it, but it's basically like a military website. They're involved with like arms dealing, weapons dealing, and stuff.
Are they like directly owned by the military, or are they like a contractor?
I'm not sure. It was just interesting. They're putting out all this information about how the United States is going to lose 200 million people in the next 5 years, guys. And Trump goes on TV and says, "Hey, if 200,000 die, we did a good job."
Wow. That's the number we're at now, I think.
No. I don't think we're there. If we can keep it below 100,000, that's great. But if we keep it under 200,000, it's a good job. And I think Nancy Pelosi is next to him laughing when he says that. Go watch the video. These guys are evil crooks and thieves, and they're not going to get away with any of this. The Bible says that God sees their plans and he laughs.
I don't doubt that.
How do you outsmart someone that knows your thoughts, knows your next move, and knows the future? You can't.
It still seems encouraging to me that the recovery rate for this bullshit is 261,200. That's people who recovered from this. The death rate is 69,000. Overall infected is 1,269,000 something. So,
I mean, yeah, the mortality rate's super low, guys. So even if you get it, don't freak out. You're not going to die. So
I mean, the mortality rate's not super low. It's still higher than a lot of diseases.
But the recovery rate,
according to the Trump czar that goes on TV talking to everybody, it's 0.1%, not 3.5. It was 0.1%.
So is sterilization a real thing or no?
Sterilization?
Yeah, it's supposed to affect male fertility.
Yeah, my understanding is it doesn't like completely sterilize you. It can have like some effects on that, but it doesn't like completely sterilize you.
That's interesting because, I mean, anything God says to do, they want to do the opposite. So he says, be fruitful, multiply. The government says, keep 6 feet away from each other. Don't talk to anybody. You're going to get sick.
And isn't that an anti-human policy anyway at the end of the day? I mean, we're supposed to be, have empathy and try to help our fellow man. And now they're saying, hole up and, protect yourself, oh, you might get sick if you breathe, in their direction, Jesus comforted lepers in a leper colony, didn't he?
Yeah, but Jesus could heal lepers.
Well, yeah, but
none of us can heal people like that.
Well, maybe we can.
Maybe we can. Yeah, maybe we can. He says, "Greater things you'll do than I." So maybe we can. But
well,
also,
if you can, I mean, I don't know if Jeremy's discovered it. And I don't know if you've discovered the ability to, but as far as I know, none of us currently have the ability.
One thing that's interesting about this hoax is all the check marks it gives them for their New World Order agenda. So they got everyone quarantined in their house, not assembling, not getting in groups, not rising up. Then
I mean, that's really not entirely true. Like the state I live in doesn't even have a shelter-in-place order yet.
Oh, well, that's cool. Well, most states.
I don't know where do you live at?
I'm in Virginia, and they closed all the parks, and they closed all the small businesses, and people are scared and not leaving their home.
Yeah, I actually don't. I maybe it's changed since I last checked, but I don't think the majority of states have a shelter-in-place order yet.
No, most of them do. I think there's like 9 that don't. I think something like that. The bulk of them do now, I believe.
Yeah, and I know that some countries like Sweden, I don't think they have a shelter-in-place order. They've actually been relatively lax, and it's actually worked for them.
What do you mean shelter-in-place order? What does that mean?
Basically, if you're out, the cops can stop you.
The cops can stop you?
Yeah, and they can determine if you're out for a legitimate reason or not, which, is not good.
I mean, it varies from state to state, though, right? As far as the
police here. The police here have said that they're not going to enforce that. So, however, I did get this from work, because I work in a restaurant, well, hang on, and I'll pull this up, and then we'll get back to this, Nathan. Because I work in a restaurant.
But yeah, I mean,
okay. But yeah, a lot of people I know work in restaurants and gas stations and such, and those are all considered essential.
It says we are helping to ensure we are meeting the needs of our communities and travelers by offering meal options throughout the day, and in some cases, places that are open 24 hours a day. These team members play this vital role in the same way other food providers meet the needs of our communities for all of America. So it's got that real patriotic tone to it. But basically, if I get pulled over, which I doubt I will, because the police here are pretty cool for non-offenders, I've got to I need to have that with me just to play it safe. But I don't think, they've said they're not going to enforce it for now. So whatever. But
yeah, I know there was a sheriff in Maine, I think it was. He just outright said, well, look, I encourage people to, stay home if they don't need to go out, but I am not going to stop and arrest people who are out.
Right. I mean, it varies from state to state, and also varies from, jackass to jackass as far as police officer goes, right? I mean, you see people busting guys that are out in a paddle boat in the middle of a lake or whatever. Like, that guy's hurting anybody. You know what I mean? So it all kind of varies, right? But based on where you're at. But yeah, but I agree with you though that this crisis, right, seems to be folks that want to implement some of these draconian things, like basically having a worldwide adult vaccination in order to be able to travel, and surveillance of all humans. I mean, that seems to be something that, maybe they didn't put the virus out there to get this particular reaction or whatever, but they're certainly taking advantage of it. It seems as if they are pushing for some of these things, and like what we were talking about earlier, as far as it's basically what we're looking at here is like a Project Monarch, MK Ultra mind control type of situation on a global scale, right?
Yep.
Or a mass scale, regardless of whether or not it's intentional. That's what's happening maybe inadvertently, right? I mean, let's say that's not a grand conspiracy, right? But if you look at the things that are being put into place, like the isolation, which is like a key to mind control, right? I mean, that's one of the major tenets of mind control is isolation, and then also never-ending fear, not the denial of human touch, crazy propaganda. I mean, it just seems like if it's not on purpose, it's being done on accident, and who knows what we're going to get on the other end if it's just a random programming of the mass mind, right? I mean, who knows what's going on, but it looks as if something is happening, be it on purpose or on accident, and I'm not looking forward to what this particular mass mindfuck is gonna come out on the other side, or what it's going to result on the other side. I think it's going to be we're going to have a massive mental illness crisis regardless, right? Whether it be this is all intentional or accidental. So that's my thinking about it.
The three big check marks I think it gives the New World Order for this hoax is one, they got people thinking they need to self-isolate. Two is, you mentioned it, the vaccines. Now everybody's thinking, oh well, give us the vaccine so we can all go back to work. And then the third box that it checks off on their New World Order agenda is introducing a digital currency.
Yeah, that seems to be something they're really pushing, right? Like they're saying, oh, the physical dollars, right? Oh, they could carry the virus on them. We need to go to this digital currency.
Well, don't we already have one though with Bitcoin?
But Bitcoin's not controlled by the
official,
state,
though, right? It's got to be official. You know what I mean? It's got to be something that's official. Sanctioned and ordained by some kind of a global banking cartel, right? In order for it to, So I mean,
control it that way. If anybody gets out of line, they just zap your funds.
Yeah, you don't have anything, right? So I mean, definitely there seems to be folks pushing for that, right? Didn't they try to push for a digital U.S. dollar in the relief bill, but that got the kibosh put on it? I mean, the Democrats were pushing for that in the relief bill, is my understanding, and then that got cut out before it was actually approved.
Yeah,
I don't even know why we would need that if they. I mean, we have things like Cash App and PayPal. Catcoin, Catcoin will be the official U.S. currency.
Yeah, but Cash App and PayPal are still based on the dollar, which is cash. So they need to transfer it over to something digital so they can control it, monitor it, and decide who gets money and who doesn't.
Yeah, it does look like people are trying to go for that. It just seems weird to me, like if so many black ops are funded through drug running and illegal activities, how are they going to have that going on if they eliminate cash? That's my question.
Oh, that's a good question. I didn't think of that. You're right.
I don't think they're ever going to eliminate cash entirely. I do definitely see the logic in trying to, for one, put the kibosh on any kind of competitive currencies like Bitcoin, and moving over to something that can be centrally controlled. And the idea that your funds can and should get cut off if you think wrong. That's a the whole cancel culture thing made that somewhat of a mainstream idea.
Right. I mean, So, I mean, maybe it's a matter of this, maybe they don't want to eliminate cash entirely. However, if they can eliminate cash for the huge majority of humans that make transactions, right, then it'd probably be close enough, right? I mean,
well, technically, if everyone has to buy their drugs with this digital currency, why don't they just legalize drugs? They don't care.
Yeah.
They can just legalize all drugs. Now everyone can sell their drugs, and they have all the networks set up and all the systems for moving drugs around and trafficking it. So they just get richer and richer.
Yeah, but what about selling humans, though, right? I mean, that's part of a underground. That's also a black market, right? That I don't know that they can. I can't necessarily see them making that legal again. I guess.
No, that's probably not going to be legal again, even though like our economy, like the way it's set up, practically almost ran on not necessarily human trafficking, but being able to import cheap labor from the third world.
All right. So yeah, I mean, but that is something that you do see, though, right? I mean, you do see a fair amount of articles where we're talking about, there's you could get the coof on the dollar bills, right? We need to go to this digital stuff, but they're not saying let's get rid of newspapers, right? I mean, you could still, you know what I mean? Like you can get the coronavirus on your newspaper theoretically too, right? They don't want to get rid of that. You know,
I mean, there's card scanners at the grocery store where everyone slides their card, puts their finger on the keyboard and stuff. So
right.
And
Yeah.
I mean, all these politicians telling us to social distance, they're all 2 feet away from each other on the TV. What a joke!
Yeah, that is true.
Christopher Lesko's in the chat, and I just want to say, hey, what's up?
Hello.
Lesko, that sounds familiar. I know he's an author.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Easy. I recently traded my new book to him for his Victim 666 book.
Gotcha.
Well, while you're here, Nathan, I know I've got to bring up 5G because there are a lot of rumors and speculation going around that 5G is integral to what's going on here. Like they're rolling that out and it's compromising people's immune systems. Do you share that view?
Yeah, well, what I think it does is basically they're using the oxygen to move the information, and when you move those millimeter waves through the oxygen, it ionizes it ionizes the water molecule, and the oxygen, and so basically your body can't intake. So the doctor that came out recently, I posted this video today on my YouTube. The doctor was saying, "Hey guys, we're treating for lung failure. But what I'm seeing are symptoms of oxygen deprivation." And that's a New York ICU doctor and they're saying New York's 10 days ahead of everyone. He's been saying that he doesn't think it's lung failure. He thinks it's oxygen deprivation. He says the symptoms are basically like all these people got dropped off at the top of Mount Everest. All of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, I saw that video too, and that, at least the name, right, on the video matches a name of an actual doctor, but I've not seen an independent picture of this cat, right, prior to this,
Yeah, I got pretty good concern, dude. It just doesn't seem like he's lying. He's very informed about what's going on. He seems worried.
Wearing a scrub. I mean, should we call and try to verify just to confirm that he is a doctor that works there? Should we do that with?
Well, you'd have to see a photo ID, right? I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, we'd have to
Nathan, is that something that you would do in your research? I mean,
I just watched the video, and if it seems like he's lying, and then the other thing is the people that follow me, they don't let anything slide by. So I'd know in 30 minutes if this guy wasn't a real doctor because someone else in the community would have figured it out. So I'll put it up kind of on faith that what he's doing is real, but I've had people say, hey, that's not a real video, and I take it down right away. So, it happens sometimes, but I'd say 95% of the videos I share, I'm right on point with who they are, who they say they are, and stuff like that. So it just didn't seem
I mean, I've seen this video too, right? The guy, it's pretty convincing. The thing that's maybe not necessarily exceedingly convincing to me is why is he wearing scrubs, right? This seems to be kind of like,
he just got home and he's tired.
Well, I don't think you wear your scrubs out of the hospital, especially in the middle of a pandemic, right? You get your shit off. You get that stuff off.
You could be going into work too.
Yeah, it could be. It could be, right? So I don't know. I mean, I'm just going to be skeptical, but I'm just saying, it could be fake. I've not seen any. I did a very little research to say I took the guy's name and I just decided, let's see if this guy exists, right? Now I didn't look at the name, the face to the name and all that to match up to the video. So I didn't do a whole lot of homework on it either. So
what this guy's saying, it really isn't, the crux of the argument. The crux of the argument is that 5G, 60 gigahertz millimeter waves was a bad idea from the beginning. All that I'm saying is this guy's supporting the fact that some of these people might not be sick with a coronavirus. They might have some type of radiation poisoning.
Yeah. I mean, I hear what you're saying, right? Yeah. So I'm just
he's kind of supporting that argument. But 5G, I mean, go watch the video I did with Ken Wheeler. They call him Mr. Magnetism. He's written very popular books on field theory, and he's been building radios since he was a little kid. And he is not a conspiracy theorist. I've asked him to debate me on the shape of the Earth and never got a response. But he believes in satellites, believes Earth's a globe, and he just did a video recently talking about the dangers of 5G and how this is no joke. So I highly recommend go check out that video.
Didn't someone, I think maybe in the UK, didn't they like set fire to a 5G tower or something like that?
Yeah.
That's going on all over too, because people, I don't know, is civil disobedience in history hasn't been the worst idea. So I don't know if I'm going to go around vandalizing anybody else's stuff, but if those people feel called to do that.
I mean, I'm not against vandalizing things in the name of defending one's civil liberties. I just have a lot of doubts about the 5G. That 5G is as dangerous as a lot of people say it is.
If those were all,
I think that it's probably dangerous, but not necessarily in the way that some folks are saying it is, right? I mean, I think that like when you're talking about erecting these towers next to like a elementary school or something, and you hear about all these kids getting sick, right? You know what I mean? That's probably true, right? That I'd be willing to believe that. Now whether or not they're being erected at the same time to, I don't know, activate the aluminum that's being sprayed in the air through these chemtrails or whatever, so that they can explode people on a dime or whatever at some point in time. But I'm not sure that I believe all that, but I definitely believe that probably radiation near schoolyards.
So when they inject,
what's that?
There's metals in the vaccines too. So when they inject the kids with the vaccines, they're turning them into antennas for these 5G towers. And
right.
This is Ken Wheeler, not me, saying 60 gigahertz waves can kill you. So when you say, hey, it could be dangerous, but it's not that dangerous, like how much more dangerous is death? That's like as dangerous as it gets. I
mean, I'm just saying proximity, right? I'm talking about more proximity. The close
erected every 3 light poles on your road, every 2 or 3 houses down. So everyone's going to be in close proximity. Every time you walk in a gas station or walk in a courtroom or walk in a grocery.
Yeah, they do have to be closer proximity, though, don't they? Because of the fact that the waves are shorter or whatever, right?
They can't penetrate solid objects. So this is another reason that I think they might be encouraging social distancing, because if you're trying to focus these beam waves on people, make people sick, then other people getting in the way will block that beam. So I don't know. It's just, that's deep conspiracy stuff right there. But I've heard from the AirPods and your phone, they can triangulate this so that they can basically manipulate the oxygen right in front of your face and cause you to suffocate.
Jesus.
It's wild, dude.
That is some scary shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why everyone's got the AirPods and everyone's got the phone right there, dude. They could track everyone. So I highly recommend, guys, turning your stuff off at night. If you go anywhere and you start getting short of breath, get out of there right away.
Well, so I did find this one video at the top of the YouTube search list. Obviously, there's a lot of people who are, jumping over each other to try and be the first to debunk, quote unquote. I think those people are so boring, but not always reliable either. Sometimes the quote unquote debunkers are just as misinformed as the people they're trying to debunk, I've found. But this is a doctor on the share screen here that is saying that every time there has been a jump in technology, like with radar in World War II and such, there's always been, negative effects on the population. And that 5G is the next example of that.
He also says viruses aren't contagious.
What do you think about that? I mean,
I don't know yet. I'm leaning towards germ theory is a hoax. Because,
so Louis Pasteur was full of shit?
Well, because it just goes so along with their agenda, but also all these doctors, virologists, PhDs, they only have things to lose by telling everyone this. So they really have to be sure. It's like me with flat Earth. I had to be sure the Earth was flat before I went out and told everyone. It's like these guys, they did their research. They did not just start coming out and telling people, "Hey guys, I'm a doctor, and what you've been told about germs is fake." That takes a lot of courage, takes a lot of research. So I admire these guys right now coming out. This is what we need: is more doctors, more MDs, more people who specialize in microwave radiation and that type of weaponry, making videos and telling everyone, it's not all hunky-dory. Everything you're seeing on the news is like, oh, 5G's healthy, there's no confirmed risk, this and that. It's just, they are feeding everyone like sheep out of their hand, and people just gobble it up.
I read something interesting in the title. I mean, we're talking obviously, and the subtitles are going here too, but that's interesting what he's saying here about they tested something on horses to demonstrate contagion with horses who apparently got the Spanish flu. They put bags over their head and the horses sneezed in the bag. They put the bag over the next horse. Not one horse got sick.
Yeah, he said they did this with people who had the flu too, where they took snot out of someone's nose and injected it in someone else's nose. Then that didn't work. So they said, well, maybe we need to inject the snot into someone. So they injected the snot, couldn't make people sick. Then they had them for 5 minutes sit in close proximity, breathing on one another. And at the end of the 5 minutes, the one who wasn't sick took a deep breath out. The one who was sick took a deep breath in. And then they basically almost kissed and exchanged an entire breath of air. And they couldn't get any of these people sick. Wild.
Injecting snot.
Yeah, it sounds like the most uncomfortable test subject thing ever.
I agree.
Wouldn't it be a shame if they got addicted to injecting snot? And I mean, everybody has snorted it at some point, right?
Oh, that's it. That sounds like a sequel to that one infamous Edward Lee story.
Yeah, that'd be a funny, what is it? When everyone gets together and intervention, you just started out snorting the snot, and then you started freebasing it. That's when everything went bad.
Hey, Nathan Thomas, look up The Drapidophilus by Edward Lee after this.
Okay, yeah, I will. But on a lighter note, Nathan, what is the black swan that all the flat earthers are abuzz about, and they feel like it's the main proof that globers are full of shit lately? I know Nathan Oakley uses it a lot in his debates. What is the black swan?
Wait, does that make 3 Nathans involved in the flat earth theory?
There's a lot of Nathans, yeah.
There's way more than 3. You got Nathan Oakley, Nathan Roberts, Nathan Reynolds, me, Nathan Thompson, and there's some more actually besides that too. But the Black Swan guys, basically a photo that was taken that shows the horizon 9 miles, 10 miles out. And the picture was taken 1 foot off the ground. Now, if we live on a ball 24,901 miles around, the geometric edge of that sphere would be approximately 1.3 miles out at 1 foot off the ground. So we're basically seeing like 10 times farther than we should. And forever, these globers, their argument was, no, the horizon, it's the curvature, it's the leading edge of the sphere. Boats disappear behind the horizon because that's the curvature. But now what we're seeing is that they're saying, well, no, sometimes they don't disappear behind the curve because of refraction. So what they're saying is when it's clear, you can see the curve and objects are cut off. But when there's a lot of distortion, we can see much farther, which is the opposite of what happens, guys. When it's clear, we see farther. When there's lots of distortion, objects are cut off from the bottom up. So they have basically inverted the argument to try and pretend they live on a globe. Yeah, so the black swan is basically the horizon should be 1.5 miles out, it's 10 miles out. And now they have to say, well, the horizon's not actual, it's apparent. It changes day to day. Sometimes it's far away, sometimes it's close. But then basically what they say with that is that the curve changes day to day because this horizon was the leading edge of the ball. So how's that sometimes, making things disappear 3 miles, sometimes making things disappear 10. The curve can't be changing day to day. But if it was a ball, that geometric edge would be 1 mile out. And those platforms in the Black Swan are 6 and 9 miles out, and the horizon is behind those.
I guess my main question for the flat Earth theory is, and I guess you would answer it by saying that they've never let us go that far. It's just, why hasn't anyone actually been able to go to like one edge and I guess fall off? I mean, that's a simple, stupid question, but it just seems like that would be a thing that we know because that's readily apparent in our environment.
Yeah, I mean, well, that assumes that there is an edge, but the Earth could be flat and infinite. I'm not saying that it is. All I'm saying is until we see an edge, we have to suspend belief that there is an edge. And another reason that we're not just like stumbling upon an edge, guys, is because Antarctica is the most cold, frozen, barren wasteland in the world, and there's a treaty protecting it. So they got about 5,000 scientists down there during the winter, maybe 50 to 100,000 scientists during the summer, but highly restricted. You can go there on little tours, pay a bunch of money, and they're going to tell you you can't poop on the ice, you got to take it home with you, you can't smoke cigarettes on the deck of the boat below the 60-degree parallel latitude. They want to know how much fuel you're taking. I mean, it is unbelievable. So you ask why we don't see the edge. It's like, well, if there is an edge, they ain't letting us go there.
You're talking about Antarctica, right?
Yeah, Antarctica. I mean, what would be on the other side or the end of Antarctica? We don't know. I mean, none of us on the panel have been to Antarctica or explored there independently.
Well, we have another guest coming on shortly. Anything else we want to ask Nathan before? I thank you for giving us your valuable time for an hour, Nathan. It was fascinating.
Yeah.
I would like to know, are you willing to come on and have a kind of, not really debate, maybe debate if it turns into that, with William Ramsey, if you're familiar with him?
I'm not familiar with Will, but yeah, I'd be happy to come on and, go over maybe 2 or 3 evidences he has Earth the globe, and I'll go over 2 or 3 evidence that's not, and we could do an open discussion.
Okay, because that will be a very interesting show, because you all are both very similar in terms of the uncovering the kind of satanic type things, but the flat Earth is kind of where he drops off, I guess. So it'd be cool to see how y'all.
Yeah, Ramsey is big on the smiley face killers mystery, and he also believes that the West Memphis Three are guilty as sin.
They are guilty as sin.
Well, I'm not saying either way, like we've had our differences on that. I'm just conveying information to Nathan to give him an idea of who he would be up against. The guy said has it in bad for the West Memphis Three, and has somewhat convincing info on that. And he also talks a lot about missing cases, cold cases, the smiley face killers. A lot of people, young men in college, who end up dead in the water. It just doesn't make any sense. So.
Guys, me personally, I've debated about 10,000 globe earthers. Some of them were NASA employees. Some of them were land surveyors. Some of them were PhD astrophysicists like Daniel Faulkner. And I'll tell you, I put all those videos on my YouTube because they didn't win the debate. I did. So if NASA employees and land surveyors of 50 years and PhD astrophysicists are getting smoked by flat earther Nathan Thompson, I don't know what William thinks he's going to bring to the table, but I'd be open to it.
Awesome.
That's golden.
So.
Thank you so much for your time. Gregor, did you have anything?
No, I just appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, dude, you guys were all really cool. It was an honor being here. I really appreciate invite me back whenever you want. I'm full-time doing this. Luckily, God set me free so that I didn't have to have a 9-to-5 and that I can do this. So if people aren't trolls, he told me I have to talk to them. So guys, feel free to use me as much as you want, dude. I'm happy to share information, talk about my experiments. I got a lot more that we didn't cover, and we could talk about a lot more biblical cosmology, scriptures that support a flat earth. I'm willing to do the debate with your buddy. But other than that, guys, feflyers.com. If anybody wants to see the flyers that I hand out, the information that's on there, you can also order them. My Instagram is The Globe is Flat. I run a group on Facebook called The Official Flat Earth and Globe Discussion with 130,000 people. My YouTube channel is Nathan Thompson. And if anyone wants to email me directly, flatearthflyers@gmail.com.
Right on.
Cool.
Thank you. It's been fascinating, Nathan.
Yeah, it's been an honor being here with you guys. We keep searching for the truth. The Bible says, "You are my people, and you will know the truth. Ask and you shall receive. Knock and it will be open." So,
and I'm going to pray that everything stays secure on your end.
Thanks, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, I hope we're all good. But the Bible says, "I know the plans for you and plans to prosper you." And so, even though it seems like the world's falling apart, God knew we'd be here. He knew us before He put us in the womb. So. Keep that faith, guys. Much love. I appreciate you having me. I'm gonna bounce out. All right.
All right. Have a great night.
Peace out.
Now that turned out freaking awesome.
Yeah, surprisingly.
Especially that thing wrestling like message to William Ramsey.
No, well, I did want to show that Frank was going in pretty hard on him. I mean, I can appreciate a little levity. I mean. But
I wanted to kind of go in on him about the whole yelling at kids thing, but I decided not to because I
kind of covered that, right?
You handled yourself remarkably well, and don't get me wrong, that was entertaining. That was entertaining before when you did that the first time. This time, I wanted to have a slightly more introductory speech with him, and I mean, I think we got somewhere pretty good. We got something good out of it, right? That's not to say that, if you guys ever feel like you need to go in on a guest, feel free, it's good radio. But no, I'm glad that we had a productive conversation with Nathan, too. We kind of got both best of both worlds now.
That thing about Kathy O'Brien's lady parts, like
that poor girl, that poor woman.
It didn't look. I didn't see any carving. It definitely looked like she had some trauma there, but I didn't see like a carving or anything.
It almost looked like a face. Do I need to pull it up again? Or
I don't think you do.
I mean, I can see like it kind of vaguely looked like one, but I didn't see like it. I didn't see like it looked like it had something carved in.
I hope this doesn't get me kicked off again, but here. And
probably not.
This is very graphic. So this is not a show for kids. You see there, you see the carving. It almost looks like a face smiling. See?
I mean, I kind of see the kid.
Illuminati.
I mean, now I kind of see the face smiling, but it's like one of those things is like, well, yeah, you can see like faces in like wood grain and things like that. Yeah. I can't remember what that's called, but
she said that when
pareidolia, that's what it's called.
Pareidolia, yeah. You see, like the guy who thought his wife was a beach ball kicked her in the head and killed her. Oh, but she said that after they did that, she could only crawl on her knees, hands and knees, and slid, pulled herself up bodily, and like fell into the bathtub, to set it in the water, to just lay in the water, and it was all she could do to even get in the tub, to crawl into the tub. After they did that to her. And supposedly she was used to blackmail influential men with sex and, stuff like that. I don't know. But
I mean, like on one hand, like it's hard to like completely write this off. I mean, we all know about Jeffrey Epstein, but our guest Keith Preston is here.
Yes, he is.
Can you hear us okay?
By the way, I'm sorry, Keith. 1 second. I'm also going to put the link in the chat for anyone else that wants to come on, like Chris Lesko, who was here a minute ago, if he wants to drop in. I think we have enough space, or Frank, whatever. But I think the limit is 6 people. But, okay, go ahead. Keith Preston, anarchist, thinker, and writer, right?
That's me.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about what you stand for.
Well, I've been an anarchist for about 30-some years now, since the 1980s. I was actually an anarchist back during the Reagan era, so I go pretty far back as far as my anarchism. And I've probably written about half a dozen books on themes related to anarchism, or at least peripherally connected to anarchism. I've been running the website Attack the System for about 20 years now. Attackthesystem.com. And I've had my hands in a lot of different things. I've been in a lot of different kinds of movements and tendencies over the years, over the past 30 years or so. And I suppose it really comes down to what do you want to know about? I've done a lot of things, but what is your audience interested in? What do you want to hear about?
We don't have an audience, so whatever. We have
audience
we have 3 people watching. So.
Okay.
Yeah, so, but hopefully when we share this around afterwards, we'll get a few people after.
It's usually how it works. Yeah.
So I guess one thing is I wanted to point out is you've been completely nuked off of most social media. So apparently you are a genuine threat to the American empire. Can you talk a little bit about what happened with that?
Well, for a good number of years, I was on Facebook. And I actually had a couple of Facebook pages I was running, and both of them had the maximum number of friends on the 5,000 limit or whatever. And I also kept my pages public in the sense that pretty much anybody who wanted to could show up and read them and post them. So, they operated really more like a website or something like that in that respect. And then back in the fall of last year, both of my pages were taken down by Facebook without any notice or explanation. I think that was probably in October or November, somewhere in there. And then I created another Facebook page where it was pretty much the same format. And then that was taken down, I guess, about 3 months ago. I think it was in January. So, yeah, I'm pretty much banned from Facebook as far as I could tell. And I would assume it's because they just didn't like the content of the stuff I was posting. I would post a lot of, I guess we should say, anti-American empire stuff, as you said, stuff about the role of the United States in places like the war in Yemen and a lot of stuff about the Palestinians and the conflict between the United States and Iran and all that. I also used to post a lot of international news sources, including things like Russia Today and Press TV from Iran and things that aren't particularly palatable to the ruling class in the United States. So I think that was one thing. Another thing, too, though, is that I had a very total free speech policy, as I've always had in all social media forums or internet forums that I've ever operated. So pretty much anybody that wanted to could show up on my pages and post anything they wanted. I had all kinds of people on my pages, far right, far left, and you'd have a lot of battle royals between leftists and neo-Nazis on my pages, and a lot of the standard insults that go along with that. So I think the bottom line is that my pages were just too politically incorrect for Facebook as well. So I think after about 10 years, Facebook finally got tired of messing with me. But the interesting thing about that was I had had more difficulties with Facebook, I would say, in the previous year before that than I did in, say, the previous 9 or 10 years. So apparently Facebook has gotten a lot stricter about their rules or enforcing their rules or just making up the rules as they go along or whatever they do. And I suspect it's in part because of the criticism they've gotten for supposedly facilitating fake news or facilitating hate groups and all that kind of stuff. And with the election coming up this year, they're probably worried they're going to be accused of allowing the Russians to shape the outcome of the election or something. But in a nutshell, yeah, I'm pretty much kicked off of Facebook, although I can't really say it's any great loss because, it's something I haven't really missed. I haven't really missed being on Facebook. I have the website attackthesystem.com, so most of the blogging and all that I do there now, and I'm still on plenty of podcasts and all that, like this one and others. So it's not really an issue.
So when I proposed bringing you on to Jeremy, who basically runs this, you kind of got the impression that anarchist means someone who wants the downfall of society.
Yeah, so that's what I think when I think of anarchist. That's what I think. How am I wrong? Am I wrong?
You're right and you're wrong. I mean, there are people who claim to be anarchists who are for the downfall of society. I don't think that. I think that's probably true on some level. But no, anarchism is a philosophy that goes back for, I would say, 150 to 200 years. It's a very complicated subject because if we go back and look at the history of political philosophy going all the way back to the ancient world, we can find prototypical anarchist thinkers in the ancient world, like Lao Tzu, for example, who's considered to be the founder of Taoism. So we can go back and look at ancient Chinese philosophers and ancient Greek philosophers, and we can look at thinkers and as well as movements that existed throughout the Christian era, the medieval era, within medieval Islam, all kinds of places, and we can see prototypical anarchist thinking. And then in the around the period of the Enlightenment, we start to see modern anarchist thought developing. We see thinkers like William Godwin, for example, the English radical philosopher from the 18th century. And then we also see the first person to ever call himself an anarchist, who was Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, the French economist from the early 19th century. And anarchism actually starts to become an actual movement in the 19th century. And on into the 20th century. At one point, it was a very large movement. In the late 19th and early 20th century, it was a very large movement. It was larger than Marxism at the time. And anarchists were involved in the radical labor movement, and they were also involved in the anti-colonial movements in the colonies, in the old European colonies. Anarchism died down a bit for a variety of reasons in the 20th century. Number one, the state repression and the wars that happened during the 20th century, World War II, World War I, that gave the states everywhere a pretext for attacking and suppressing anarchists. There were also a lot of anarchists who were very well known and very influential in different fields. I see you're flashing a picture of Emma Goldman on the screen there. That was one of many. And then in the 1960s and 1970s, you started to see a revival of interest in anarchism, at least on the fringes of certain movements, like on the fringes of the New Left or on the fringes of the New Right. Since then, anarchism has once again sort of proliferated and metamorphed into really a lot of different hyphenated movements. I read a discussion once of anarchism where someone was saying, well, there are about as many different types of anarchism as there are other ideologies put together. And I think that's probably true up to some point, because really nowadays people who claim to be anarchists usually identify with some kind of hyphen. There's some kind of, they're either anarcho-capitalist or anarcho-communist or anarcho-syndicalist or anarchist feminist or something like that. And often the hyphen is considered fundamental to their own anarchism. So it's like anarchism is like this collection of different tribes or sects of people who perhaps have in common a disdain for the state or disdain for institutional authority on a general level. But other than that, it's a hugely divergent philosophy that in some ways contains a lot of paradoxes, because on one hand you have people who favor total individualism versus anarcho-communists for total collectivism. And then you also have pacifist anarchists, as well as anarchists who think terrorism or at least violence is a legitimate means of achieving political goals. You have anarchists that are technophiles, that are really big on technological advancement, who support the transhumanist movement and stuff like that. And then you have others that want to do away with industrial civilization and modern technology altogether and go back to the pre-modern era, even revert to a primitive state. So, and this is just a few examples of the diversity of anarchist thought. For people, though, that are interested in anarchism as a philosophy, there's a book I'd recommend called Demanding the Impossible. Demanding the Impossible. It's by an English philosopher named Peter Marshall, an anarchist. He's still alive. It's a recent book. It's a fairly contemporary book. I think it came out within the last 10 years. But he goes into the whole entire ideological trajectory of anarchism, and then the history of anarchist thought, going all the way back to the ancient times, all the prototypical anarchist thinkers from the ancient world, and the medieval world, and the early modern period, as well as anarchist movements, both in the 19th century and 20th century, the classical anarchists, as well as contemporary anarchists. So it's anarchism is has a lot more substance to it, I think, than many people give it credit for. Now, that's not to say you don't have people who embrace the anarchist label who are, basically, I guess you could say nihilist, in the sense of, in a pejorative or lowbrow sense that is, nihilist and just about destructiveness, vandalism and things like that. But anarchism itself is a widely divergent philosophy.
By the way, author Chris Lesko has also joined us. Hey, Chris.
Hey, Chris.
What's up, guys?
Okay. So yeah, and a big part of your project and the Attack the System project is trying to bring together these sort of divergent camps of anarchism as a united front against the state, against the I believe what we've called the American Zionist Wahhabist axis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, what you just described is multiple ideas really wrapped up into one. But yeah, when I started Attack the System about 20 years ago, one of the reasons I did so was to create an umbrella for all the different hyphenated forms of anarchism, which I saw that there were so many different types of anarchism and that they overlapped with each other and also conflicted with each other. So I was interested in developing some kind of project that would be an umbrella for all the different kinds of anarchists. And also, I also started to notice that there were a lot of other people and other movements and other ideologies and philosophies that had similar ideas in many ways, and I wanted to create a forum that could sort of be an umbrella for all that as well. And that's kind of what Attack the System is today. Based on the communication I get from readers of Attack the System, I'd say our audience is probably about 40% left-wing, quote-unquote, anarchist, including a lot of different hyphenated tendencies. That tends to be spread out among a lot of the different hyphenated tendencies, syndicalists and ANCOMs and mutualists and all that. And then there's probably about another third of our audience that are non-anarchist and don't identify as anarchists, but are just simply interested in what we do. And then the rest are probably anarchist outside the left milieu, like anarcho-capitalist and national anarchist and anarchist with some sort of religious orientation or something like that. So it's a pretty diverse audience that we have. And then we have a wider, more peripheral audience of people from all different kinds of backgrounds. Yeah, you mentioned what I call the Anglo-American Zionist Wahhabi Empire. That has to do with the analysis of international relations that I hold to. I think that a very good book on that topic was Empire, that was published about 20 years ago by Michael Hart and Antonio Negri. There are a couple of post-Marxist thinkers that I think outlined to a large degree how the global system works on an international level. And they talk about how you have all these different kinds of component parts within this international ruling class, whether it's transnational corporations or whether it's these international financial organizations like the IMF and the World Bank and the WTO and stuff like that. And then the American empire is sort of the military arm of that. Now, they were writing in the late 1990s when which was about 10 years after the end of the Cold War, and the American unipolar hegemony was really at its peak. I would modify their thesis somewhat to say that what we really have today is a kind of international ruling class that has a number of different factions, and I would say that what I call the Anglo-American, that is the American, Western European, NATO axis, in collusion with the Gulf states, like the Wahhabist states like Saudi Arabia, and also Israel, the Zionists. All of those are essentially the dominant faction, I think, within the international ruling class. You've also got an insurgent Eastern faction. You've also got the BRICS axis, for example, the Russian, Chinese, etc. axis that is somewhat of a increasingly self-assertive dimension within global capitalism. But I think the analogy that I like to use is the way organized crime works. For example, if you're familiar with the structure of organized crime, traditional organized crime in the United States, you've got the New York Mafia, which are basically the elite of organized crime. And then you have the 5 biggest families, which are the Lucisis and Bonanos and Gabinos and a couple others. And then they're governed by this thing called the Commission. It's sort of a council of mafia leaders. And then you've got other crime families that aren't really on the commission, but are still very prominent, like the Devalcantes and out of New Jersey. The TV show The Sopranos was based on that. And then you've got other levels of organized crime. You've got what might be called a more proletarian type of organized crime, like the motorcycle gangs are a good example, like more working class organized crime. And then you've got low level, like lumpen proletarian, underclass organized crime, which is like the Bloods and the Crips and these street gangs. And then you have varying degrees of extremes within that, like something like MS-13 are probably one of the more extreme versions of that.
And then you have knitting circles, right? Knitting circles are next under Bloods and Crips, right?
Well, on an international level, though, you've got a very similar system, right? You've got the UN, the United Nations, and its Security Council. You know, like basically the United Nations is like a conglomerate. You know, it's basically an assembly of organized crime leaders, global organized crime leaders, and then you've got the Commission, which is the Security Council, which basically represents the 5 biggest organized crime groups in the world. And then you've got these lesser organized crime syndicates that are in league with them, you know, like the Germans or the Japanese or or some of these other states that are in league with the major powers. And then you've got these rogue states that are more I guess on a more lower level, and sometimes in conflict with the major states, and sometimes in conflict with each other, and so forth. For example, Syria, Iran, places like that. You know, sometimes they're aligned with the big states, and sometimes they're in conflict with them. They've shifted their allegiance to the Eastern Axis at this point. And then you've got stuff like, say, ISIS and Al Qaeda, and all they really are is just the MS-13s of international relations, but that's really what the state is. I mean, the anarchist critique of the state is that the state is just organized crime writ large, in a way that has this kind of what the Marxists called ideological superstructure that legitimizes it. And if we go back and we look at the history of the state as an institution, if we go all the way back to the ancient world, and we look at the rise of the earliest states in the Fertile Crescent, like the Egyptians and the Sumerians and Babylonians and all of that, how did these states come into being? Well, they did it through what is commonly called crime, that is, stealing other people's land and enslaving other people and killing other people and things like that. And that's how the state came into being, and that's how what we think of as class society came into being. And it's pretty much been the same way ever since 5500 BCE or whatever. It's been a system where you have a ruling class, a state system that exists for the purpose of monopolizing territory, monopolizing resources, expanding its own power, exploiting subjects, privileging an artificially privileged ruling class, and things like that. That's what the purpose of the state is. So the state functions on a political level and on an international level the way something like the mafia or a street gang might function on a neighborhood level or on a more localized level. And that's the standard anarchist critique of the state, the idea that the state is essentially organized crime writ large. It has a cover of legitimacy through ideological machinations. And for example, in the ancient world, they would deify the emperor as a god, a godlike being, like the Egyptian pharaohs were considered descendants of the sun god Ra. And then in the monotheistic religions, they had the divine right of kings. They still have the divine right of kings in some places. In Islam, for example, they've got Sharia and all that kind of stuff. In the Christian Middle Ages, you had divine right of kings. And then now in the secular world, one thing that's interesting is that in modern secular societies where religion is less influential, you have these new pieties and these new abstractions and these new ideological superstructures that have been created to deify the state in a way that's just as illegitimate and just as absurd when you really break it down on an analytical level, but it serves the same kind of purpose. For example, the Jean-Jacques Rousseau's idea that the state somehow represents some abstract general will or something like that, or the social contract theory that we're all supposedly under some kind of contract to obey the decrees of the state. Or democratism, the idea that the state is legitimate if as long as it has the approval of 51% or something like that. So all throughout history, we see the same system being repeated. It just assumes new forms over time as material conditions change and technological conditions change and so forth.
Okay, you have a gift for oration. There's no question. I don't know how you do that so effortlessly, but you've described the condition, the problems with these systems. Now, here's where there's always seems to be a problem with anarchists. How do you fix it?
Well, that's a very good question. And anarchists and other radicals have been working on that for centuries, and other people before that for millennia. But I think that the main point of view, main thing I would emphasize there is to simply delegitimize the state's or the ruling class's ideological superstructure. I think that's really the first thing. For instance, in modern societies like our own, very few people take seriously some of these older ideas, like, say, divine right of kings, or the idea that the emperor is descended from a sun god. I mean, we could go out on the street, for example, in the United States or other similar countries, and we could poll people and say, well, say, to what degree do you think an absolute monarchy is a legitimate form of statecraft? Or to what degree do you think a hereditary aristocracy or theocracy or military dictatorship or a fascist regime or a communist regime or something like that is a legitimate form of expression of the state? A lot of people wouldn't know what you're talking about, of course, but of more educated people, you would generally find that people have a negative view of these kinds of things. All of these different kinds of ideological systems that were used to justify the state in the past, most people don't really take seriously anymore, and often are adamantly opposed to. So we have this idea in modern societies that the state is somehow an expression of the will of the people and things like that, which is ridiculous if you look at it. I mean, at bare minimum, you could justify that perhaps by appealing to raw majoritarianism. The idea that if 51% wolves want to eat the 49% sheep, well, that's democracy, and therefore the system is legitimate. But all state systems fundamentally rest on the same basic set of principles, and that is, it's basically organized robbery, theft, murder, and so forth, only in a way that's given this kind of ideological gloss that provides it with a veneer of legitimacy. So debunking the state's ideology is the first thing. I think that's really the first thing. One thing that makes me happy about the current electoral season that's going on is that in the United States, at least, the politicians seem to be doing a lot of that on their own. It's really, to me, it's wonderful to observe the shambles that the domestic U.S. politics, at least, has become. It's not necessarily the same in all countries, but in different places you see that. So I think that's one thing. I think delegitimizing the system's ideology, but also I think breaking up systems of power where they develop. There's a concept that we developed at Attack the System called pan-secessionism, and people are often confused about what that means. For example, some people will say that, I've had people ask me, well, what are the basic tenets of pan-secessionism? Like it's an ideology. And it's not. It's merely a tactical concept. It's about breaking up concentrated systems of power. And a lot of people think pan-secessionism is limited only to territorial secession. Like they think when they think, in an American context, obviously, when they hear secession, they think of 1861 or they think of 1776. And territorial secession, that is, regions separating from central governments, could be a part of pan-secessionism, but so could many other things. For example, the anarchist idea of a general strike is a form of pan-secessionism, or building alternative infrastructure, or what's commonly called dual power, or what some of the libertarians are into, like agorism and counter-economics and that kind of stuff. All of these kinds of things are a form of pan-secessionism. Or there's a group called Startup Societies that wants to go out and form, basically form new countries or new systems through their own initiative. Or you have migratory projects like the Free State Project, which was a libertarian group in New Hampshire, and there's other things like that as well. Any of these kinds of things that involve either disengaging from the system, or perhaps localized groups withdrawing from larger, more centralized groups, or smaller groups withdrawing from larger groups. Any of that kind of stuff constitutes the wider pan-secessionist strategy. But the interesting thing about it is that we don't really have to have a singular ideological model for this. There's all kinds of people and groups with all kinds of beliefs, including people who think of themselves as anarchists and people who don't, who practice or advocate for many of these kinds of things. But the core idea is breaking up systems of power. I think, though, that while we're on this topic, I think one thing that a lot of critics of established institutions get wrong is this. When I look at the debates, for example, that go back and forth between the left and the right, and I don't mean the debates like the presidential debates, I mean more wider ideological debates between, say, on one hand, conservatives and libertarians and people like that on one side, and socialists and progressives and liberals and on the other side. I think a lot of the more mainstream ideologies tend to have a very limited understanding of how systems of power actually work. The analogy that I like to use when it comes to understanding how the systems that we're familiar with, those of us that live in modernity and in the developed, technologically sophisticated nations, the analogy that I like to use is to the Middle Ages. If we could go back and look at the institutions that exist in the Middle Ages, we see that clearly there was a ruling class. No competent contemporary historian would go back and look at the medieval society and say there was no such thing as a ruling class. Of course there was. But then you would also have to recognize that the ruling class had multiple different institutional components in the Middle Ages. You had the king, the monarchy, and then related to that, you had the royal court, and then you had the royal dynasties, and there were different ranks of hierarchy within those. Different people holding different royal positions. But then in addition to the monarchy, you also had the aristocracy. And then you also had different layers within the aristocracy, the nobility and gentry and all that. Then, of course, you had the church, or in non-Christian societies, you had something similar. You had the priesthood or the clerics of some kind. For example, in the traditional Indian culture, the Hindu culture, the Brahmins were the priests and scholars who were considered the upper caste. And then you also have the warrior caste. And then you also had in the Middle Ages the guilds, which were largely monopolistic professional associations, kind of like, say, the American Bar Association or the AMA or something like that today. And all of that collectively in the Middle Ages comprised the ruling class as it was understood then. Now, the ruling classes of that time period certainly had plenty of conflicts with each other and within their own ranks. You had plenty of aristocrats who hated each other's guts and wanted to kill each other. You had kings and members of the royal court or even royal families that hated each other. For example, the Medici, the ruling class of Venice, they actually would bump each other off in assassinations and stuff like that. And then you also had rivalries between the king and the pope, and that's how we got the Church of England. So all of these, within the ranks of the ruling class as it was at the time, you had plenty of conflict between all these different institutions, the king, the aristocracy, the church, the warrior caste, the guilds, and you had conflicts between individuals and groups within all of those. And we have that in our modern ruling classes. So what would be the equivalent of that in a modern society like our own? Well, when we look at what the American ruling class would be, and we could break this down on a similar level, say in Europe, the European Union or something. But in the United States, we've got the political government, we've got the elected officials and appointed bureaucrats and all that. And then we've also got the corporate elite. And then we've got the financial elite, the banking system, Goldman Sachs and all that kind of stuff. And then we've got the state security services, what are called the deep state or the military industrial complex, the intelligence services. And then we've got the professional monopolies, the legal profession and the medical profession and technology, big tech, like Facebook and some of this kind of stuff. And then we've also got the institutions that are responsible for the dissemination of the ideology of the modern state, which would be something kind of like, say, the media or the university system or think tanks. Those really serve the same role as something like the church in the Middle Ages, in the sense that it disseminates the dominant ideology and really shapes the values of the wider society. And then we've got all these other managerial institutions, like we've got the foundations and philanthropies and NGOs and all this kind of stuff. But all of these things collectively comprise the modern ruling class. Now, where a lot of so-called radicals and dissidents and critics of the establishment go wrong, I think, is that they only criticize elements of the elite or elements of the ruling class or elements of the state. And much of the left-right debate is about this. Take something like health, just to pick something at random, healthcare reform or whatever. Well, what that comes down to basically is you have the right who thinks that the healthcare system should be run by the mass corporations, what I call the neo-aristocracy or the neo-manorial systems. And then you have the left who thinks the healthcare system should be run by the state itself, by the bureaucracy. All right, so that would be like in the Middle Ages, a bunch of peasants arguing about, well, who do we really want to run the medical system? Do we want it to be the king and the royal court and the king's minions? Or do we want it to be the aristocracy and the manorial system? Do we want them running the healthcare system? They didn't really have much in the way of healthcare back then, but I'm sure you get my point.
How do you oops. I can hear an echo.
Okay. While he's figuring that out, I did want to go back to something you said about how you believe the current election is doing a lot to discredit the current system. And it definitely seems that way. The Democrats are going out of their way to run someone who has obvious dementia, the way they let Bloomberg buy his way into, as far as he did into the Democratic Party. That almost seems like ripping off the mask and saying, yeah, this is about billionaires and the powers that be. Maintaining control over the system. It has nothing to do with the interests of the American people.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's obvious enough. And it really is interesting how the system, it's almost like they're not even trying anymore. They're not even trying to keep up the charade anymore. The analogy I've always liked to use when it comes to the American electoral system is to professional wrestling. If you watch, the professional wrestling, like the WWE or some of those shows,
the people on this show are intimately familiar with that. Yeah, so yeah.
Okay, good. All right, so you'll get this then. You'll appreciate this. Within professional wrestling, of course, what you have is a business, a promotion. And you have these characters, these entertainers that are playing a parts, like the Dr. Death versus the Son of Sam or something like that. And so you have these characters, and they're but these are just individuals, actors. They're sort of a combination of actors and acrobats, and they're playing a role. And they're pretending like they're rivals with each other, and the outcome of this is scripted or predetermined. And meanwhile, you have the announcers, the play-by-play announcers on these wrestling programs that are pretending like this is a real sport. There's really a contest going on, as opposed to being something more like a play. And I think that's how the U.S. electoral system works to a large degree. It's you have these two parties, the Democrats and Republicans, who are basically nationalized entertainment companies. That's really what they are. They're nationalized entertainment companies. And they put on these shows called primaries or elections, and they roll out these characters that are, pretending to be, Mr. Progressive or Mr. Conservative or whatever. And they're engaged in this kind of context that's very limited in terms of its parameters. It takes place within very limited parameters. And then you have these media commentators, all these talking heads on Fox and MSNBC and CNN and ABC and all that, who are pretending like this is, the fate of the world depends on all this kind of stuff. In reality, they're just trying to appeal to their own little niche market and keep the hype going and keep everybody agitated over this kind of stuff. And that's really how the electoral system works. It's like the WWE versus the WCW or something like that. And then the fans at home are supposed to, it's almost like it used to be more like wrestling during what they call the kayfabe era, which back in the pre-Vince McMahon era, they used to try to make you believe that wrestling was real and that it was a real sport, and they protected the business very ruthlessly. Nowadays, they don't really, go through the motions with that. They just say, they basically let you know, yeah, this is just a glorified theatrical production. And that seems to be the direction the electoral system's going in. It's like they're not even trying anymore. They're not even bothering with kayfabe anymore. Now they're trying to just simply say, yeah, they're not saying this outright, but they're their actions imply that they're just letting the letting the cat out of the bag. That this is just a game, and we see that. Somebody mentioned Joe Biden. I mean, this has got to be the most farcical presidential candidate I've ever seen. Now I will say the way that the electoral system is going now is in some ways more interesting because for all of my life I'm used to I remember every election going back to 1972, the Nixon and McGovern election, and it used to be that in U.S. elections were just extremely boring. You have boring centrist guy A versus boring centrist guy B, and that's it. You're supposed to care who wins this thing. All right. Nowadays we are getting more interesting characters in many ways. Donald Trump, whatever else could be said about him, is an interesting character. The fact that the Democrats are actually going to put a dementia patient up as their candidate and think this is going to be a winning strategy for them is certainly interesting as well.
Don't you think that it's possible that somebody else is going to move into that spot if he's declared unfit to serve, mentally or something? Don't you think that whoever he chooses as his running mate or someone pulling the strings behind the scenes could step in?
Yeah, I think that this is what I think happened with the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party elites, I think, pulled every string to make sure that none of the maverick candidates or perceived maverick candidates actually turned out to be the winner. I mean, we saw, for example, in some of the debates, they would actually turn off the microphone of people like, say, Marianne Williamson or Andrew Yang, and they went out of their way to try to keep Tulsi Gabbard out of the debates. Now, I see all those people as very moderate. I don't see them as radicals or extremists or revolutionaries. I see them as very much within the mainstream paradigm, maybe on the slightly left end of it. But they found even those people to be threatening enough that they tried to stack the deck in favor of the neoliberal candidates, the Bidens and Pete Buttigieg and Kamala Harris and those kinds of people. They went out of their way to make sure one of those people came out on top. And then ultimately, the guy, the veteran Biden, the guy who was the vice president and a senator for, half a century or so, I guess he's the next heir to the throne. So he gets his turn at the plate. And then, of course, all the other neoliberal or centrist or whatever you want to call them candidates, of course, they circled the wagons on his behalf, right in lockstep. You saw Pete Buttigieg and all these other people coming out and endorsing him. And in fact, even a lot of the so-called maverick candidates came out and endorsed Biden as well. So now he's going to be their front man that's going to fight, Mr. Dementia Patient is going to go fight Orange Man or whatever. And I do think that it is possible that if his performances in any future debates, if there are any or whatever, are particularly pathetic, and it's quite likely they will be, it's likely that the forces that actually control the Democratic Party, the major donors and the interests that are behind that, as well as the party's managerial apparatus, may very well try to pull Biden out of this and put in someone else. In fact, I think that's one reason why now we see the more left of center leaning media really pushing the hype for Andrew Cuomo. They're really pushing that promoting Andrew Cuomo as some national hero because he just happened to be governor of New York when there just happened to be an outbreak of a disease there, which he had no control over. It hasn't done anything to help other than what every other official in the U.S. is doing. So you see them really hyping him. Well, plus he comes from one of the Democratic Party's royal families as well. So they may put him in, or they may dust off Bloomberg and say, or they, who knows who they'll put in Biden's place. It'll be somebody that's certainly not offensive to the establishment. It's not going to be Bernie Sanders or something.
Do you think it's Hillary? You think they'll do Hillary?
Biden is just a figurehead for a regime, though, right? He's
exactly.
Right.
Well, yeah, it could be Hillary. I don't know that she seems only slightly less demented than he is. Well, Hillary strikes me as a full-blown psychopath.
Demented in an entirely different way, right?
Yeah,
I think she's still sharp and demented in the gleeful psychopath way, right?
Yeah,
That was That's the funniest part about Trump is you had this like glassy-eyed psychopath who just like ambitiously wanted the White House no matter what, and she was probably willing to slit throats over it, probably has, and she lost to this fat orange cartoon character.
Yeah. Well, look, talking about the left-right model of the spectrum, in that election, my position then is now, I mean, I didn't endorse any of the candidates or anything like that, obviously, but my position in 2016 was that rhetorically speaking, and I emphasize rhetorically, Trump was actually the more quote-unquote left wing of the two candidates. I mean, because it was Trump who was more or less pushing, an anti-war position, however tepidly or inconsistently, and it was Trump who was pushing this kind of populist economic paradigm, once again, however tepidly or inconsistently, whereas Hillary Clinton was basically saying, well, everything's fine, the system is wonderful, let's just keep it going. Oh, and by the way, don't vote for this this loudmouth asshole from Queens because he's got all these scummy rednecks that like him, and you don't want those people to have any kind of influence.
America is already great.
Yeah, I mean that essentially made her the conservative candidate in that election. The establishment candidate. I mean the one who says the system's great, let's not change it, and all these nasty, yucky common people. We don't want their
Right. It was an underdog story, right? And everybody knows that that's America's favorite story, right? So I mean, she was really setting herself up to fail.
I've always wondered if he was a stalking horse, that maybe him and Hillary had some agreement that he was supposed to kind of shore up her competition, and then, kind of concede, bow out to her. And maybe he went rogue and got ambitious and, man, I can actually win this thing. I actually believe that. And I still believe that is possible in this crazy topsy-turvy, political arena that exists.
I don't know. I think he's been plotting this for like decades, to be frank.
He has been running since like 2000. Originally, he ran as an independent candidate, but I do recall there was like some evidence that came out that they were trying to push Trump because they thought like, well, if we can just get this fat orange cartoon character as the runner,
there is evidence of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Trump has always been a very ambitious person. I mean, there's an interview with him. I guess it was back when CNN first started, which would have been around 1980 or 81, going back that far, when he's in his early 30s, and he's talking about the possibility of running for president or something someday. So this is 40 years ago,
right?
And he's he flirted with running as the Reform Party candidate one year, I think, probably about 20 years ago. So he's always had these kinds of ambitions. Now, I think when he got into the election in 2016, I don't think he thought he would do as well as he did, or that certainly he didn't think he'd actually become president. I think he did it more as a publicity stunt, or maybe he just thought, well, this is my last chance. I'm 70 years old now. If I'm going to do this, I better see if it works. And then, to his surprise, it actually happened.
I think he was actually playing to win.
Yeah, I think he started playing to win once he realized he had a chance. Once he realized, wow, people actually take this seriously. I think he started taking it very seriously at that point. As to whether that he was originally supposed to be the working with the Clintons to throw the election in their favor, I doubt it. He strikes me as someone who has too much ego to work on any kind of plot like that with someone else. He'd only be concerned about what's in it for him.
By the way, Chris hasn't gotten to say anything. Did you have anything you wanted to ask, Chris?
I don't know. I'm just actually fascinated listening to everything.
Cool. Okay. Well, I mean, we'll talk about your writing here in a little bit, and so continue the oration, Keith.
Okay.
I actually have a question, since we've actually had an interruption, right? So you're talking about like breaking up, what is it? Centers of power. Is that what you were?
Yeah.
Breaking down centers of power. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm sorry. What?
Yes.
Yeah. So doesn't that just, doesn't that just open it up for other folks who aren't in the king position to give them an opportunity to move into the king position, right? For lack of a better way to explain it, you know what I mean? Like even if folks that are of your mindset, right? That or say anarchist mindset, right? they want to break down centers of power. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's going to last very long, because you just have folks that are of the same mindset who were of the folks who were ruling before, right? Just to swoop in and take all the goods, right?
Yeah, well, I could answer that on a lot of different levels. I mean, what you're describing is the classic problem of what about power vacuums? You know, there's the saying, power abhors a vacuum. So when a system of power is dispersed and there's no system of concentrated power, what's going to come in to fill that power vacuum? So that's really the
right
problem that you're asking about. I would say, first of all, that the way I approach this is I actually try to draw on actual historical circumstances. A lot of anarchists and a lot of other people with similar views, overlapping views, are make the error of what is sometimes called constructivism, and that's the idea that they have this preconceived ideology that they try to impose on circumstances, whereas I tend to try to look at it more from an empirical perspective, like, well, what would happen in this particular situation, given this set of circumstances, which may not be relevant to some other kind of situation or some other circumstances. So I think that's the first thing. There's a lot of issues there that where a lot of people, including a lot of anarchists, I think, fall into error. And I've spent a lot of bandwidth and ink over the years criticizing anarchists. I even have a book, by the way, called The Failure of Anarchism. So, you know, it's not that I have not criticized anarchists for their own shortcomings or weaknesses in their own positions over time. Right. But if the objective is to control power, I think you have to look at the context in which power can be dispersed and prevented, at least for a time, from reconcentrating. What typically happens historically is that systems will expand and then contract. You'll have a system that starts off on a more decentralized basis and then becomes more expansive over time, but then it gets too big and then it falls. One example I like to use is ancient Greece. The ancient Greek civilization started off when you had a pre-existing civilization that basically collapsed. And then out of that, over time, you saw the appearance of the Greek cities. Right, and the ancient Greece was a civilization that had no central authority. It was just an agglomeration of thousands of cities, and of course, what to them were cities would be like little villages to us. But that's what ancient Greece was, and that system existed for thousands of years, well, for centuries, not that thousands, hundreds of years, as a dispersed system of power. Now, whenever I use ancient Greece as an example of some sort of just decentralized power system with the city-states and all that, people always say, well, yeah, but they had slavery and they executed Socrates, and Sparta and Athens went to war with each other. And yeah, they did all kinds of things that anarchists wouldn't, or a lot of other people wouldn't necessarily approve of. But that's not really the point. I mean, the point is it was 2500 BC. They were living according to the norms of 2500 BC when the system was at its peak. But it was a system of distributed power that existed for centuries very effectively. Another example is what happened after Rome. Of course, Greece, of course, eventually did metamorphose into the Macedonian Empire and into the Roman Empire. And of course, the Roman Empire went through all its different stages. And then that fell apart. And then in the medieval Europe, you saw the rise of the Holy Roman Empire, and you saw the rise of the wider medieval structures, where once again, you didn't really have concentrated systems of power. You had systems of power that were distributed between all these kinds of institutions, whether it was the king or the church or the aristocracy, the guilds or the free cities or all these other things. And of course, once again, when I raise this as an example, you have people that say, "Oh, but that was feudalism, and they burned witches, and they did all." Well, yeah, we don't want to do that.
But those aren't arguments of that are valid against the very basic thing that you're outlining here, which is essentially just what there are periods of centralization and decentralization.
Yeah, right. And if I had to point to, sorry to interrupt, but I just want to, if I had to point to like something that's probably like the closest to a successful anarchist system, would probably be the Zapatistas in Mexico.
Yeah, well, there are certainly plenty of examples from the contemporary world of quasi-anarchist systems that exist in different places. In fact, I did a talk in London a couple of years ago. It's available on YouTube. It's called Anarchist Communities Past, Present, and Future, where I actually talked about this. I actually went into a lot of detail talking about all sorts of quasi-anarchistic or proto-anarchistic or semi-anarchistic communities that have, or decentralized societies that have existed going all the way back to ancient times and in all different kinds of contexts. I talked about modern anarchist groups that have actually created their own autonomous enclaves with some degree of success, as well as movements like the Zapatistas or like the like Rojava in Syria, or like the Spanish Revolution, the anarchists in the Spanish Revolution, and all these other things. I mean, many other the utopian colonies from the 19th century. There's many examples like that. Although I tend to, as far as what I was talking about before, I was talking more in a civilization-wide sense. In fact, even another example that I think is interesting is during the time of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire was an empire. It was an Islamic, largely centralized empire. But within it, you had the Malay system, where you actually had different religious and ethnic communities that were able to achieve some degree of autonomy within the context of their own enclaves. So there was a very large degree of autonomy for different religions and things like that. Even though theoretically they were living under Sharia law, you still had the autonomous Jewish communities, Christian communities, and different tribes and ethnic groups and stuff like that. So even within that kind of framework, you can see sort of quasi-anarchistic or these decentralized systems. So it's not always a question of absolutes either. And you find other prototypes of this from other places. I mean, even around the world today, you have a lot of micro states like Liechtenstein and Andorra, and you have places that aren't formally recognized as states but have a very high level of autonomy in different places as well. So there's all kinds of prototypes for that, even in the contemporary world. There's groups that have been able to carve out, or communities or institutions or whatever, that have been able to carve out some degree of autonomy for themselves. Now, the goal, I would say, with pan-secessionism and pan-anarchism and all these terms that I use, is the proliferation of that. You want to see systems of distributed power proliferate rather than contract.
Right.
I hear what you're saying. How technologically advanced could the human experiment get if we truly did have this decentralized power, right? I mean, it seems as if for big projects you need to have big organizing principles, whereas if it was widely dispersed, it seems like maybe we wouldn't be able to get to a certain level of technological advancement to, say, migrate throughout the solar system or something like that.
Well, you have differences of opinion on that among anarchists and others with similar views. Now, you have some anarchists who believe that minus the limitations that are imposed by the state and by other kinds of institutions, that humanity is going to flourish, and that technological and development will actually accelerate, or scientific knowledge will accelerate, and human beings will end up colonizing Mars and creating this kind of Star Wars, Star Trek existence and things like that. There are certainly people who believe that. You have other anarchists that go the opposite way. They have a point of view that says, well, technology is part of the problem. They'll say that it's modern state systems and systems of concentrated power that have also created modern technology. But they'll argue that modern technology has not been a positive thing. They'll say it's actually been a source of our enslavement. We've simply become cogs in a machine. A very Ted Kaczynski type of philosophy.
Right.
I see somebody flashing John Zerzan on the screen. Yeah, he's within that genre. Those 2 points of view, Zerzan and Kaczynski, are fairly extreme. There's also less extreme versions of this. A lot of your more green, decentralist influence people have a similar view. And there are others as well. Patrick Sale sort of thinks in that vein. I am personally somewhat agnostic on this question, in part because I think it would be some of both. I think that minus some systems of concentrated power, you might see a technological regression, but then you also might see technological acceleration in other ways. For example, I could see a future world where we do have space colonies, and we do have floating cities in the sky, and we do have climate controlled cities, under the Earth's surface or in the Arctic, or we have floating nations on the ocean or something like that. There are people that envision all these kinds of things, and I can see that happening. And I can see the opposite happening. I can see a lot of people going back and living more like they did in the pre-modern era, in the pre-industrial era, or even going back and living almost like a primitivist lifestyle. Very almost maybe a hunter-gatherer or merely agrarian lifestyle.
Does anyone here really want that though? Do they want to struggle that much for the rest of their lives? I don't know. I think that a lot of those people are probably all talk, right?
I suspect quite a few of them are. Yeah, I that's kind of the impression I get. But I know other people who aren't. I know people who do seem to be serious or sincere about that for various reasons. Yeah, I mean, I personally am not a primitivist, anarcho-primitivist. I tend to have a favorable view of science and technology and things like that, within certain limitations. I mean, I don't worship that. I tend to think scientism is one of the many problems with a lot of modern thinking, but doesn't mean I'm opposed to science or to technology itself.
Zach, you had something to say?
I said I envy the Amish.
He's a sin,
I suppose. So yeah, somewhat changing the subject. You've been very critical of political correctness, what you call totalitarian humanism. I've only read the opening essay for The Failure of Anarchism, but you do argue that a lot of anarchists, especially ones of the leftist variety, have become overly focused on that to the detriment of opposing the state and even opposing capitalism. And like a good example of that is how anarchists were on the forefront of rights for homosexuals and so forth. And now is like in this election, we did have an openly gay man running, but it was a guy who was a corporate axeman who worked for the CIA and who worked for a company that in Canada was convicted of fixing prices for bread, which is something like a villain out of Dickens would do. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, there's a lot to that. As long as I've been around people who call themselves anarchists, I always noticed that there was a propensity among a lot of anarchists to simply embrace the standard left progressive paradigm almost uncritically. And that was never my point of view. I mean, even when I was a young person, like 21 years old, and first started to hang out with anarchists and stuff like that and read anarchist literature and read about the Spanish Civil War, I was always somewhat disdainful of this idea that, well, anybody who thinks of themselves as an anarchist needs to just uncritically embrace this kind of modern Western left progressive paradigm as that and fuse that with anarchism as if that's the whole story. It always seemed to me that, just from my own, very limited reading of anarchist thought, 30 plus years ago, it always seemed to me that was a very narrow framework. But, I would hang out with groups of anarchists back in those days. And I mean, we're talking about the late 1980s, and their early 90s. And they're talking about, the things they're against or for or against. And it was always the standard laundry list where we're against racism and sexism and gay discrimination. And we're against air pollution and being cruel to animals and all these other things. And I always used to think, yeah, well, we've got the Democratic Party for that. We've got the civil rights organizations for that. We've got the National Organization of Women for that. And it always struck me is that has nothing to do with anarchism itself. It has nothing to do with critiquing power. It doesn't even have anything to do with class struggle. It doesn't have anything to do with the idea of forming anarcho-syndicalist unions or worker communes or any of that kind of stuff that a lot of the anarchists of the left claim to be involved in. But and over time, interestingly, anarchism as a movement has actually grown since I first started out as an anarchist. And I think it started in part due to the anti-globalization movement in the late 90s and early 2000s, and the anti-war movement and Occupy Wall Street. And coming from the other end, anarcho-capitalism has grown as well, thanks to the influence of people like Ron Paul and all that. So there are probably more people who identify as anarchists now than there were back then. But I've also noticed that with more people has actually become more an even greater focus, I think, on this kind of just the kind of run-of-the-mill left progressive kind of paradigm, and in a way that's also become a lot more visceral. And this is something that I think the general left itself, not just the anarchist left, has. This is a direction they've gone in the sense that they've embraced this kind of what some people call the social justice warrior paradigm, and the fact that everything is racist, everything is sexist, nothing is ever good enough, and they have all these concepts like white-splaining and mansplaining and microaggressions and cultural appropriation and the whole laundry list of concepts like that. None of that stuff. There are a lot of problems I have with all that stuff, but the first one is that it has nothing to do with actually critiquing systems of power. Very few of these people that whose work that I read or listen to their conversations seem to me to really have an actual critique of how the modern state works or how a modern class system actually works. Instead, they're just sort of attacking social currents that they don't particularly care for, or things that they just find offensive or objectionable. I mean, when I hear them, the social justice warriors, for example, saying, well, they're against racism and sexism. Well, to me, they might as well be a bunch of church ladies saying they're against burlesque shows and gambling casinos, because that's the kind of level it's on. It's no substance to it. They're not placing, I mean, it's fine to be against racism and sexism, but they're not placing that in any kind of context that involves any kind of socioeconomic critique or any kind of critique of systems of power in a wider sense. Even the ones who claim to be influenced by Marxism or traditional anarchism or something like that, it always strikes me as having a very limited analytical framework that they're utilizing. And a much bigger problem, though, is the fact that, and it gets back to something one of you were saying before, and that is concentrated power is concentrated power. Systems of power are systems of power. And one of the main lessons we see from history is that when former outgroups become powerful and become the in-group, they become just as abusive and just as tyrannical and just as exploitive as whatever it was they replaced.
Exactly.
And we can look at the history of modern revolutions. If we look at the French Revolution, for example, that's a classic example. Okay, they cut the king's head off. Okay, so far so good. But what did they do? They started cutting off the heads of fellow radicals and fellow revolutionaries and people who weren't pure enough and things like that. We saw the same thing happen in the Russian Revolution. Right? The Bolshevik party comes in, they shoot the Tsar. Okay, so far so good. But then they started shooting workers and anarchists and rival socialists, and they had the massacre at Kronstadt and all that kind of stuff. We saw that in the Spanish Civil War. We saw the anarchists the communists backed by Joseph Stalin were more anxious to defeat the anarchists than they were the Francistas. And there's many other examples of that, and we see that over and over and over again. Whenever a former outgroup becomes the new ruling class, they're often even more abusive than what they replaced, because whatever it was they replaced by that time tends to have become somewhat stagnant and stale, and whereas a new ruling class is more aggressive and becomes more immediately predatory. We see a new orthodoxy form whenever a new ruling class takes power. One thing that I think is interesting about the political correctness stuff is, like you were talking about how I've criticized anarchists for embracing that paradigm to such an extreme degree in some instances. If there's one weakness in modern anarchist thought that I would criticize the most strongly, it's the fact that many, if not most anarchists, certainly those that with strong left leanings, have never really fully confronted the critique of the modern left that was formulated way back in the 19th century by thinkers like Max Stirner and by Nietzsche. If we go back and we look at what Max Stirner said, there's a quote from Max Stirner that I like. He said, "Our atheists are very pious people." And what he was criticizing was the tendency among radical intellectuals in the he's writing in something like 1844, right? So he's writing in the early to mid 19th century. He's talking about how the radicals that are developing in that time period, while they may reject the old pieties, they may not worship the king, or they may not believe in God, or they may not go to church, or they may not defer to the social position of the aristocrats, or they may not like the bourgeoisie or whatever. They still embrace this whole new set of pieties, this whole new set of abstractions that serve as a de facto religion for them. The same, and you see that, of course, in Nietzsche. This Nietzsche's famous parable of the madman, where the madman wanders into the village and he says, he says, "Where's God? Where's God?" And the people there say, "Oh, we killed him." And he's like, "Well, no, you didn't." Now, what he really meant was, what all they've done is create these new gods, all these secularized religions that developed in the 19th century and then the 20th century. Are really just neo-Christianity or neo-religion under another name. In fact, in the 20th century, if you look at the totalitarian regimes of the 20th century, like Nazi Germany and Stalinist Russia and Maoist China, what are those but simply a resurrection of the ancient tyrannies? I mean, the idea that the emperor is a godlike being and everybody should worship him. I mean, what is Kim Jong-un? I mean, that's what he is. He's like the Pharaoh or the Roman emperor, at least in that context of that particular state system. So the real problem there is systems of power itself, not just the fact that the wrong people are in power. Well, the idea, we don't want the king in power, we don't want the aristocrats or the church in power. We're going to put people who are supposedly enlightened by ideology in power, and they're going to make everything right. And we see that repeating now.
Right. It's just resentment and jealousy driving it, right? They're not really critiquing. They just want the reins of power themselves. They're not really critiquing the system per se, right? They just want it for themselves.
Yeah.
It's the mentality of more female drone pilots.
Yeah. Well, I saw an article a while back. It was about how many weapons manufacturer firms, that are part of the military industrial complex, how many of those have female CEOs now? Or another example is Gina Haspel, the CIA now has a female director. Right. I know when Hillary Clinton was running for president, there were so many, from the left or say, well, we're going to get the first woman president. I mean, the fact that she's a psychopath doesn't matter, just she's got genitalia, as far as we know. That's all that really matters. And Barack Obama too. I mean, I call Barack Obama George Bush III. There was George H.W. Bush the first and George W. Bush the second, and then there's Barack Obama, also known as George Bush III. The same thing with him. I mean, the fact that this guy's skin is a little darker than what most presidents before had, that somehow makes him some kind of hero or something like that. It's just a really it strikes me actually as a very retrograde way of thinking. It strikes me as a very tribalistic and really kind of a reactionary way of thinking. The idea that somebody's somehow enlightened because of their skin color or their genitalia or something like that.
Right.
It's
the magic Negro thing. Yeah.
But I'm pretty conservative. But on that election night in particular, before we saw the 8 years of his, terms play out, I could empathize, how it must feel on the other side to finally see one of their own, elected. I could at least, vicariously understand why it was a big deal. I gave him a chance and I wasn't terribly impressed with him, but I could at least understand vicariously how that was an important night for people, of that persuasion, of that
persuasion,
not persuasion. Yeah. I didn't mean that. Color. You don't persuade.
But see, that's part of the problem. That's part of the problem in that it's just a matter of expressing reverence for symbol. All right. I could certainly understand how an African American would look at the election of Barack Obama and say, wow, this is historic. Who ever thought a black man would be president of the United States, even if he governs just like George W. Bush, right? But yeah, I mean, if you could go back and, say if we could get in our time machine and go back to the 1950s and take an opinion poll of people on the street and say, do you think, what do you think of the idea of a black man being president in the future? And a lot of people would say, hell no to that. And other people would say, well, they don't object to it, but it's something that would never happen. So that's certainly understandable from that kind of perspective. Yeah. So, but I also think it's part of the problem in the sense that it does ultimately come down to mere symbolism. And it comes down to this idea that, identity politics or whatever outside of any kind of real critique of systems of power ultimately fails because that's what you get. You get, first black president who's basically just George W. Bush with darker skin. or you get someone like Hillary Clinton who's got doesn't have a penis, but doesn't have a conscience either, and that's the problem that's where that kind of thinking leads. And I think among the Western left, I think particularly in the United States, but among the Western left generally, that's a trap that the Western left has fallen into in the last 50 years that's been extremely detrimental. I mean, now my own thinking is not entirely left. I mean, historically, anarchism is more of a left-wing than a right-wing idea, textually speaking. There's also aspects of anarchist theory that overlap with the right and that kind of stuff. So I'm not trying to speak as a partisan leftist here. But I do think a major problem with the Western left, particularly the American left, is that the left, I think starting in the 60s and 70s, in the Western world, a political movement to being a cultural movement. And ultimately what it became was not so much changing the system, economically, politically, any of that kind of stuff. It became about changing the culture. They want to do away with, in the United States, they want to do away with the traditional WASP-dominated, it's for younger people, the WASP is an old sociological term. It means white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. But they wanted to do away with the WASP-dominated culture and have a more multicultural environment without changing anything else per se. Or they wanted to have, more females or gay people or whatever in positions of leadership, like, having a woman as head of the CIA, or having, a gay guy like Pete Buttigieg doing what was described earlier. So I think that's where all that failed. I think that identity politics has just been a disaster.
Right. It's window dressing in the way that it's in the modern sense, right? It's very much window dressing. I mean, back in the day, right, when folks were actually, fighting for rights, for civil rights, for various different groups, it seemed as if there was some genuine struggle going on, and folks were really being denied a seat at the table, like let's say. But now it's all corporatized window dressing, and all you hear about is, this is the first Black person to be a superhero in a movie in the year 2020, right? I mean, it's like, doesn't mean anything, but they try to act like it means something, whereas it means nothing now, right? I mean, it's just corporate pandering to just various demographics. It doesn't seem like it really has any real meat, or they're not really changing anything. It's just pandering. That's the way it seems to me.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's certainly true when it comes to the mainstream, Democratic Party oriented neoliberalism. I mean, that's obvious what that is. I mean, that is simply the corporate class trying to co-opt the cultural left. And they've been very successful at that. In fact, this was a strategy that was developed politically by the Democratic Party back in the 1970s. There was a book that was published back in the early 70s by a guy named Fred Dutton, who was a Democratic Party strategist. And he had actually been the U.S. ambassador to Saudi Arabia. So this guy was a full-blown establishmentarian. But he argued back in the early 70s that the Democrats' old coalition, the New Deal coalition, had largely failed at that point, and they needed to create a new coalition. He said, we need to stop worrying so much about union types and start worrying more. Hello?
Yeah,
I'm still here.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys all dropped out for a minute.
Really?
Okay.
But anyway, Fred Dutton argued way back in the early 70s that the Democrats needed to, and I'm not a Democrat. I've never been a Democrat. So, but he argued that the Democrats needed to forget about the old working class oriented so much and start focusing on minorities and young people and educated suburbanites and students and by extension the environmental movement and all of the kinds of stuff that's generally considered to be the constituencies for the Democratic Party today. And that's what happened. And along the way, when all of that started coming into the Democratic Party, the corporatists in the Democratic Party, the foreign policy establishment in the Democratic Party said to those people, they said, okay, look, we'll give you what you want on all these cultural issues. We can have all the abortions you want. You can have all the gay marriage you want. We'll have civil rights laws, and we'll have women corporate executives, and we'll have environmental regulation. But you can't say anything bad about capitalism. You can't undermine the interest of the empire. And that's ultimately how you got Bill and Hillary Clinton. That's what they were. was what they called a new Democrat. And basically that meant he was a Republican, except he was a liberal on social questions like gay rights. That's really what a new Democrat was. And we've seen the Democrats continue to pursue that ever since. I mean, we see them doing that now. I mean, they are being led by neoliberals like Schumer and Pelosi and all these other scumbags. And you have these more left-leaning Democrats, these Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez types and Ilhan Omar types. Although I don't consider them to be very radical, frankly. I mean, I'm like years from where they are. But you see these more leftward-leaning Democrats who are being very easily co-opted. I mean, now, I was seeing how Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she's now declined to endorse candidates that are trying to primary establishment Democrats, except for the ones that are like conservative who are anti-abortion or something like that, So she's already been co-opted, if she wasn't before. And this cycle continues, and it's become a new kind of conservatism. If you define conservatism, and I mean, I know not all conservatives define conservatism this way, but if you define conservatism as apologizing for the status quo and wanting to preserve what is, well, that's what would be conservative today. Conservatism in that sense today would mean you want to preserve the neoliberal economic corporatist system. You want to preserve the empire on an international level. You certainly want to preserve the state and all that. And then you also have this ideological superstructure that legitimizes that. And you use all of this cultural progressivism to create your ideological superstructure. And so you start saying things like, America is a great place because America has gay marriage. And there are people who actually will say things like that. I hear that kind of stuff all the time. One thing that I think is interesting is how all this stuff has been incorporated into the American civil religion. Like there was an essay, a really interesting essay that was written way back in the 1960s by Robert Bellah, who was a sociologist. He was a sociologist of religion, and it was called The Civil Religion in America. And he went back and traced the speeches of American presidents going all the way back to the revolutionary generation. And he said, if you look at the pronouncements of American leaders, you see that there's this de facto civil religion in the United States. That is, it's not really Christianity, but it has Christian-like characteristics in the sense of being providential and God's grace and all that kind of stuff. And it's not really deism because it's somewhat more providential than deism, but it also has this kind of vague theism associated with it. And you see presidents and speech makers in the American political system making these kinds of quasi-religious pronouncements. And by the grace of God, America will be great, and yada, yada, yada. The civil religion. So it's sort of a hybrid of Christianity and deism, which makes sense because America was founded essentially by a coalition of Protestants and deists. So you have elements of both being incorporated into the civic religion. But I think what's happened since the 60s, when Robert Bellah was writing, is that this kind of cultural revolution that came out of the 60s has also been co-opted by certainly by the corporate class and the commercial class, and also has been co-opted by the political class, and it's been incorporated into the civil religion. For instance, with the race issue, what you see is a kind of redemption narrative that's been formulated, where instead of the Christian redemption narrative where Jesus died for our sins, well, Abraham Lincoln died, to save the slaves from slavery, or Martin Luther King died for civil rights. It's this, or racism was this grievous sin in America's past that we've struggled to overcome and repent from, and all this kind of stuff, and that has found its way into the civic religion, and that's been extended into all these other things, into these, into this. It's in the past we were in the wilderness and we were practicing racism and sexism and homophobia, and we've struggled to overcome this, and now we've got it together. That has become part of the ruling class's self-legitimating ideology. every bit as much as something like American exceptionalism and all the Horatio Alger myth and all that kind of stuff. And the problem with that, with a lot of people from the left, is they don't understand that. They don't really seem to understand the degree to which all that is being incorporated into the ruling class ideological superstructure, to the point that what they've done, and I think these left anarchists, some of them, these Antifa types and these social justice warrior types, they're sort of a parody of this. But what they've done is they've taken this idea and they sort of created the same idea, sort of a Plato's Forms version of the same idea. They don't really understand that what they're just doing is not only regurgitating the ruling class's ideological superstructure or the state's civil religion, but they're creating a fundamentalist version of it, a more extreme, more fanatical version of the same set of ideas.
Don't you think they're kind of like trying to mythologize themselves in a really silly way? They're just basically live action role playing, like, oh, I can play dress up and hit someone with a baseball bat or something, or pelt them with rocks or milkshakes with like quick drying cement in it or something. They're just live action role playing. Basically, it's silly, right?
Well, I think that applies to so-called extremists in the U.S. generally. I mean, if you look at the extremists from the right and from the left, I think that's what most of them are doing. Most of them are cosplayers.
Yeah, people like Matthew Heimbach, those guys too. Yeah.
Heimbach actually recently came out as he's apparently quote unquote reformed and is now an anti-racist.
I'll bet. Yeah. Well, I mean, but basically the extremism on both sides, to that degree, to the point that it consumes your very being. You get fired from your job, alienated from your family. I think taking any kind of political, stuff that far, unless you're running for office, is a waste, isn't it? How do you, for instance, and this isn't an attack, but I'm genuinely curious. How do you take and you speak very well for your position. How do you take that to, say, a Christmas party? Is that part of the conversation with, aunts and uncles and cousins at all? Like what you do and believe and what you write? Does that find its way into, family conversations at Christmas time or anything?
Only in a very limited sense. What I have found personally, and this only applies to me personally, I'm not speaking for anyone else, but I found that I can pretty much get along with people anywhere on the political spectrum or cultural spectrum, with some exceptions. But generally, I'm big on trying to meet people where they're at. That's another thing that a lot of anarchists, I think, get wrong, is that they're more like the Jehovah's Witnesses or something. They're like evangelists for anarchism. I tend to go take the opposite direction. I tend to go and try to figure out, well, where do we agree on? Like what common points of agreement do we have? For example, my entire family tree are Republicans and evangelical Christians and Fox News watchers and stuff like that. There's maybe one or two people in my entire family tree who descend from that, and that's about it. I'm not particularly close to most of my relatives, so that's another issue. But whenever I have discussed any of this with anyone from my family tree, I tend to focus more on the points of agreement, because we do agree on certain things. We do agree, for example, that Russiagate is a lot of crap. We do agree that the media goes out of its way to irrationally attack Donald Trump as if he's the root of all evil. We do agree on certain issues like the Second Amendment or something like that. We do think politically correct types are a bunch of dumbasses. So we start with that. I'll typically start with that, and then of course, I'll say, well, I don't really agree with this or that or the other thing. I'll say, well, guys like Sean Hannity and Rush Limbaugh, all they are just paid propagandists for the right wing of the ruling class and all that kind of stuff, which people that are inclined in that direction don't necessarily agree with. But I also have worked quite a bit with conservative intellectuals, like paleo conservatives, like Dr. Paul Gottfried is a good friend of mine. I get along with people from that milieu very well because we do agree on many things. The people around, say, Chronicles magazine, and perhaps we may approach it from a different angle, but we also do find a lot of commonalities. I get along fine with people from the left that I actually know personally. The public battles between me and the left tend to be with people I don't actually know. But I've also found, though, that it's good to maintain a certain degree of separation between your personal identity and your political affiliation. And that's another issue I have with identity politics. For some of those people, it's everything to them. It's their political affiliation is all there is. It's their family, it's their religion, it's their culture. Whereas I see it as only one of many things. It's good to maintain some kind of balance, I think.
How do you respond to the idea a lot of people put out that, especially I think this is a Marxist idea, the idea that everything is political, and if you're not always like me taking a political stance, you're supporting the status quo. What's your view on that?
I think that's a very negative idea. The idea that the personal is political is an idea that was popularized by the proponents of this kind of cultural politics that I'm very critical of. Everything is not political. It's the idea that, first of all, the idea that someone's personal problems are necessarily political problems is an idea that seems to have become entrenched in the left in the Western world, I think, since the 60s. To where, if you I don't know what the political backgrounds of all of you guys are, but if you've ever dealt with leftist political activism, in actual organizations and stuff like that, what you will often find if you're sitting in on a meeting of left-wing activists is that it's more like a therapy session. And it's more like going to group therapy for people who were beaten as a kid or trying to overcome alcoholism or something like that.
The phrase that you mentioned there, though, is a thought-terminating cliche. Isn't that what you would call that, right? I mean, it doesn't really have any inherent truth within that statement. It's just a nice little thing that's a kind of a recruiting statement more than anything, right? I mean, it's
I noticed this very on in dealing with left-wing groups years ago, decades ago even, and it's gotten more extreme over time as well. And that is that you go and you sit in on a group of people, and supposedly they're there to oppose, say, a company that's polluting the environment. Okay, let's just say that's the issue. And they can't just focus on opposing this instance of pollution that they're supposedly opposed to. Everybody there has got to express their own they got to express their own personal identity through this. Civil disobedience is a good example. Civil disobedience is a legitimate tactic for actually achieving things. It was obviously popularized by people like Gandhi and Martin Luther King and all that. So I'm not opposed to civil disobedience. But there's also ritualistic civil disobedience that's practiced in a way that's just a form of personal expression. It has no external purpose. It's just an individual saying, well, I don't like this, and this is me. I've actually known people who would practice civil disobedience, like actually go sit down in the street, block traffic or something for that purpose. And I would think, well, okay, but what's the purpose of this? What are you going to achieve by doing this? Are you going to generate publicity for your issue, or are you going to actually stop people from doing the things you don't want them to do?
They'll get likes and shares.
Yeah, right. Or not even that. It's not even the fact that anybody else sees it. The fact that somebody else sees it is only incidental. It's more just it's like painting a picture. I created this work of art. I think that's a real that's a psychological issue that I think a lot of activist circles have problems with. And I've seen that on the right too, by the way. I've seen that on the fringe sectors of the right, where it just seems to be a lot of transgressiveness and acting out for its own sake. It's not just a left do this,
right? The supposedly tradcon types just like reeing at cam girls on Twitter because they're sexually frustrated or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I actually. was on another program recently with Derek Jensen from Deep Green Resistance, and we were talking about this. An unfortunate thing about radical or fringe political circles, I think particularly in the United States, and I've seen it in other developed countries, it probably is an issue in other places too, but I think in the more affluent societies, it's particularly a problem. And that is, fringe political circles just tend to attract a lot of losers. I mean, they attract people who are rejects from the wider society, and they're rejects for good reason. The wider society has good reason for rejecting some of these people, because a lot of them are basket cases, and a lot of them are dysfunctional, and a lot of them are sociopaths, or just don't have their shit together.
Right, and just resentful and jealous people, right?
And then they drift off into fringe circles looking for community or belonging or recognition or validation, I think, is a big part of it. And then hoping they're going to get it there. And then it just becomes a lot of acting out and a lot of transgressiveness for its own sake and stuff like that. I think that's a real problem that you find among fringe movements of any kind. I've seen that in all kinds of movements. I've seen that on the right, left, religion. In all of those cases, it seems to be something that attracts these kinds of personalities. And of course, if you're trying to actually do something that's a serious project, it can be a problem. It's...
And what these guys need is D&D, right? I mean, that's where these folks belong, is playing some D&D, right?
Yeah, exactly, or video games or something.
Hey, Keith, if we're talking about possible solutions, and you did mention the ancient Greeks, they used to practice this. Are you familiar with the term sortition?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
A selection by lot, and some of the virtues of that, it was used in ancient Athens, include empowering ordinary people, loyalty to conscience, not to political party, anti-corruption, pure democratic results, and fair cognitive diversity, meaning an amalgamation of different ways of seeing the world and interpreting events within it. I think that would be a refreshing change from, people who think that they have a stranglehold on what is fact, particularly the left, and they relish, or they just take unlimited joy in debunking everything they don't like, quote unquote debunking. But cognitive diversity is something that I think should come back. And sortition, wouldn't that be a practical way back?
Yeah, I think that's sortition is an interesting idea. There's also another idea called demarchy that some anarchists are interested in. And demarchy is basically the idea that you have particular groups that are assigned to particular tasks, but they don't really have any authority other than that. Like in a society, you might have, these people are responsible for determining how road systems are going to be planned or whatever, but they can't really impose their will by law or by the force of the state. It can only be done with the approval of the wider society or something like that. So the idea is to try to get around this kind of managerial elite system that we've seen develop in modern societies. There's a lot of ideas like that in circulation, and I don't know that there's any one that's completely correct. I think that there's a lot of different types of ideas that have different merits as well as detriments as well, limitations. But yeah, demarchy is one, and sortition is another. I've heard a lot of anarchists. The one thing I think about the idea of sortition that's interesting is that it essentially does away with some of the worst aspects of electoral politics, which, like modern electoral politics, and I think particularly in the United States, and it's true in other places. It's true in Latin America. I've seen this in Latin America and in Asian politics. European electoral politics is so stale. But I think in a lot of democratic countries, you see exactly what Plato and Aristotle and thinkers like that warned against. And that was the idea that mass democracy really is nothing more than the rule of demagogues. It's the idea that, whoever is the flashiest salesman, essentially it becomes the leader because they're just able to hoodwink enough people, and of course the masses of people that aren't informed or educated or just don't care go along with this. And you certainly see plenty of examples of that from all over the world. coming from all sorts of political directions as well, left, right, and all of that. So I think that mass democracy of the electoral kind that we see in modern societies is very limited in that way.
So what's this other system you're talking about? Sortition? What was it?
Sortition and demarchy.
What's sortition though? What's that?
Yeah, it's the drawing of lots basically, and it would encourage cognitive diversity, meaning that a person would be chosen by chance rather than any kind of bias.
Kind of the way juries are chosen now. It's similar to the jury system.
Right. And demarchy, now that's a little different.
Oh, you're talking about like maybe populating Congress with that type of a system or something, right?
Random people, random people chosen as random samples from the population, and they would do it. They would fill a year in their given position, wherever.
Okay. I have heard of that. I thought you were like proposing that like president would be chosen by that, right? Which would seem to be kind of crazy.
I remember H.L. Mencken like half jokingly proposed that we should just select the president that way, just like put every single name in like a big lottery and just have a blind retard pick out a name, and then that person gets dragged kicking and screaming from their home into the White House for 4 years.
Well, there's a famous quote from William F. Buckley where he said he'd rather the government be made of the just a random list of names out of the phone book back when phone books were the thing before we had cell phones, than the actual political class, which William F. Buckley had his limitations as well. But that's I always thought that was an interesting quote.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, it's an interesting idea. I mean, I can see that being a good idea as a counterbalance to say like the Senate or the House of Lords or something like that. You know what I mean? That would be an interesting like have the lower house be sortition. Yeah.
Yeah. So like to bring things to like what's happening currently, it does seem like the current coronavirus crisis would be something of a vindication of the failure of neoliberal globalism, but it does seem like a lot of governments are just digging their heels in and using this as a way to grab more power. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's a really interesting situation. First of all, I don't really buy a lot of the conspiracy theories that I've seen floated about coronavirus from all different kinds of directions. I don't think that the Chinese were trying to develop a bioweapon that got out of control. And I've heard the Chinese and the Iranians and the Russians all claim the Americans developed a bioweapon and unleashed it on the East and things like that. I don't see any evidence for that. As far as how this thing got started, if we look at the past, we see that plenty of bizarre diseases have come out of East Asia or South Asia. And I think there are reasons for that. I think it's number one, they have so many people concentrated there, and a lot of poor people and low standards of living and low health standards and low sanitation standards and low standards of cleanliness, and also food preparation practices are less than healthy in some of those places, which is to be expected in a society with a low level of economic development and technological development and all things go along with that. And I think that would combine with a large population breeds these kinds of weird illnesses like coronavirus and SARS and all that kind of stuff. And that's why we see stuff like that coming from that region from time to time. So I don't really think it's a conspiracy or something that somebody cooked up to screw over everybody else. And also another thing I'd say is that historically this kind of thing is not abnormal. In modern societies, we're not used to having epidemics of diseases where people have to be quarantined and that kind of stuff, because to a large degree, we have modern medicine and stuff that helps us get around that, vaccinations and all that. I'm sure I'm going to get plenty of hate mail from the anti-vaxxers for this. But in the past, however, epidemics and pandemics were frequent and normal, and frequently people had to be quarantined for all kinds of illnesses. I mean, that's what leper colonies were about. Somebody had a serious contagious illness, so you just send them off somewhere to be quarantined. And it's not necessarily that the state by itself is trying to use all this simply for the sole purpose of engaging in a power grab. That's more of a side effect Even if we had a world of nothing but utopian communes like Charles Fourier envisioned or something like that, we still have to have safeguards against contagious diseases. That's just a fact of life. But I do think, though, parallel to that, we have seen exactly what I would expect states and ruling classes to do, in the sense that, yes, states all over the world are using this as a pretext for seizing more powers beyond what they're supposed to have according to their various constitutional systems and all of that kind of stuff. Not that paper protections are that effective anyway. But we see all that happen. In the United States in particular, with the CARES Act that was passed recently. I call it the Who Cares Act. But that's just simply a ruling class looting spree. I mean, that's exactly what that is. It's like 2008 on steroids. It's basically the ruling class getting together and saying, wow, this is a bad situation with this virus and, quarantining and all that. Give us money. That's really what this amounts to. It's a ruling class looting spree, as well as a power grab by the state. And also I've seen evidence that the American government is trying to use this as a pretext for against other societies like Venezuela and like Iran, places like that. And so all of the things that I would expect the state to do in a situation like this, a global pandemic of a potentially deadly illness, I would expect ruling classes everywhere to go on a looting spree. I would expect the state to go on an overextended power grab. I don't think any of this began as a conspiracy. I think the issue of the coronavirus is serious, just as past epidemics and past societies were serious. I think many of the measures that have been used to try to control this really have not been aggressive enough. For example, I think we all should have started wearing masks much earlier on, face masks, surgical masks. But now that said, whenever there's a crisis, this is what you see happening. September 11th was a good example. I remember when September 11th happened, for a few days after that, everybody's putting up their American flags. I wasn't, but a lot of people were putting up their American flags. And of course, there was a Patriot Act that came right after that. And there was a creation of the Department of Homeland Security. And then there's the invasion of multiple countries. And of course, quite a few people were going along with that because, hey, look what they did on September 11th. So that was a massive ruling class, a massive power grab by the state and by the empire. The same thing happened with the Great Recession in 2008. This house of cards economic system they created collapsed, and the power elite stepped in and said, well, by the way, we need $700 billion, and they got it. And now the same thing is happening again. It's another big crisis, and the same process is unfolding. But I do think it's an interesting thing to observe in terms of how in terms of how these things work. This is the way it always happens. Whenever there's a crisis, the state reaches for more power. The ruling class goes looting. Empires try to start extending themselves, and people tend to go along with it. Because I think most people care about security more than anything else, which is not irrational. I mean, people don't want to die of contagious diseases. People don't want to get killed by terrorists and things like that. But you see how easily people are going along with all these different kinds of power grabs. Like I know a lot of people I know personally who have just ordinary political views, ordinary Democrat, Republican political views, or none at all. I've had, you were mentioning, well, how do people that I know and interact with in my own personal life, what do they think about politics? Whenever I've voiced criticism of the so-called stimulus package, people will say, well, yeah, but they're just trying to help, doctors and hospitals get more resources. I mean, no, friends, that's not what's happening. All right. It's, how can you be against that?
So you don't think that 5G is going to cook our genetic codes or something?
No, I mean, whenever, I think a good rule of thumb is that whenever world events happen, the most reasonable explanation is usually the correct explanation. The least far-fetched explanation is always the best. Not always, but usually the best explanation. And that is, if you look at history, we see that, and recent history, we see that all kinds of bizarre exotic diseases have come out of East Asia or South Asia. And I think that's for the reasons I've explained earlier. It's because
there's a historical precedent for that. Yes.
Yeah. And again, historically, epidemics, pandemics, whatever, of terrible diseases were normal. People were frequently, like I know my grandmother, my maternal grandmother, was born in 1911, and she grew up in the 1910s and 1920s, where if people had tuberculosis or rheumatic fever or scarlet fever or polio or any of that kind of stuff, they had to quarantine them. They had to put them off in a separate room in the house, and sometimes an entire family would be quarantined if there was tuberculosis in the house. I know elderly people that experienced that when they were younger. We're not as familiar with this, because it hasn't been as much of an issue for a few generations. But what we're experiencing now is it's extreme. It's kind of like the Spanish flu of 1918, but it's not that abnormal by historical standards.
Right. It's just been, you're right. It's not. And I think that, it is being used as a excuse to do a power grab, right, for many different nations, right? And what I think is interesting about these acts that are they come up with after these major tragedies or to deal with these major crises is that they'll name it the Patriot Act and the CARES Act. You can't argue against a Patriot Act or a CARES Act. You're a monster, right?
The puppies, the kittens, and fluffy happy rainbows act.
Right.
Well, one thing that I find interesting is that up through the end of World War II and the beginning of the Cold War, the Defense Department was called the War Department. What we now call the Secretary of Defense was always called the Secretary of War. Going back to George Washington's time up through World War II, the Secretary of Defense was the Secretary of War. Then in 1947, when the CIA and the National Security Council are created, all of a sudden the Defense Department, the War Department becomes the Defense Department.
Right.
Because by definition, our state cannot engage in any kind of war that's not defensive, because we just don't do offensive war,
No. You got to have euphemistic titles, yeah.
And as you were saying, with the Patriot Act, we're going to repeal the Bill of Rights and call it the Patriot Act, or we're going to go on a massive corporate looting spree and call it the CARES Act. And again, people go along with this and are completely oblivious to what's really happening, and not just Americans, but people all over the place. Some nations have imposed more extreme lockdown measures than what we've experienced in the United States so far. Although, interestingly, though, a lot of the countries that have been the most successful at controlling the pandemic seem to have not taken some of these extreme measures, or perhaps they've done so only in a more limited way. Some of the East Asian countries like Taiwan, South Korea, Singapore, some of those seem to have been the most successful so far at controlling this. And while they've used measures that a lot of Americans would think were kind of bizarre, like having your temperature taken before you go in a public building, or insisting that everyone wear a mask, they haven't really shut down everything, the way that the United States has and the way that Europe has.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Based on history, Keith, how do you see this ending?
You mean the pandemic and then all the things that have gone along with it, like
I think it's a bit of a hysteria personally.
Well, I do too. I do too. I for one thing, I'm actually skeptical of some of the claims that are being made about this. Not that it was a bioweapon that went crazy or something, but as far as the actual death rates and things like that,
yes.
What it reminds me of is what happened in the 1980s with AIDS and HIV, and I'm from that generation, so I remember all that well. I remember when AIDS and HIV first came along, that people were saying it was going to be like the bubonic plague, that a huge proportion of humanity was going to die of this, and there was hysteria over that because back then some people thought you could get AIDS from toilet seats and from meat, like blood and meat that had been handled by someone with HIV, or from kissing and stuff like that. So there was this idea that there was going to be this massive worldwide epidemic of AIDS, and people were going to die just like en masse, like the bubonic plague. Of course, that didn't happen. The actual per capita rate of HIV infection in the United States has been the same since the 80s. but that's what people were saying. And one thing though that happened was that, and this was particularly true in developing countries or underdeveloped countries like in Africa, is that when someone was diagnosed as having AIDS, it got to where they wouldn't even test them for HIV. What they would do is they had this long list of AIDS-defining diseases. Well, okay, if somebody has this disease, that means they're weak, have a weakened immune system. That means they have AIDS. In fact, they still have that. They still have about 22 diseases that are considered AIDS-defining diseases. But they kept creating this longer and longer list of AIDS-defining diseases. And in places like Africa, where the healthcare resources are limited, they wouldn't even test people for HIV. Somebody would come into a clinic with, wasting disease or something and say, okay, yep, you're skinny, underweight, you've got HIV, you've got AIDS, and they were even doing that in places like the United States, like in among the gay communities that were devastated by AIDS. They would do that in places like San Francisco. A gay guy goes into with a stereotypical, gay appearance or mannerisms or something, would go into a doctor's office. Okay, he's got a cough, he's got pneumonia. Okay, he's got AIDS. So they were diagnosing people with AIDS without even having tests. And they were also having situations where they would give people multiple HIV tests and get different results. You would get a positive, then you give them another test to get a negative, and then you get another positive. So you would get false positives, and you would get inconsistent testing results. And then, of course, but if the person had a symptom of something that was considered an AIDS-defining illness, that's what they would say, okay, this person has AIDS. Another thing they were doing, this is more controversial, but one thing they used to do for AIDS patients back then is they would give them a drug called AZT. And AZT was originally developed back in the 1950s or 60s as a chemotherapy for cancer patients. And it was determined that it was so toxic for cancer patients that they quit using it. But then they started giving this to AIDS patients. They gave something that was too toxic to be used as chemotherapy for cancer patients to people with suppressed immune systems. Right. And there are some medical professionals, it's a controversial thesis, but there are some medical professionals that claim that a lot of the deaths from AIDS in the wave of deaths from AIDS in the late 80s and early 90s was actually deaths from AZT. They were literally poisoned by their doctors.
Right.
And I think a case can be made for that. There's powerful evidence for that. Now there's other people who say that HIV doesn't really cause AIDS, and that it's harmless, and that the real cause of AIDS was substance abuse and repeated venereal diseases. That Peter B. the Duisberg thesis. I think that's more controversial and a lot more difficult to substantiate. But I do think some of these other ideas there's some validity to. But I see this happening again with coronavirus. Interestingly, Dr. Anthony Fauci has been at the center of both. I used to see Anthony Fauci on television back in the 80s talking about this, about how AIDS was going to be a big epidemic, and anybody was at risk for AIDS, and you're an old lady that hasn't had sex in 20 years, you're at risk for AIDS. So, it's and now here he is again spinning the same kind of line about coronavirus.
Right.
So I think that a lot of the hype. There has been, I saw an article today that said the number of coronavirus-related deaths may be understated. There might actually be more. I would suspect it's probably less. I suspect they've probably gotten to the point where anybody that dies of something that looks like pneumonia or respiratory failure now has coronavirus, particularly if they're not testing everybody. Right. People come to the hospital in New York, somebody's 75 years old, they've got respiratory failure. Okay, got coronavirus. It's as if elderly people don't die of respiratory failure all the time, or heart disease or pneumonia or something like that, or the regular flu or lots of other things. So, yeah, I suspect that 20 years from now, when the history of this is written, there's going to be a lot of, they're going to look back and see a lot of people seriously screwed up with some of the medicine and science of this. But I think that another issue is the political and economic fallout of this. The last data I saw showed that there are now something like 10 million people in the United States who have filed for unemployment benefits. I mean, that's Great Depression level stuff.
Right.
Right now, the official data says that the unemployment rate is 4.4%, which I think is a bunch of bull. I think it's a lot higher than that. I mean, theoretically, most people are unemployed because nobody's actually going to work. But I think that the long-term economic effect of this is going to be devastating to the poor, to the working to middle classes in the United States and in other countries as well, I would imagine. It certainly seems to be happening in the United
Right,
States.
and the psychological effect of that as well, right? I mean, I
The
think
psychological effect. Yeah. Well, I actually saw Tucker Carlson talking about this recently, and he's somebody else that I think has something interesting to say sometimes, and has limitations as well. But he was saying what you're saying. He says, what about the psychological effect that comes with mass unemployment and poverty? He's talking about how we already have record high levels of suicide and drug addiction and overdoses and that kind of stuff, and this is just going to escalate all of that. And for some time before all this happened, for decades, I had been saying that the United States is on its way to developing a more Latin American type of society. And I don't necessarily mean that in a demographic sense, like immigration and all that. What I mean more is in terms of class structures and in terms of political structures. Because if you look at what the norm is in Latin American societies, the norm has always been that you have the opulent rich who live in in places like Rio and Sao Paulo and all that, and they're as opulently rich as anybody in Malibu or anywhere in the United States. And then you have a middle class of bureaucrats and professionals and technocrats, and then you have the masses of poor people, and including the very poor people. And more, the United States is developing that kind of class system. We've got the
right, like in LA and San Francisco area. Especially.
Well, California is more advanced or deteriorated in this direction than anywhere.
Right, right.
And what California looks like now is what the United States as a whole will look like in the future. Right. Again, somewhere like Mexico or Brazil or one of these places, Argentina. So I think that we're developing these kind of Latin American style class systems, but we're also developing a politics that's a lot like Latin American politics. If you look at the actual electoral politics that you see in Latin America, on one hand, you have right-wing parties that are just unabashedly plutocratic parties. We are for the rich, and we'll kill anybody that tries to threaten our position. Like El Salvador's Arena Party is a good example. And then you've got all sorts of populist parties, left and right, who are basically demagogues. You have these demagogues that claim they're going to be doing something for the common people, and they get elected and they end up screwing up as well. You see that from the left and right as well. From the right, you see someone like Bolsonaro in Brazil, and then from the left, you see Morales or Cristina Kirchner in Argentina, or someone like that. It goes back and forth, but that's kind of how Latin American politics is. You have this very stratified class system, and then you've got these left and right populist parties that are always claiming they're going to do something for the common people, and they never deliver. And we see that now with the Democrats and Republicans. We see that with Donald Trump from the one end, and we see that with the happening
Bernie
with
Sanders
and people like that on the other end. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that in the future. This is you guys may find this interesting. This is based on a discussion I was having with someone else on another program recently. But if we look at America's political parties today on the basis of not the actual party organization, but the actual ideology and class position, we can really say, I think, that we have three political parties, and that each political party has two major factions. Like I'd say there's the centrist neoliberal party, and it has two factions, the moderate Republicans and moderate Democrats, the Nancy Pelosi's and Chuck Schumer's, and then the Mitt Romney's and Mitch McConnell's and that stuff. All right, that's the centrist neoliberal party. Then we have a right-wing populist party, the Republicans, or the right wing of the Republicans. And then they're split between the old, what I call the old bourgeoisie, like the remnants of the old, pre-managerial revolution, Chamber of Commerce, early 20th century bourgeoisie. And then you've got what Sam Francis called the post-bourgeois proletariat, which is really just the sinking middle to working classes, like people that were, one thing about the United States, the post-war period, is that we had a class that was able to achieve a middle class standard of living. So now when we talk about how the middle class is declining, what we really mean is that the traditional working class is declining, the post-bourgeois proletariat. So and those are the people who vote for Trump and all that. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you have what I call the faux social democratic party, and that's got two major factions. I think one is what some of the neocons call the new class, and that's sort of the lower strata within the managerial elite. That is the left wing of the middle class, or the left wing of the professional class, and all of your academics and lawyers and attorneys from public interest law firms, and all your lower level bureaucrats and all that kind of stuff. And then you've also got what the Marxists call the labor aristocracy, or the elite within the traditional minority groups. You got your politically connected labor unions and affluent, upwardly mobile sectors of the African Americans and gays and women and Hispanics and Asians and all of that. That's another sector. So you've got these two sectors within the Democrats as well. So collectively, it's like you really have six parties, which is kind of like what you have in Europe and Latin America. And I think that's really going to, in many ways, kind of define our political paradigm in the future. You're going to have this neoliberal establishment that's being challenged and being squeezed from both the left and the right. And then the left and the right are at each other's throats as well.
Back in the 19th century, even then there were factions within parties, like with President Garfield and Chester Arthur. We had stalwarts and half-bloods. So even back then, the machine was at war with itself.
Yeah. Well, the Republicans initially, as Lincoln's party, they were really a coalition of people who didn't agree on anything except they didn't want the South to secede and become a separate state. In the Republicans, you had pro and anti-slavery people, pro and anti-tariff people, all different kinds of ideas about how to resolve the slavery question. But the one thing they agreed on is they didn't want to break up the United States into two nations. And that's how you got the Republican Party in the pre-Civil War period, that Lincoln's party. And you also had that among the Democrats. You could theoretically argue that between the 1860s and the 1960s, the Republicans in many ways were to the left of the Democrats, because the Republicans were often more liberal on civil rights, for example, on race issues than the Democrats. With the Democrats, starting at least in the late 19th, early 20th century, what they were a coalition of northern progressives. Like during the progressive era, the Democrats became this coalition of northern progressives and southern agrarian racialists, segregationists. And the northern progressives were heavily influenced by the Germanic traditions, by the Prussian bureaucracy. I mean, a lot of Northeastern intellectuals had been educated in German universities, and they had seen the Prussian bureaucracy in operation, and they had seen the welfare state that was created by Bismarck and people like that. And they thought this was great. This was a model for a new progressive, scientifically managed society, as opposed to this old bourgeois, more quasi-laissez-faire model. So what happened in the United States in the early 20th century, late 19th and early 20th century, you started to see a coalescence in the Democratic Party between these northern progressives and these southern segregationists. And someone like Woodrow Wilson really symbolized that hybrid, because that's what Woodrow Wilson was. He was a Yale graduate. I think it was Yale. I know he had graduated from one of the Ivy League universities, and he had been the president of one, I think, of Yale. And he actually did his PhD thesis when he graduated on how to have a more progressive society through the enlightened management of elites and that kind of stuff. But then Wilson was also from Virginia, and he was an old-fashioned Southern racist. So he really brought these two things together. And his administration was really the first modern progressive administration. This kind of hybrid of this northern progressivism and southern agrarianism, which, as I said, it was actually to the right of the Republicans on certain questions. Race was certainly one. On sometimes it wasn't. There's patchwork in that. So yeah, I mean, the party systems, it used to be that within both the Democrats and the Republicans, you would have liberals, conservatives, and moderates. It was like that when I was growing up. You had liberal Republicans and conservative Republicans, and liberal Democrats and conservative Democrats.
Yeah, they'll be shamed out of the party if they were acting like that now. I mean,
yeah. I mean, they've become completely polarized along ideological lines now. It's like there are no liberal Republicans and there are no conservative. Well, I mean, there are on the periphery. Yeah, I mean, I don't find electoral politics to be particularly consequential or even interesting, except just as an entertainment spectacle. I mean, I think it's interesting.
I mean, the people boo and cheer even like it's a wrestling match, just like they're expected to.
Yeah, they do. It's and I'm always amazed at how seriously people take it. I don't vote. I haven't voted in a U.S. election in 25 or 30 years. When I was younger, I voted for some supposedly anti-war candidates a few times. That was about it. But
did you vote for Gold?
Oh. No, I'm not that old. I voted. Let's see. No, I'll just, in the interest of full disclosure, I voted for Walter Mondale for the presidency in 1984, solely because it was the unfashionable thing to do. I wasn't particularly political then, but everybody voted for Reagan, and Reagan won 49 out of 50 states. Mondale won his home state, and that was it. But I voted for Mondale because it was whatever. And then the only other time I voted for president was in 1992, which was the three-way between Bush Sr. and Bill Clinton and Ross Perot. I actually voted for the Libertarian candidate that year. And there was a few other occasions where I voted for local officials or state officials. But that's about it. And I don't think I've voted for anyone since probably the early 90s for anything. And when I tell people I don't vote, or they're like, what do you mean you don't vote? It's, I mean, I say, well, I say the wise people are that, that half of Americans that stay home on election day. It's like in the Clinton-Trump election, I think something like 44% or 46% of eligible voters didn't vote, and then there was about another 4% that voted for minor parties and stuff like that. So I was like, those are the people that are enlightened. It's the people who don't show up on election day that are enlightened, because you see, they either just don't care, which is a reasonable position to take, or they just see it as a bunch of bullshit and they don't take it seriously. And that's the accurate perception. It's the ones who really believe in this stuff that really have all the problems.
So I have a question for you, and this is somewhat off topic, right? But it's in the larger milieu of, I don't know, geopolitics or whatever, right? But so, the conflict that was ongoing in Syria for years, right? Or it's still ongoing, right? I mean, is it your opinion, and it seems to be the case, that, right, what that's really about is natural resources, right? Like a gas pipeline or something, natural gas pipeline. Is that your understanding of why anybody cares about it?
Well, I think there's several reasons for that war. For the position that the Western Axis is taking in the war. I think one is access to resources, in the sense that what the American ruling class wants in the Middle East is they do away with any kind of independent states or any kind of independent nations that chart their own course. They essentially want the entire Middle East to be a collection of colonies and puppets of the United States and its allies.
But mainly to secure resources, though, right?
Well, that's one thing. They want to have access, total control of the resources in the area, which would be stuff like, not only oil, natural gas, but also oil and opium and
minerals or whatever. Yeah,
minerals. There's a lot of that in Afghanistan. So there's an abundance of natural resources that they want control over. That's part of it.
Right.
Also, another issue is I think they just want to build a global empire where you don't have any independent states that refuse to take orders from the overlords in New York and London and Brussels. in Tel Aviv. And I think that the relationship between Israel and the United States, and also between Saudi Arabia and the United States, plays a role in this. They're trying to eliminate nations that are competitors to Israel and Saudi Arabia, and that's really what's happening in the region. If you look at what's been going on, for years
So
there.
so this is my question now. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that you and I were on the same page as far as what is generally going on there, right? So how is it that you see in, like, say, the like you watch a news program on, say, NBC, ABC, CBS, CNN, and the conversation about such conflicts never ever touches upon anything related to what we just spoke about, right? How is it that they're able to make it to where that the conversation never touches upon these particular topics? Do they intentionally tell folks who are the talking heads on these programs never to touch on these topics, or are the people that they get on there just ignorant? I mean, what's going on? What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's all of what you just said. I think that if, say, Chris Como or Rachel Maddow, or not that they would do this personally, but I think if one of them were to go on the air and say, well, the reason that the U.S. has been waging war in Syria for years now is because, well, we just want to build a natural gas pipeline through the Syrian nation, and we want to eliminate states that chart their own destiny apart from the U.S. empire. Oh, and by the way, we want to eliminate competitors to Israel and Saudi Arabia. If they said that on the air, they'd no longer be on the air. That's one thing. And I'm sure that many of the people in the media understand that. But the media also has a means of screening out people who are mavericks to start with. I mean, what any kind of institutionalized system wants is they want people who really believe in the system's ideology. They don't want people who are just going along to get along. They'll take that if possible, and there are plenty of people who are just opportunists. They'll just say whatever they have to say to get to the position they want. And the system will do business with people like that if they have to. But what they really want are people that really believe in this. Right? They want people who really believe that the U.S. Was somehow backing rebels in Syria that are trying to fight to make Syria into Sweden or something like that. They want people who really believe that. So the system has a way of filtering out people who aren't believers, and they have a way of controlling or pacifying people who are. So
you think that there's actually genuinely active measures to get people to shut up about that stuff on the air, essentially?
I suspect so.
Yeah.
All right. Here's an example of all the people in the mainstream media, and by mainstream I mean everything from MSNBC on the liberal end to Fox,
corporate owned
conservative
media. Yeah.
Right.
Regardless,
Tucker,
right? Yeah.
Conservative,
liberal, whatever.
Yeah. Tucker Carlson comes closer to calling out some of this kind of stuff.
Yeah, incredibly so. Yeah. He says some stuff I'm surprised at. Yeah.
Yeah, but even he doesn't cross certain boundaries.
Right.
And the big one that he doesn't cross is Israel. I've never heard him say anything negative about Israel. Now, as much as he clearly knows about this topic about U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East, he's got to know that Israel is the elephant in the room.
Right.
Maybe he's okay with that. That could be, and maybe he's okay with that. Because some of these, paleo-Connish types, they think, well, Israel is an outpost of Western civilization. At least they're a democracy, and these Arabs are all terrorists and all that. So maybe he thinks in that vein. But I suspect it's more of a case of he knows perfectly well that they're not going to tolerate that. If he starts attacking the Israel lobby and IPAC and all that stuff, he's out of a job. They won't let him go. They'll keep him there as a sort of a, because he's good at bashing the left and that kind of stuff, and they'll keep him there as sort of the token voice of the paleocons, just like they had Andrew Napolitano. He was sort of like the token libertarian on Fox at one point. And they do have some people like that. Kennedy was another one, although I think they've let her go now. But Tomi Lahren, I think she was on there at one point. And so they do allow some dissent, but there's certain lines that you don't cross with that system.
What are your thoughts on the never-ending conflict between Israel and Palestine. Let's hear that for 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, okay. It's my take on it is that the Israeli government is essentially a colonial outpost. It was installed by the British and the Americans. And it basically was founded on conquest and on expelling the original inhabitants of Palestine, or the inhabitants that were there before them, before the Zionists.
Right. Yeah. The ones that the current residents, the residents
Right.
who are there. Yeah.
I mean, you can argue about, well, who has claim to it.
Right. You go all the way back through history on that. Yeah. But
Yeah,
I get your meaning.
But it's a I would those who draw an analogy between Israel and racial and ethnic caste systems or social caste systems that have existed in other societies like apartheid South Africa, like Jim Crow, like the Indian caste system, I think are correct in the sense that it does have a lot of elements of that. Now, there are some differences in the sense that what's going on in the West Bank and in Gaza is you could argue it's more of an occupation, or you could argue, well, like a lot of pro-Israel people I've come across will say, yeah, but those places are governed by Hamas and the Palestinian Authority, not by the Israeli state directly. Well, they're sort of like Quisling governments, they're sort of like Bantustans in the old South African system. The idea that these are autonomous nations, that Gaza and the West Bank are autonomous nations is a joke. I mean, that's an extremely foolish claim. But I think that's one thing. Also, within Israel proper, Israel proper is formally a democratic state with a parliament and all that kind of stuff. And in some ways, it is true that the Israeli media includes wider criticism of Israel's policies than even the U.S. media does, which I think is interesting.
Yeah.
And in the Knesset, you do have left-wing parties and stuff, and pro-Palestinian parties. But for the most part, though, I do think Israel itself, internally even, is very similar to a kind of caste system in that they do privilege ethnic and religious Jews over everyone else. And in fact, it's funny because here in America, you have these Christian Zionists, these fundamentalist Christians who worship Israel, and Christian proselytizing is not allowed in Israel. You can't try to convert Jews to Christianity in Israel. It's actually against the law. I mean, Christianity is allowed to exist. It's not like Saudi Arabia, which is completely banned. But yeah, so I don't. As far as what the future of all that's going to be, I think it's probably going to go on for as long as the American government allows it to go on. I think the only way that situation will change is if for some reason or other you had an American administration that for some reason decided the situation with Israel and the Palestinians was more of a liability than an asset. And for geopolitical reasons or something like that. I think that's the thing that would change it. If you had if a consensus developed among the American power elite that, look, the Israelis, and this stuff they've got going on there, that's just causing us too many problems, and they've just got to calm down, and we've got to lean on them and make it happen. I don't see that happening for the foreseeable future. I could see it happening at some point in the distant future.
Right, and the issue with Israel seems to be a place where the political correctness kind of becomes apologism for empire, because you'll hear a lot of people like conflate criticism with Israel with anti-Semitism, which obviously isn't true.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, some of the most outspoken anti-Zionist people out there are Jewish, including Jews, American Jews that are banned from Israel, like Norman Finkelstein, he's banned from Israel. I think Noam Chomsky is now banned from Israel. Well, I also think, though, that there is something of a split that's happening between Israel and American Jews, particularly among younger American Jews. A lot of them, younger American Jews, just don't seem to have quite the attachment to Israel. It's just some faraway place. And meanwhile, the Israeli government itself seems to be becoming more and more retrograde in a lot of its policies. And they seem to be really digging in their heels. So I think that's a possibility as well, because it used to be in the United States, AIPAC was everything when it came to U.S.-Israel relations. You know, IPAC is basically the American wing of the Likud party, the right-wing militarist party in Israel. You know, they're very closely connected to IPAC. But now you've actually seen a split where there's a more centrist Israel group in Israel-connected group called J Street, which is a Soros-backed group, which is basically like Israel's Labor Party, which is sort of more centrist. And then there's also a rising force on the left in the United States that includes a lot of Jews called, obviously you've got BDS and all that kind of stuff, but then you've got increasingly, you have an increasingly greater number of Jews in the United States who are distancing themselves from Israel. So I think that that's a possibility as well in the future too. You'll see a big split between, well, you'll see a wider gap between American Jews and Israel.
And you think the Kurds will ever have their own place?
Well, not in the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
If they do, it's certainly not because they got any help from the Americans. The Kurds were very foolish to align themselves with the United States during the Syrian civil war. They're a much better strategy. I don't know that this would have worked, but a much better strategy would be to give their loyalty to the axis of resistance in exchange for possibly the creation of some kind of homeland. You know, because you have to remember the Kurdish territory extends through 4 countries. It extends through Turkey, Syria, Iran, and Iraq. And so you have Kurds in all of these places. And for them to ever get any kind of homeland of their own, it would probably all of those countries would have to agree to carve out a certain amount of some territory for them somehow, some kind of contingent territory. And I think that the Turks are probably in the long run going to be the ones that are the most resistant to that. I think that's fairly obvious. And because the Turks and the Americans are so closely aligned with each other, the United States, the United States doesn't want that. The United States doesn't want there to be a Kurdish homeland. It's interesting how the Americans have repeatedly, really sort of taken the Kurds to the cleaners. You know, they aligned themselves with the Kurds during the war with Saddam Hussein, and then turned on them. And then they did the same thing in the Syrian civil war. So hopefully the Kurds will avoid that in the future.
Right. I mean, the Rojava was like pretty much Kurdish, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. And they were like immediately knifed in the back by the United States the first chance they got.
And I had that conversation with a lot of anarchists and other leftists in the United States who actually, it was interesting because when that was going on, you had some anarchists in the United States who actually started taking a pro-U.S. position on Syria. Even people who should have known better, like Noam Chomsky. And to people that had that view, I was saying there is no way that the United States will allow a quasi-anarcho-communist Kurdish enclave to survive. That they will not allow that, particularly not when it's right next door to Turkey. And sure enough, we see what happened.
So to somewhat change the topic, you did also release a book called Thinkers Against Modernity, where you look at thinkers like Ernest Junger, Friedrich Nietzsche, Aleister Crowley, and J.K. Chesterton. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, the way that came about was I, as someone who is very critical of the existing order of things, that is the kinds of states and ruling classes that we have, I'm always interested in what critics of all that have to say from all across the spectrum, political and cultural spectrum. And at one point, I started coming across some of these people from past times that were largely on the political right, but who were very critical of modern systems of, liberalism, capitalism, mass democracy, globalization, and all the precedents for that. Like some of the figures you mentioned, I think I profiled about 9 or 10 people in that book. It's basically just a collection of biographical essays. It includes the ones you mentioned. I think it has Julius Evola in it, and I believe Carl Schmitt and some others like that. Aleister Crowley, I think, is in it actually. But One thing that I was interested in exploring is, what did the people who were on the losing side of history have to say? I think that's always an interesting question. Like when we go back and we look at all the many different kinds of controversies and things people have fought over in the past, what did the people who ended up being on the losing side have to say? And in this particular case, when we see the rise of modernity and the kinds of institutions that are associated with modernity, what were the people who criticized all that about? You know, people who warned against that, people who criticized it as it was happening, people who still criticize it. What did they believe? Why? What did the counter-revolutionaries have to say? What did the old-fashioned reactionaries have to say? What did the monarchists have to say about mass democracy as it was being introduced? And to a large degree, that's how that project came about. It was a sort of an exploration of thinkers in that genre, in this kind of anti-modernist idea, the idea that modernity has been a degeneration from something that was better in the past. It's not really that I share that view per se, as much as I think it's something that's interesting to hear. And it's also, I'm also, of course, as I said, I'm interested in people who are critical of the existing system altogether, regardless of where they are on the political or cultural spectrum.
I'm especially interested in what you found when you were researching and writing about Aleister Crowley, because some of the guests we've had on here in the past are very critical of Crowley and see him as like almost the central figure that the occult elite have gathered around.
Including me. I would say that's my current viewpoint. What about you, Jeremy? I thought you were on the same thing.
About what, the elite occult being in control?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't understand how they can prance about as God-fearing, apple pie Americans, and then practice this Bohemian Grove shit in private, and then deny it when we've seen the video. I mean, we've seen the footage, and they don't deny going in there. I mean, I don't understand what kind of dualistic mindset you have to have. You have this compartmentalized being you have to be to live that way. I don't get it.
It's called sociopathy or psychopathy.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well, remember how earlier in the program I was giving the analogy to organized crimes. I was comparing states with organized crime syndicates.
You broke it all down very well. Yeah.
But the organized crime syndicates, like the elite organized crime syndicates, like the New York Mafia and all that, they don't just go around and say, "Oh, we're into crime." Not if they have any sense. What they do is they try to cultivate an image for themselves as being very respectable, family-oriented, church-going businessmen and philanthropists. Now you have the occasional maverick figure like John Gotti from the '80s, who more or less flaunted that he was the head leader of the mafia, and we see where that got him. But somebody that's part of the organized crime culture, and this is true outside the United States as well. Somebody that's part of the organized crime culture that really is serious about it wants to have an outward public image of respectability. An interesting example is the case of the Iceman. Are you familiar with him, Richard Kuklinski?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he was for those listeners who don't know who he was a contract killer for the mafia. He worked for a lot of the New York crime families and killed a lot of people. He was a hitman. And they called him the Iceman because what he would do is, in order to disguise the time of death of a body, he'd freeze the body, because then it was more difficult for the coroner to determine when someone had actually died. So it was part of his covering his tracks. But for years, Kuklinski was a top hitman for the New York Mafia. But in his personal life, he didn't go around and say, "Oh, I'm a hitman for the mafia." He lived in a very respectable suburban upper middle class neighborhood in New Jersey. He was married. He had multiple children. He went to the Catholic church every week. He was an usher at church, the guy who helps you to your seat in church. He would throw barbecues for the neighbors in his community. He was a good neighbor who would help everybody over for a backyard barbecue. That's how he presented himself in his personal life, if somebody asked him what he did for a living, he was a businessman. He surrounded himself with a respectable lifestyle. He surrounded himself with this respectable bourgeois, suburban, family-oriented, church-oriented, business-oriented lifestyle. That's who he was outwardly. Privately, he was a guy that would, blow people's heads off with the .357 Magnum. But the ruling class, power elite proper, many of them are the same kinds of people. Of course, in their outward form, they're going to be flag-waving, God-fearing, church-going, whatever, family-oriented people. They don't practice that privately or in the course of the things they actually do. But it's all about maintaining the hype. It's just like pro wrestling. It's like kayfabe. It's like the kayfabe era from professional wrestling.
Yeah, but I mean, to live.
So what is it that?
Good.
I mean, is it just a matter of just being ruled by psychopaths? Is that what you're getting at,
Yes,
Jeremy?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, now we're getting into the field of psychology here and the relationship between psychology and social science and social psychology and all of that. But the evidence is overwhelming from history, from the social sciences, from the mental health professions, that positions of power and leadership come the most easily to people who are clinically psychopaths. And because one thing is, a lot of people don't understand the difference between a sociopath and a psychopath. But a sociopath is somebody that's antisocial, but they can be low functioning. Like somebody who's a clinical sociopath, frequently, if you look at their life history, they've had trouble keeping a job. They have multiple failed relationships. They've had substance abuse problems. They've been in and out of jail. That's a sociopath, right? A psychopath can be very high functioning. They can be CEO of a corporation. They can be head of a high-ranking military officer. They can be pastor of a big church. They can be, chairman of a Republican National Committee, a Democratic National Committee. They can be all that. They can be president of the United States. And they're like everybody else. Psychopath is like everybody else, except there's one thing missing, and that's a conscience. They don't have that. Everything else is the same. As to what a psychopath's mind is like, here's an example that I think it might help. Let's say you come up on the scene of a terrible accident. A terrible accident has happened out on the freeway. Cars are piled up. Cars are caught on fire. People have been killed. There's injured people laying out on the street. There's burned bodies and the remains of the car. Well, most people that come up on a scene like that, they're either going to feel horror, or they're going to feel shock, or they're going to feel fear, or they're going to be sad and depressed. A psychopath that comes up on a scene like that is going to be curious about the situation, but they're not going to necessarily feel any of the emotions that I just described. What they're going to feel more is a sense of excitement, a sense of adventure, and that's about it. Now they may linger around and check out what's going on. If there's no personal threats to themselves, they may even help out. They may help load somebody on a stretcher or something, but they don't have any perception of the horror of the situation. They don't experience fear very easily, and that's the psychopath's mind. Now, people like that tend to gain power very, very easily within organizations. For one thing, they're ruthless enough that they'll do whatever they have to do to get to where they want to be. They'll stab anybody in the back. They have no sense of loyalty to anyone or anything. They don't care who they hurt in the process. And it's also something that they crave on an egoistic sense. People like this tend to be very egotistical, extremely so. So that's why the leadership of most institutions in most parts of the world, most of the time, are psychopaths, are people who are clinical psychopaths.
Yeah, why are those people so prone to, acquire power instead of, a well-balanced individual who puts their mind to it, applies themselves, and why is that?
It's natural aptitude, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, imagine you're the president and you're almost directly responsible for drone strikes that kill hundreds of children. It's most normal people with a conscience would they would quit, they would commit suicide, or they'd become an alcoholic or something. A psychopath is not gonna care.
Right. Well, I actually have an essay about this same topic. That's.
I mean, are there you know? So if the general consensus or general idea is that likelihood your ruler is going to be a psychopath, so they can make these decisions that you're talking about without going insane or whatever, is that the idea that that's almost always true, or are there genuinely folks who were a ruler of Rome who was not a psychopath, right? Like, is there emperors who were not psychopaths?
Well, I was going to say, I've got an essay about this that's on the website, attackthesystem.com. It's an essay called Sheep, Wolves, and Owls, where I actually break human personalities down into 3 basic categories and talk about their relationship to systems of power. And what I argue is that most people are sheep. That is, they simply go along to get along. And it's not that they're necessarily stupid or unintelligent or just extremely foolish. There are some people like that. But the people that I classify as the sheep can be of certainly average intelligence and ability and functional and all that. But they're interested in going along to get along. They don't want to make waves. They don't want trouble in their life. They defer to authority because they figure, well, the experts must know, and they've never really even thought about it beyond that. That's most people.
Right.
You have a relatively small number of people that I call the wolves. These are psychopaths and sycophants and other personality traits that are more aggressive and predatory. And and there's various levels of this. I mean, there's people that want to kill people for fun, and then there's people that are just unscrupulous opportunists. But these are the people that, on average, are more likely to achieve positions of authority and leadership. Are there exceptions to that? Yes, of course. All right. But I also think a lot of people who are in positions of leadership have internalized the values of the system they're a part of as well. You see a lot of that. And then you have the people that I call owls. And these are people who really are able to get a bird's eye view of how the system works. And it's not necessarily because they're necessarily inherently more virtuous or anything. I think it's more of a case that they're more perceptive. They just see how the system works for real. And usually, if you really know how the system works, you just think, what a bunch of bullshit. You see it as a lot of nonsense that you don't really want to be a part of. I think that, and that's an even smaller minority of people. But when it comes to the character and personality traits and psychological characteristics of people in positions of leadership and authority and rulership and all that, there's a scale there. I think it's if you look at some of the American presidents, for example, and had to consider what kind of personalities they are. I think Donald Trump is the kind of guy who's just a carnival barker. In another time period, he would have been, P.T. Barnum or somebody like that. Not somebody who's an extraordinarily awful person, but just a con artist, basically. Just a self-promoting con artist. Hillary Clinton, I think, is a full-blown psychopath. I mean, she's a clinical diagnosed, or would be.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're categorizing by those 3 archetypes that you're talking about, I mean, you would have to say Clinton was likely a wolf, right? Yeah. Where would you slot Trump?
Yeah, he's not an owl. I'd say he's probably somewhere. He's probably a wolf, but he's not as his teeth aren't as sharp as Hillary's, I think.
Have you ever thought that maybe he is an owl, but he's just not like?
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that just as you guys started mentioning this. He seems, his lack of seriousness makes me think that he sees more than what he lets on.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's a ploy. I think a lot of it's an act.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe he does a lot of things we don't, since he's super connected, and he's just kind of playing this role where we're going to think that he's this. Obviously, kind of a stupid person. But
I mean, I don't think you could be a stupid person and be in that position. I just don't think that's
possible.
That's
why. Well, it's possible. It's called being born into a rich family.
No, I don't think so. Not to that level. I don't think.
Yeah, there are plenty of stupid rich people who don't become president.
Yeah,
So, I mean, they're not as self-promoting as Trump is. I think that's definitely a big part of it. I do think he probably has this sort of like vague pro-America kind of principle, but for the most part, he's just like an egotistical buffoon.
Well, keep in mind, he really was a WWE character.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
That's
that's one of these things where it's like he's really hard to slot into these three categories that you're talking about. That's really what's
He
somewhat
actually
difficult.
participated in a WrestleMania. That's the funny part. He's the only president who's also in the WWE Hall of Fame. That is weird, man.
So would you say that like Marcus Aurelius was an owl?
I don't know a lot about him, but from what I do know about him, I say, yeah, he probably was. He probably was somebody that was able to. He obviously wasn't a herd creature. He wasn't a sheep. And I think he was more than just a wolf.
Now, if we start talking about the Roman Empire, I mean, you're going to get me, spouting off just like you have for the last 3 hours. I mean, have you studied the Roman Empire quite a bit?
Yeah, bits and pieces. I'm not a specialist in that by any means.
I'm reading this book now called The Long Year, about 69 AD, which is actually one of the periods of the Roman Empire that I'm most fascinated about because of the quick successions of emperors throughout that year, starting with the death of Nero and rickety old Galba, taking up the throne, and then he's beheaded by Otho, who was actually cucked out literally by Nero, had his wife stolen from him by Nero. But, the people who love Nero are in favor of Otho, being the successor. So he takes the throne. And then this general from way off named Vitellius comes, and he has his soldiers occupy all the houses in Rome. And he's a slob, and he kills Otho. And so he takes over. And then finally Vespasian comes from far away, like Judea or something, I think, or Israel, and he finally restores order, and long enough that his sons can take over in his stead. It's just a fascinating year for me. That's the most fascinating time, other than Caligula's reign, for me personally.
Well, there's a lot that's interesting in Roman history. Yeah, looking at our modern leaders, I think you do see traits of these personality types I was describing. Clearly, I think the Clintons, both of them, are psychopaths. I think that Barack Obama always struck me as more the guy that goes to work at a corporation, and his goal is to work his way up into upper management, and through a combination of conniving and good luck, he actually gets to be the CEO. George Bush Jr. was just the boss's loser son who inherited his position.
So would you consider say an Eisenhower figure to be an owl?
I don't know a lot about Eisenhower.
Who would you consider an owl as far as a modern leader a president or a modern leader of some sort that you would actually consider to be an owl?
Probably Jimmy Carter.
I see. Okay.
He strikes me as someone who, he's not a herd creature and he's not a psychopath.
Right.
But he's someone that I think, is capable of thinking independently. Now, I mean, there's things about him I don't like, I don't agree with, but when he was president, there were things I didn't like about him. But so it's not about whether I like or disagree with these people politically. I'm thinking more about their personality traits. I think he's someone that strikes me as being able to think independently of an institutional context on one hand, and who's not just a sheer conniving douchebag on the other hand.
Right. All right.
Now another one character that I think is interesting is Gerald Ford, the President Gerald Ford.
Mm-hmm.
He strikes me as somebody who wasn't a bad guy per se, but who also had internalized the values of the system to the degree that he was basically a sheep. I mean, he was a sheep.
Right, just like a true believer, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he actually believes in this shit. It's
right.
It's he. I think some of the more famous presidents I think were psychopaths. Richard Nixon,
right,
Lyndon Johnson, Woodrow Wilson probably. I don't know about Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson, he had all the characteristics of a religious fanatic. And the kind of personality that becomes a religious fanatic, I'm not sure how you would how I would fit that into the paradigm that I'm describing as far as personality types.
Yeah, I guess it's hard to say, right? He could be a sheep or a wolf in that regard.
Yeah, or both.
Yeah, exactly. So we mentioned a name here, and then we kind of went off topic on the name. So what is your take on Crowley?
Crowley I always found interesting because I think he's widely misinterpreted.
Right.
Of course, in American culture, he's just this. People just think of him as that weird Satanist guy, which is not what he was. But and of course, he's widely reviled by many people, left and right, because a lot of people on the left think he was just this egocentric scumbag, and people on the right, of course, don't like his occult interest and a lot of his more anti-traditional ideas. But he actually strikes me as being a kind of Nietzschean character. When I was really doing my research on Crowley for that essay, I started thinking, well, this is Nietzsche. This isn't the pop culture version of Aleister Crowley. This is Nietzsche. That tradition is an interesting one. In fact, this is one of the reasons why I wrote that book. Or published it. It was actually a collection of essays I published in other places, and then the reason I put the book out with the whole collection was because of this. And this is something that in the context of American political culture, many people have a hard time grasping. But there's a tradition in European political culture that is almost a kind of right-wing anarchism, and I'm kind of using the term anarchism metaphorically. I did a lecture about this at the H.L. Mencken Club some years ago as well. But there's this kind of, there's this intellectual tradition in European culture that's sort of an elitist individualism. It's not the bourgeois individualism of American culture. It's not this, idea of the entrepreneur as the archetype, or the Ayn Randian idea of entrepreneurs or business tycoons as the Ubermensch. It's not that. It's more of rooted in the culture of the aristocracy. It's more the idea that that the true person of value is the individual that rises above the herd, and not just in a financial or economic sense. In fact, this tradition actually disdains commercial culture to a great degree, but it's more of an aristocratic culture that prides themselves on this of aspiring towards a kind of individualism that's very elite in nature. You've achieved a higher level of enlightenment and awareness, and you've risen above the herd, and you're not about these vulgar pursuits like commerce and all that either. This is a system of thought. Nietzsche, I think, probably epitomizes this as much as anyone. In fact, I think this is the whole philosophical framework that drove a lot of his thinking, this kind of European aristocratic individualist tradition. Mm-hmm. But you also see this in Jose Ortega y Gasset, and that's another thinker in this tradition. Certainly Bertrand the Juvenal is one. Eric von Kuhnert-Ledeen was somewhat in this vein. Crowley, interestingly, I think is in this vein as well, as is Julius Evola to some degree. Now, the politics of these people may vary. I mean, some of them may be traditional conservatives, some of them may be kind of like classical liberals or quasi-libertarians or even fascists. But with the common theme that runs through all of them is this kind of elitist individualism. Yeah, the individual that's superior to the herd. But it's not really a leftist or even liberal libertarian type of individualism, and that's kind of what Crowley seemed to be, based on my interpretation of a lot of his readings and a lot of his ideas. He seemed to be
that the kind of elitist leader, the elitist Ubermensch. To me, that's basically Satanism, which is what he kind of his whole big thing, and that's why I can't really divorce any of the political philosophies from a religious, I guess, context.
Right. Well,
any truth in these kind of religious affiliations kind of bleeding into their political philosophies and just seriously guiding.
But that's a tradition in European culture as well. The idea of this kind of radical, aristocratic, elitist individualism that also blends in with a fascination with the occult and black magic, or all that kind of stuff. You actually saw tendencies like that came out of the French Revolution. In the French Revolution, it's often thought of as the left versus the right, the egalitarian, liberal socialist left versus the traditional monarchist, clerical, royalist right. But you also had other tendencies that came out of the French Revolution that had this kind of outlook as well, this kind of elitist individualism that often did identify with the occult or with Satan or with Luciferianism, sort of like kind of like a Milton idea, the Milton idea of Milton's Lucifer says, well, it's better to rule in hell than serve in heaven, or something like that. And that's a tradition in European culture as well. It's
the French especially, French seem to have a very rich occult tradition.
Yes.
That's very Luciferian and like revolution. I mean, all of that's tied in with Luciferian symbolism, right? Of the revolution. Yeah. In the talk I gave to the Mencken Club a few years ago, I touched on some of this, but this kind of aristocratic elitist individualism you find in French culture to a large degree. And Marquis de Sade, for example, was somebody that epitomized this. He was a figure that came out of the French Revolution, and of course he's mostly known for writing dirty books, but his wider philosophy was rooted in this kind of stuff. He was not a proto Marxist or something like that, like some of the French revolutionaries were, but he was sort of again, he was all about this kind of Prometheus unbound, Lucifer unbound idea that you also find. What's that? What?
Wasn't he also a pedophile, or is that just some conspiracy?
That's
thing?
Well, he was a rapist, and he was into sadomasochism. I think he eventually got sent to prison because he took a prostitute and just basically beat her half to death. He was a sexual sadist, I think. I don't know if he's a pedophile. He may have been, but that was common back then in those kinds of circles as well. So it's certainly possible. I do think that Crowley fits within that kind of tradition, and I think you're actually right about that. I think that a lot of people misinterpret Crowley.
So what was the I guess the thrust of the essay that you wrote on him?
Well, I haven't actually gone back and read it for quite a while, so my memory's starting to fade. But it was basically what I just said. It was basically I was trying to debunk a lot of the mythology that's associated with Crowley.
That he built up himself, though, a lot of it, right? I mean,
yeah, sure, but he wasn't just some counterculture figure like a lot of American type counterculturalists. They think of him as being sort of like a
Timothy Leary of the day or something.
Right?
Like that.
Yeah, something like that. He wasn't just that, and he wasn't just some satanic cult leader like a lot of the religious right type people think he was. Like Charles Manson or something like that.
Right.
There was actually a much more sophisticated system of thinking behind a lot of his ideas. And it was more than anything else, it seems to reflect this kind of European aristocratic radicalism that is foreign to American culture. Americans just can't relate to this because it's culturally alien, because we don't have an aristocratic tradition. But for Europeans, among European elites, this is a long-standing, centuries-long tradition.
There does seem to be, I don't know if you looked into this, but there does seem to be among certain, I know this is usually used as pejorative, but I can't think of a better term at this point, conspiracy theorists, that he had a wide-ranging influence on the entrenched elite, who I guess looked at him as as an example. And there's conspiracy theories that the elite engage in occult rituals, including things like human sacrifice, and to some extent, I guess they do engage in human sacrifice, but the things they're sacrificing us to are empire and capital.
Yeah, well, I don't know about all that. I mean, that I tend to be, when it comes to the more far out stuff like that, my thinking is always, I'll believe it when I see the hard evidence, and I tend to not veer off in that kind of direction. For example, and not just with the satanic cults. I mean, and I'm sure there have been plenty of elites that were influenced by Crowley and fascinated by his work. For one thing, among some celebrities and entertainers, to sort of self-style yourself a follower of Crowley was a thing at one point. Like Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin. I think he bought one of Crowley's old houses and made it into a sort of a shrine to Crowley or something like that. So there's always been that. But a lot of the power elite proper, I mean, the people who really run the world, strike me, as I said, being people that are more like, just mafioso types. I to the degree that a lot of them actually participate in weird rituals and actually have, occultic, like, demonic religious beliefs that they subscribe to or something, I tend to be doubtful of that.
But a lot of them are Freemasons, though. That's one thing that pops up quite a bit.
Yeah.
Why is that so essential? I don't understand why that elevates one so much. What is so special about that? I mean, he's right, that a lot of successful people are associated with those things, whether it's Masons or Shriners or this lodge or that lodge. But I mean, usually they are affiliated with someone, of some order or lodge. Why is that?
Well, there've always been clubs and that kind of stuff for elites and fraternities and stuff like that. But a lot of it, I think, goes back to earlier times. Like the reason that these bourgeois, the reason that the Freemasons and stuff like that, I think, became a thing during their time, was that they were sort of a secret society for people that had somewhat subversive ideas that were opposed to the old monarchical, order. Like a lot of the founders of the United States were associated with stuff like that.
Right.
George Washington and people like that. So you actually had these kind of clubs that, that people that were maybe in the lower strata of the, of the elite were trying to overturn those above them. That revolutions often happen in that way. Most revolutions strike me as basically the upper middle class trying to overturn the upper class as much as like the rich against the poor or any of that. But some of these kinds of organizations did, like the Illuminati, for example. The Illuminati really did exist. I've always been skeptical about the claims that this is this all-encompassing organization that it is. But the Illuminati, the Freemasons, they really did exist. They really were clubs for people with somewhat subversive ideas during those time periods, and then during the late modern, during the late early modern or early modern period, and they did. So groups like that did play a role in some of the early revolutions that happened during that time period, even in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, there are secret societies. There always have been secret societies, right? I mean, as far as an overreaching Illuminati that controls the world, I mean, that's likely not the case, right? But I mean, like you say, I mean, fraternal orders. I mean, I think there's a fair amount of evidence to show that there's like a lot of cross, what do you want to call it?
Pollination.
Yeah, kind of cross-pollination or infiltration between the cult groups, intelligence organizations, and fraternal orders, right? I think there's a fair amount of evidence to show that that's the case, which is kind of an interesting, intersection.
To get, to bring some social science and political science into this. Yeah, I mean, there's the elite theorists from the 1930s. They were at times called the Machiavellians. James Burnham wrote a book on these people, but the Italian elite theorists like Mosca and Pareto and Michaels and some of those people, they had this theory that they called the circulation of elites, and the idea was that different institutions tend to circulate the same people in and out. And then coming from the left in the 1950s, you had C. Wright Mills, who had the same kind of theory that he developed called the power elite. And he looked at the actual personnel in the government and the elite financial and industrial organizations and military and all that kind of stuff.
It's a revolving door.
Yeah, it's a revolving door of the same people. Because, I mean, look, we see that. It's out in the open. I mean, we see that somebody like Condoleezza Rice.
The Kennedys.
Yeah, like the Kennedys, like Condoleezza Rice was like chancellor of a big university, and then she was Secretary of State, and you see this kind of circulation of the power elite.
Right, like a guy that was the CEO, Raytheon, just being like the defense minister,
Right,
defense
right,
department
right.
guy, right? That kind of stuff. Yeah.
So, I mean, I think where some of these other ideas go off the rails at times is they make this into such an elaborate, conspiracy that it's, it doesn't, it strikes me as too out in the open to be that much of a conspiracy. It just is what it is. It's just the way in which systems of power actually work. I mean, one thinker that I think is really interesting is Anthony Sutton. And he wrote about that a lot. He was big on the Skull and Bones fraternity. But yeah, to me, something like Skull and Bones is just, it's just an elite fraternity associated with an elite university where a lot of people from elite families go, and then they're the ones that end up populating the institutional elites as well. And it doesn't need to be any more sophisticated than that.
Right, because you could always say that, you got, what is it? Was it Kerry versus Bush, or what was and they were both Skull and Bones or something to that effect, right? Well, I mean, you could say the same thing. They probably, you could say they both were members of the same golf club, right? I mean, you know what
exactly.
I mean?
Exactly.
I don't know. I think that's a kind of crazier one to downplay because both these people got to that kind of prestigious position and were also in the same university and the same fraternity. Like, I can see how you can sort of downplay it.
Well, they're all both part of the same ruling class, though, too, right? So, I mean,
yeah, and like Harvard and Yale are like the most, some of the most prestigious places. So it's not like a huge coincidence that both of them would like go to. I think Yale is where Skull and Bones is, and then we get into this like organization that usually has like elite types in it.
Well,
yeah,
a good way to put it is
Skull and Bones it seems to be like a shady, secretive organization, the fraternal order. They even got the Skull and Bones, right, to make it seem even creepier. But how much it's pulling the string.
Generally, I went to college with a lot of frat guys. There were some sketchy dudes in some of that stuff. I mean,
right.
I mean, even on the more lower levels. But I think, though, that one thing that's helpful when it comes to perspective is, again, to remove ourselves from situations that we are involved in, which is contemporary societies, and create analogies to how things worked in the past. Like in the past, I was creating an analogy to the Middle Ages. Early in the program, I was talking about the Middle Ages. Or if we look at the Middle Ages,
I was going to say, I think one way to put it is like it went from being a literal inbred fuckfest to being a metaphorical one.
Right, yeah. Although often with the same results, it seems. It's
right.
Yeah, with a bunch of retards in power.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, even now we have our new royal dynasties. We've got the Bush family, we've got the Clinton family, we've got the Kennedy family.
And Trump's working on a new one, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it seems pretty obvious.
I mean,
and a lot of the Trumpians now are saying, well, we can't wait until Don Jr. or Ivanka get to be president. But yeah, I mean, but in the Middle Ages, okay, you had the ruling class as it was then, the royal dynasties, the aristocracy, the church, the warrior class, all the guilds and all that kind of stuff. That was the ruling class. And then the thing is, how did that work? How did the medieval ruling class work? And what is the equivalent of that in today's world? Well,
the Masons are an offshoot of the guilds, right? I mean, essentially.
Yeah. Well, the bricklayers, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So, but that was more of a middle class type of artisan position in that culture. I mean, they were, they were sort of like doctors or something like that, or lawyers. It was sort of not part of the ruling elite proper, but more of the middle class, upper strata class. The bourgeoisie. That's what that came out of. Well, I used to know a lot of lawyers. I used to hang out with a lot of lawyers. I used to go to some parties, private parties held by lawyers. Those are some sketchy dudes too. That's, you want to see some degeneracy. It's interesting how so many lawyers don't actually seem to obey that many laws too.
You guys,
we want anecdotes.
Huh?
Anecdotes about sketchy lawyers.
Yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, any like really funny stories about degenerate lawyers?
I don't know. Is this a family program?
No.
No.
We've had porn stars on here.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. Well, it's just I've come across quite a few lawyers that basically they got their law degree by dealing coke to put themselves through law school. And then these were lawyers that were prominent defense attorneys and prosecutors that were coke heads and coke dealers and kept harems of prostitutes and all this kind of stuff. It's in fact, I say that lawyers. I've known lawyers that died of a heroin overdose. It's I mean, it's the culture that's built up around lawyers attracts a lot of sketchy people. I'll put it like that.
Yeah, one of the more interesting things is I think people here know about the literary brat pack, like Bret Easton Ellis, Jay McInerney, and all that. One of the lesser members of that, Mark Lindquist, actually was a lawyer who went on to be like the, I think it was like the head prosecuting attorney in Seattle or something like that, and was recently kicked out of that position because he went on TV and bragged about railroading someone or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's almost normal. I mean, it's I mean, look at Kamala Harris. I mean, she's was Attorney General of California. I mean, she basically tried to keep people on death row when they were innocent. It's
Kamala, like a lot of people called her Kamala Harris because of shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Called her what?
Kamala Harris.
Oh, okay.
And of course, of course you have, and of course that you see like a lot of, what you say about people internalizing the system. Like you had a lot of people who were like screaming bloody murder about Trump's alleged sexual assaults, but now that one's come out about Biden, it's like that seems to have just like flat out killed the Me Too movement.
Yeah. Well, people are, everybody makes exceptions for their own side.
I want it to die.
It's kind of like people make exceptions for their own family. A lot of people, no matter how law and order there are, when their kid gets arrested for a crime, they still mail them out of jail and get them a lawyer. And that's true when it comes to political affiliation. Everybody makes, like Donald Trump is a good example. I mean, look how popular he is with a lot of the religious right. This is a guy that's been married 3 times. His wife is an ex-Playboy model. He owns gambling casinos and strip clubs. And this guy's the hero of the religious right, solely because he's giving the middle finger to the left. That's
we'll take what we can get, and in the meantime. I mean, the thing is that we weren't left with much choice, all things considered. So,
who else did the fucking Republicans have in 2016? Jeb Bush.
I wish Trey Gowdy would have run. I swear I think he'd be a great candidate that they would not be able to shore up much dirt on, but he's already tired of serving in whatever capacity he currently serves, so he's not going to do it. But he's counting down the days till he can retire if he hasn't already. But I think he would have made a good candidate. Trey Gowdy.
I mean, like I mentioned Bloomberg earlier, like if you look into his past sexual indiscretions, that guy is a fucking monster. It's like very clear that he's a complete sadist who gets off on making the women who work for him afraid. And like the people who was like, yeah, but he's the only one who can beat Trump, so
they had to change the qualifications for him to get on that stage ahead of more deserving people. If that doesn't prove that money buys everything, then I don't know what is. I mean, they had to change the criteria to allow him to get on that stage.
Well, yeah, I mean, he essentially just bought his way into the system. I mean, it's that's obvious, and so did Tom Steyer. It's
I don't even know who that is.
He's another billionaire.
Exactly.
Dude. He just didn't have a newspaper, media apparatus at his fingertips. You would have known about him.
Yeah, he had ads everywhere, but he was like a fucking nobody.
Right. Well, the Democrats had some interesting candidates, but it's interesting how they went out of their way to marginalize them, and then those candidates all turned around and got in line behind Biden anyway. When it was all said and done, it's
Tulsi endorsing Biden is like
Andrew Yang.
Yeah, that wounded me to the quick. But at least Bernie is still trying to do what he's doing, while Biden is just, I don't know, hiding in his underground child rape dungeon or whatever.
But Sanders also strikes me as a really kind of a milquetoast individual. I mean,
but
he's weak.
Like compared to like everyone, it's like, because there are times where he really could have gone in, and when he should have. Like I remember when he went in on Delaney with that famous "I wrote the damn bill" line. But if he was like that all the time, he probably would be doing a lot better.
Yeah, instead of referring to Biden as my friend Joe and all that kind of stuff, it's and then he'll endorse Biden eventually too. Unless Biden is removed and Sanders,
he endorsed Hillary, right?
Yeah, exactly. After they conspired to cheat.
That was his major mistake. He should never have done that.
Yeah, which was fun.
Endorse Hillary.
Which is why it surprised me that Tulsi Gabbard endorsed Biden, because she dropped out of like a position in the Democrat Party to endorse Bernie, I think.
Yeah, but it's interesting with all of these people how ultimately tribal they are. For all of them, it just ultimately seems to come down to Orange Man bad. It's like, we'll endorse the people who screwed us over personally to get rid of Orange Man. Some of that may be calculated in the sense they may think, well, they have to consider what their audience wants and what their fan base wants and their future within the political party if there's going to be one and all of that. But it was kind of I wasn't surprised by it, but it was kind of annoying to see some of these maverick candidates all line up behind Biden at the end.
Yeah. So, what would you recommend to someone who does agree that electoral politics are bullshit? What would you recommend that they do to make a real difference?
It's funny because I've had people who believe in voting and take it seriously, say, well, if not that, what? They say, well, if people can't even be bothered to vote in our society, they're not going to fight a revolution or something like that. But my thing is, you've always got to be pushing the envelope from the outside. I know when I first started operating attackthesystem.com as a website, I had a lot of people, including a lot of anarchists, actually, tell me, look, that site is just too extreme. You've got to tone that down. And I'm like, no, it's not. If anything, it's not extreme enough. I have altered the focus of it at various points, but it's my thing is you've always got to be pushing the envelope because, like for people who, say electoral politics matters, I always say that always follows the trends that exist in the wider society. If we had a mass movement of anarchists, of millions of people in America calling themselves anarchists, you'd have electoral candidates trying to co-opt that too. You'd have all kinds of stuff going on. That's happened with every other kind of movement. And what happens though is that it always gets co-opted. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, now she's moved into Nancy Pelosi's orbit. And so it's always about pushing the envelope from the outside. And then you're pushing against the middle from a far out vantage point. And then, there's that thing about the Overton window. All right, that's what you want to do. You want to always be trying to move the Overton window. The question is, how are you going to do that? That's the only real issue. By the time something like electoral politics even becomes relevant, then your jobs are already done for the most part because you've already shifted the Overton window.
Right, and I think maybe one example of this that I'm hearing an echo. I don't know if anyone hears that.
Yeah, I hear it.
Okay, it's gone now. But One thing that I think that's been somewhat encouraging is I've seen less leftists like really hardcore pushing for gun control. I think they kind of realize that maybe armed resistance is going to need to be a viable option in the very near future, and I think that's encouraging.
I haven't heard much about that in a while.
Maybe it's just the ones I hang out with.
Yeah, well, it depends on the liberal class is very big on gun control. That's one of the main things they would really love to be able to do. Right. I think the reasons they don't push it any more than they do now is because they're concerned about the backlash it would take. I think that a serious gun grabbing effort in the U.S. would result in a wave of right-wing terrorism. And I think a lot of the elites know that, and a lot of the, otherwise gung-ho for gun control people know that. And so they only want to push that so far. It's the more radical left tends to be more of a big mixed bag on that. You've got some that are pro-gun control that just take the left progressive line. And then you've got others that say, oh, no, we don't want the army and the cops to have all the guns. We need the guns for the revolution or whatever. So you do find that tendency on the left as well.
Right. Yeah. With that gun rally that they had in Virginia, there was a lot of far lefties joining in that too. So.
Right. Redneck Revolt seems to be gaining some steam, and they're very anti-gun control.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do we want to be wrapping up, guys? Because I did want to talk about some, like housekeeping type stuff before we closed out.
Okay. Keith, do you have anything you want to close out on before we let you go?
No, not really, unless you guys have something else you want to ask me about or talk about or whatever.
You covered everything very well. I was surprised. I went into this thinking, I might have to be mean to this guy, because I think I'm like opposed to the idea of anarchy, a lot more than I used to be. I might have to be mean to this guy, but no, I couldn't do it when it came down to it. But you spoke well for your position, very diplomatically, and I was surprised. So.
Well, let me ask you guys some questions. What are your politics anyway? What kind of program is this?
We're actually fairly, I think, spread across the political spectrum. I think that what you would consider, Zach and Jeremy, you guys would consider yourself to be Christian conservatives, correct?
Yeah, I'm more of a secular Christian these days, but I'm wearing the cross more and more when I go out because it's scaring me to death what's going on out there, to be honest, even though it hasn't really hit this area yet. But I voted for Trump. So.
And then, Ben, you're fairly far on the left. Is that right?
Yeah, I consider myself an individualist anarchist.
Yeah, I consider myself independent, and I don't really try to pigeonhole myself. I'm a, what do you call it? A buffet style individual. I'll pick some things from the left and the right and make up my own mind. So I don't really consider myself to be anything. Not a Democrat or a Republican, that's for sure. So
you're one of the galaxy brain centrists.
As far as what the second part of his question, what kind of program is this? I don't know who wants to answer that, because
well, we started off as a program about literature, especially like weird and small press literature, but we we're
all
kind of got off that beaten path. But I guess you fit into that since you have written several books.
Right.
Yeah, we're all four fiction writers, and you seem to be more nonfiction. Have you written any fiction at all?
Not that's ever been published.
Okay.
And no, I'm not drunk-spurging tonight, Kevin.
Does that answer your question at all? I don't know.
That's good enough.
We do talk a lot about books, but we'll take anybody who's willing to come on because
we're just curious individuals.
We like having
Well, one of you just said that you're an independent and that you just tend to look at things on their own merits, and that's kind of how I approach things.
Right.
I mean, I'm an anarchist in the sense that, yeah, I do think the traditional anarchist critique of the state holds up under scrutiny, and that that can be defended with evidence. And I also think that a lot of the other ideas that you find in various tendencies within anarchism can also be defended empirically. But there are ideas that some anarchists have that I don't agree with, and disagree and don't mind expressing disagreement with. And there are people in other ideological camps and philosophical camps that I do agree with. And I do tend to try to base my own opinions on an assessment of the actual evidence and facts. I tend to prefer an empirical approach. For instance, I don't just take some reflexive left or right position on something. It's like I know people that say, or this or that ideology. They're say libertarian. Okay, so the libertarian position on this would be what? Yeah, but is it right? Can it be supported by evidence? Can it be supported by facts? Or what are some problems with it? Or I'm a Marxist, so the Marxist position would be, but what's the evidence? It's and for that reason, I do tend to bring a lot of ideas into my own thinking and my own writing that you're not going to find in most anarchist writing. For instance, you're not going to find a discussion of elite theorists like Pareto and Michaels and Mosca and that kind of stuff in most anarchist writing. You're not going to find a discussion of Carl Schmitt and Ernst Jünger in most anarchist writing, unless it's something negative. But a lot of them don't even know who those people were. So yeah, I do. That's a point of view that I admire and respect. The idea of that the facts always come first, irrespective of what the ideology says.
Right.
Right. Do you have any further questions for us?
No, not really.
I'd like to have you back on at some point, though, if you don't mind coming back.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
this was a great discussion.
Yeah, I've enjoyed this.
Okay, so that was Keith Preston with attackthesystem.com. He has several books available on Amazon, and I'm encouraging people to go to bookshop.org since there's a bunch of Amazon workers striking. So any final words?
I would say that we need to really keep our eyes open for the stuff that's going on in the world today. I mean, I think that's obvious enough. That's an obvious statement. But start looking around and seeing how the power elites around the world are using this crisis as a means for grabbing more power for themselves. Look at all the ruling class looting that's going on, and start thinking about the long-term impact that's going to have and what the possible alternatives might be.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming on, Keith.
All right.
We'll definitely have you on again at some point.
Speaking of people grabbing more power for themselves, this is bullshit right here. Okay. That's what they close out WrestleMania with. I mean, I get it. The underdog story, the Rocky story, but Brock Lesnar is a beast who will not be put down. And this is bullshit. I don't care if it's an empty arena or not. The beast was robbed and he will be sated.
Well, I'm sure that there'll be a reversal.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Keith. This will be up before the night's over. So.
Okay, where should I find this? I mean, where's this going to be posted?
On the YouTube channel Hatchet Mouth, or I can just email it to you, or Ben can. The link. That'd be easy. It has to process. You know how it works. It takes a while to process.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll email you the link so you can share it around once it's up.
Great. Yeah. Sure. Great. Thank you.
All right. Yep. I'll talk to you later.
What a night, fellas. What a night. I was genuinely surprised with both guests. I wish we would have had time to talk to Lesko. Maybe you could set him up for next week if he's up for it.
Yeah.
What happened to him? He just silently slink away?
He said he had to go, but I was trying to find an in way to wrap up and so we could get fit him in, but he bailed before we could, unfortunately.
Oh, and Keith, if you're ready to leave, you just need to hit the leave studio button on the bottom.
He's stuck.
Can you hear me?
No, he muted.
Looks like you're
Well,
muted.
that's okay. He could stay if he wants, but
yeah, you can hang out if you want to.
Sorry about the spoiler, Strange.
Wait, what's the spoilers? I'm confused.
I just gave away the WrestleMania result, you dope.
I was the wrestling stuff.
Oh,
I thought he would have already seen that.
Drew McIntyre beat Brock Lesnar for the title, and it's
Who cares?
We do. Strange,
No.
Strange cares. I care.
Well, guess what?
Old habits die hard, son. Sorry,
Bro.
Yeah.
Wrestling's fake, bro.
Yeah, but that doesn't take any enjoyment away from it. I mean, before we start to wrap up, did any of us get any reading accomplished this week? Because I love to talk books, and I wanted to get some of that, done before we closed out for the night.
I got, as you know, I got about 60% through Church Mouse.
Okay, now tell me what you think, because I think it's the greatest vampire series ever written.
Well, I haven't gotten to that part yet. You know what I mean? So,
are you saying you're underwhelmed?
I'm saying that it's good thus far, but not great.
Okay, wait till you read the second novel, The Change, and you'll see. But Serge is not one of the most fascinating characters you have ever read, because he is to me.
I am liking the character, yes, and I'm liking the book. However, I haven't gotten to the point yet where I figured out, this is why Jeremy likes this book so much. I haven't gotten there yet.
Wait, what do you expect that to be? I don't understand.
I don't know, but it's kind of one of those things where I think I'll know it when I see it, maybe.
You once described your ongoing appearances on this show as a sociology experiment.
Maybe, I guess. I don't know. I say a lot of dumb stuff.
No, yeah, you did say that.
Yeah, I probably did.
Don't play.
I probably did. I say a lot of things.
Yeah.
That I don't remember saying.
Can I be a character that dies horribly in the last Hanover block?
Yeah, I could arrange that, because I can just change the name of a character that's already been written.
Cool.
So,
I mean, I want to die by the mounds. I want to really perverted too.
Well, I have to think about which way that would go. I mean,
tell me you can't fit me in.
Well, I mean, it would be nice if I could just, I would, if it would be nice to write a character actually based on you, right? Rather than just swapping out a name or something, right?
Yeah.
And none of the characters that are in the final book are based on Jeremy Maddox, but I wouldn't mind.
I could just be in the prologue as a sloppy, kill, and then title, sloppy, bad death, and then title, so-and-so Hanover block.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'll figure out something, but I would write a character that's based on you in some story, you know what I mean? But it just seems like it would be cheating just to rename a character that I've already written and name him Jeremy Maddox, right?
So you don't see me that way, is what you're saying. You only see me as a friend, not a book character.
Well, no, what I'm getting at is it wouldn't be doing you justice. I would rather write a character that's genuinely based on you than just take a character that's already been written and give them your name, right?
But I want to be killed by the mounds. Why can't I have my last request?
I don't know. I mean, I just don't see. I mean, I'll think about it. I think about how to work it out.
I'll climb inside that thing like a climbing maniac.
Yeah. I mean, but that's already been established. You know what I mean? Like, to have another character simply just crawl into the mound and get consumed is redundant.
Or maybe a character who's into face sitting, and he wants the mound to roll over him, and it suffocates him.
horror novel called The MGTOW Monster.
I mean, I would rather just. I mean, I would rather write a character study of Jeremy Maddox like character in a separate story to do you justice, right?
Okay, you're letting me down gently. Do as thou wilt. Go ahead.
I mean, I think that sounds like a more. I think it seems like more respectful than just what you're proposing, right?
I don't want respect. I want to be smothered by a giant mound of eating fucking flesh.
Yeah, I think Jeremy's dick is in his hand right now.
I think so. I think so too.
Sorry. Write whatever you want. I'm kind of playing, although it would be cool. But
well,
I'm playing, but it would be good.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens.
Hey, that brought in a new listener. We were at 2 listeners, and then it brought in a third one.
Oh wow, man! We're like, wow.
Yeah, we're about to hit the big time.
Yeah. So this vampire book is pretty good thus far, right?
Yeah.
Now you're saying it doesn't get great until the second book?
No. The first one is great, but the second one is even greater because you see more of the layers of Serge. Who this guy who's lived for thousands of years,
right.
and you always think he's on the cusp of finally being upstaged or humiliated, but he's always got some piece of wisdom lurking, to impart to, his underlings.
Okay.
And
all
also there is,
don't tell me anything. Don't tell me anything more. I want to see if it impresses me the same way that it has impressed you.
There is a great modern rock song from like the early 2000s or late 90s that is put to great use in the first novel near the end. You'll know it when you see it. I'm sure you've heard the song. And and I want to talk about it on here when you do read it.
Okay.
Because I can picture it in my head like it was a movie. Perfect choreography of song and image. Perfect.
All right. Well, I'm giving it a go with an open mind, and I think it's good thus far. Hasn't reached greatness yet, but
okay. Well, then explain to me what you think is the best vampire saga ever.
Well, I never have made a claim to know what that would be, really, to be frank. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't have one ready-made that I would say is a great vampire novel or saga, right? So,
What about Zach? Have you finished or read anything this week of note?
Yeah, I'm about finished with my early medieval theology book, which is amazing. And I've also been reading on Nathaniel Hawthorne's The House of Seven Gables.
Yeah, you mentioned you've been reading Hawthorne. I have never, I've never read him. What's that like? What is his, what is it about his style that you like?
It's just so like, I guess the only way I can describe it is like my consciousness is like fine tuned to it. Whereas I'll be reading it and it's just like complete brain candy and I'm loving it. Whereas other people, especially, like in school, they'll be like, I don't understand a word of this. But for me, it just works. The main thing I've been doing is writing, though. I've taken time, just been outlining and writing like crazy, like probably more than I ever have in my life. It's just been pretty awesome.
That's great, man.
It is great.
Didn't Hawthorne write The Scarlet Letter?
Yeah, he wrote The Scarlet Letter. He wrote amazing short stories that are just I'm trying to send Kevin the link real quick. Yeah, a lot of short stories and a lot of just...
What, are you sending Strange the link to the show? I was going to. So, okay.
Are you going to send it to him? Because I don't have it pulled up anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just put it in the chat. Anybody else who wants to wander in, I don't care.
Yeah, but Hawthorne, the thing I really like about Hawthorne.
Now, Strange hates the show, by the way. He told me so, but he'll come on and suffer for our sake. So God bless him for martyring himself for like less than an hour for.
I mean, I don't blame him.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead, Zach.
The thing about Hawthorne I really like is his connections to Herman Melville. Like, I forgot which way it went, but one of them was like a serious literary fanboy of the others. They're both from the same period, I think. And of course, I really freaking love Herman Melville because Moby Dick's just like one of those books you read that changes your life with like super deep amount of layers. And Hawthorne is really like that because he kind of mirrors my mindset in that, okay, I'm of course Christian, but he's kind of searching through that for that a lot through his fiction. And so he's never writing a dead novel. There's always kind of a spiritual element. And I think that's really lost in a lot of literary fiction these days. Whereas back then it would have been mostly prevalent because, I mean, you know, society was different.
Okay. Ben, we'll get to yours in a minute. Strange, are you okay over there where you are? Is everything okay?
We're starting to double cases now. So there's a lot of people that live around here. There's some densely populated areas like towns, and then there's some really rural areas. I live kind of in between the two, and the densely populated areas are not following any protocols at all. And the one of the towns actually had to board up all of the basketball hoops at the parks because people were gathering and playing basketball in large numbers, even as of yesterday.
I mean, is that a good thing or a bad thing that they're disobeying? I don't know.
It's both. It's both. There's nothing in the Constitution that says the government's job is to uphold the Constitution except when it's flu season. Yeah. But at the same time, we're about to get mollywopped with what might be the greatest, flu virus of all time. It depends on how you process the information.
I don't know about that. I'm not getting sick. I've boosted my immune system too much. I know this sounds arrogant, but I have cleaned like a maniac both at work, at home. I wear gloves when I go shopping. There's no way this thing is going to get me, and I wear a cross in public, so I'm good.
Yeah, I'm doing my best.
Vitamins.
I'm trying to be smart about it, but it's definitely going to rip through here pretty hard. And I think if I do get sick, I'll be okay. I spoke to my personal doctor about it. She's not really concerned about this thing. I had the flu earlier. I had influenza B earlier this season. She said that's going to keep my immune system pretty tough and strong when this thing comes around. So I'm not.
When you got sick, you mean?
What's that?
When you got sick before a few weeks ago?
Yeah, she recommended that I get a flu shot. And I said, well, I actually just had the flu because I spoke with my doctor a couple of weeks ago. And I said, I just had the flu like a week ago. And she said, oh, you don't need a flu shot then. You'll be good when this thing comes through. I said, all right. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll die. Maybe I'll be just fine. But I don't go around other people outside of work. So my immediate family and friends, they're not going to be around me anyway, regardless. Does that mean that I like all these draconian restrictions that the local, state, and federal government is putting on people? No, I don't like it. It makes me cringe horribly. And I hope that anarchist dude that was on here talked about that for fucking 5 hours.
Yeah, he talked about it quite a bit. Yeah.
Good, because it should scare the fuck out of people. I mean, this is literally the beginning of a Philip K. Dick novel. This is how that kind of dystopian techno future begins.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That is correct.
I'm not ready to vote for Biden, though. I'll tell you that.
Why the fuck would we vote for Joe Biden because of a techno dystopian fucking Philip K. Dick future? What does Joe Biden have to do with that?
Because Trump's in charge, and the.
What is Trump going to do? What do you think would happen to Trump if he said, "Hey, everybody, fuck off! Don't act. Treat this like it ain't no thing. Just take some vitamins and grab your balls." I mean, he'd be crucified.
The basic bitch take is that you don't like what's going on, so you shouldn't vote for Trump. Then that's the basic bitch take, and that's
silly.
That's what I'm trying to clear up.
That's silly.
Yeah, and I'm not going to suddenly jump across the board and vote for Biden, who doesn't even know the difference between his sister and wife. And that's not exaggerating. That's real. He said the other day, we don't like to be cooped up in our houses. It's unnecessary, but it's necessary.
Yeah, Trump was that he tweeted something at Trump a couple days ago, and those idiots in the press room like tried to dunk on Trump with it, like, "Oh, yo, Joe Biden said this," and Trump's response was, "Joe Biden didn't say anything. He doesn't know how to use the internet. That was some Democrat aide."
He knows how to serve. He knows how to he knows how to serve them. You know.
Yeah.
You ever listen to his old '90s and early 2000s Howard Stern appearances? Donald Trump is a fucking savage.
I mean, I'm pretty sure like before long, the reason they're hiding, Joe Biden most of the time is one, he doesn't know how to use the fucking internet to communicate with people, and two is probably because his brain is melted so much at this point. They practically have to shove like a puppet stick up his ass to get him to work.
Well, listen, Ben, didn't you just say you were a leftist a couple of minutes ago?
But that doesn't mean I'm pro Biden.
He hates political correctness, though. That's
what would your well? I don't care about any of that. What would your ideal candidate be if you got to choose?
I don't have an idea.
He's a Bernie bro.
Well, I think Bernie is the least of all the evils, but I mean
he's a straight up communist, and you're saying
he's not a straight up communist.
Oh, he is.
He's not that rad. I wish he was.
I'll send you a link to the 1980s with him singing the fucking USSR anthem in Russia. He loves communism.
See, he's not very good at promoting it. Then,
well, of course.
But either way,
he's in American politics. He can't just like come out and say it.
But either way, is like my ideal candidate is no candidate. I'm an anarchist too. I don't want rulers.
I'm probably closer to anarchism than I am conservatism. I'm right there with you, bro. My favorite politician of all time, and I voted for him twice during the Obama years. I wrote in Ron Paul both times. Ron Paul, to me, the constitutional conservative, he's the guy that's closest, most grounded to my ideals. And you could even say that Ron Paul is a bit of an anarchist himself. He believes that the only role of government is to follow the absolute letter of the Constitution.
Well, which is my problem, is like the Constitution is a piece of paper. It doesn't mean much on its own.
Possibly, besides the Bible, the best piece of paper that's ever been written. In conjunction with the Bible and the Constitution of the United States of America, we created the best empire the world's ever seen. The most freedom, the least hunger, the highest literacy rate. I mean, we've done wonders with those two documents.
That wasn't those documents that caused that.
Maybe not. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. What evidence do you? What do you think created that? What do you think created the most prosperous empire the world's ever seen?
Well, I don't even know if that's true. The most prosperous ever seen. Like, yeah, maybe by modern standards, but
by per capita standards. There's never been this many human beings this far above poverty and this literate in the history of planet Earth.
Well, yeah,
unless we believe in flat Earth and things like that, then who knows how many.
Thompson was the man tonight.
He was. I was surprised. I mean, the thing is, he'll say things. It's like I try to wrap my hand around it because I'm not a flat earther. But it's like I try to come up with a freaking response. I just can't do it all about of the stuff.
I still don't believe that shit, but he is entertaining.
It'd take hours to come up with freaking.
Some of those guys are like, I mean, that's all they do is figure out the arguments and then figure out the best way to refute them. And then you're like, the Earth's flat. Oh my God. Ben, you were saying, what would you, so again, I asked the question to you, what do you think, by what metric would you measure the greatest empire the world has ever seen in recorded mainstream history?
Well, I would argue that empire is not, by definition, not a great thing. It requires vast amounts of repression, if not domestically, then abroad. And I think you can point to a lot of the things that the United States have done, such as overturning countries in South America, sweat factories in the third world, perpetual war in the Middle East.
Those cultures arguably were not in good standing to begin with. So you're talking about using the third world to, and I'm not justifying or trying to make a moral argument for this, but we're saying using the third world for cheap labor to produce goods for the first world. That's not a good thing, but the third world was the third world before we put them to work.
Well, yeah, but that's that's basically just saying, oh, it's a homeless person, so it's okay. We do human experiments on him. That's,
Again, no, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. But at the same time, I will say, yeah, that guy was homeless. That guy could be Donald Trump if he made the right choices in his life, and instead he's homeless. And I'm not saying therefore he should be expendable and we should do human experiments on him or even put him to work for pennies.
What if the experiment turned him into a superhero?
I guess what my point was the governments and the religions that exist in the third world weren't going to pay that dude any more money than we pay him for the sweatshops that he works in. His station in life wasn't going to be better without American imperial intervention, was it?
Maybe not as is, but introducing a factory where the conditions are so fucking bad they have to have suicide nets. I would argue that's not much of an improvement.
Suicide nets?
Yeah, that happens in China, like at Apple like buildings, like factories where they produce Apple phones and stuff and computers. They actually have suicide nets outside the windows so people don't fling themselves out of the fucking window and commit suicide. But I would argue that those people were used as target practice in rice paddies by the communist government before Apple got there. So again, I'm not arguing that Apple should be there and Apple should be participating in slave labor and that we should be using those products willy-nilly and acting like we don't know that that's happening. But at the same time, that Chinese communist government wasn't going to treat that citizen fairly either. So it's not, you can't put the blame squarely on the shoulders of the American empire, because the American empire is utilizing human beings that were already being brutally oppressed by their own culture before we came along. That's my only argument. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying that it's not better or worse. It's sort of a lateral move.
Well, if that's the case, then it's kind of hard to say like it's the greatest if it's basically the same as other repressive that at least abroad. It's how they treat their citizens.
Well, they don't have to eat rotting flesh over here because they're starving from, like they did under Mao. I mean, if we're talking about China, they literally were eating. They were selling babies for food. They were selling off wives for food. They were eating dead flesh and pretending that they were still alive so when there was a head count, they could get, twice the amount of food. And when all that's
pretty clever.
Yeah. But
using your dead wife as a meat puppet so you can get
meat puppet. But no, and then when all that failed, they would eat the putrefying flesh.
And nobody here is arguing that China as an empire is great. What Ben's arguing is that America can't be seen as the greatest empire because we have.
Well, I'm arguing no empire is great.
Right. What would you, if you were pushed into a corner, what do you think the best model for a society would be?
Well, the thing is, like, that's the thing about being an anarchist is I don't have like an above, a top-down model for how societies could work. I think there's the like properly divided society would have things that work according to their own situations. Like I kind of mentioned the Zapatistas in Mexico. They've had a system that's worked fairly well since the 80s. I think they've successfully held off both the Mexican government and the drug cartels in southern Mexico. But that's not. But their model may not necessarily work here in the States. The Rojava Society they worked fairly well until the United States knifed them in the back and let Turkey run rampant over them. There's multiplicity of ways to organize society that would work for specific situations.
Well, I think what you're suggesting is like a conditional society, and that's the same way. Like that's how communism is built. Communism can't exist without there first being a sort of capitalist free market system that creates the wealth, that creates that inequality that communists use to use as their propaganda to try to get the working class to revolt. There has to be a working class, which means there has to be capitalism, which means there has to be, places for the workers to work before you can then conditionally implement communism. Communism cannot exist in a vacuum the way capitalism can. Capitalism
didn't exist in a vacuum either. It developed from feudalism and mercantilism.
Right. I'm saying if you throw 7 families into the woods and come back 100 years later, if you're either going to see no one alive because they've all killed each other and died of starvation if they went the communist route, or you're going to see a flourishing culture that's moving up the tech ladder if they went through those particular systems. Would be my argument.
I mean, you can look at that. I can't remember what the name of the island was, but it was like an island where, like anytime someone tries to go there, they kill them, and the government has decided to just kind of leave them alone. One could argue that they've been living in a sort of kind of primitive communism for hundreds of years.
Communism does work on a very small scale. And it
right.
Can work
that's why I don't really believe in the central planning, and I think that the central planning is doomed to fail, and that's why the Soviet Union was doomed to fail, and Venezuela and Cuba to an extent.
Yeah, Cuba. Cuba is propped up by Russia. If Cuba,
no, they're not. Are they still propped up by Russia? I thought that ended when the Soviet Union collapsed.
I'm not 100% sure. I don't know what
maybe they're still out.
They're not subsiding on their own with from their own labor. That's for sure. I mean, somebody's taking care of them.
I mean, they do have other trading partners, but that does go into another thing. How if a country doesn't bend the knee to the United States, it will that they'll engage in things like embargoes that kill hundreds of people and so forth, or just like outright invade the country and bomb it to shit.
Yeah, but I think that if you my argument for that is always if you pit two systems against each other and have them fight an all-out war, and capitalism is the one that wins over and over and over again, then it's the superior system. If the argument is we would be just fine if it wasn't for those capitalists that keep tweaking our economy to the point that we collapse, well, maybe there's no strength in those systems to begin with. And anything from a natural disaster to a plague like we're dealing with right now, there's many things that can crush a fragile system, not just American imperialism. I don't like the argument that American imperialism keeps the third world the third world. I think that the third world's predilection, the third world's love of communism and socialism is sort of what keeps them in their situation. And bad luck.
I mean, a lot of third world countries aren't communist. I mean, the definition of a third world country is, that terminology came from the fact that it was neither aligned with the United States or the USSR during the Cold War, and there were very few. There were very few.
I was going to finish. I was just going to finish that thought off by saying a lot of it is bad luck regionally. They don't have regional resources that allow them to, create wealth in any way, shape, or form. A lot of the third world is geographically. They are the way they are geographically. Stefan Molyneux would argue that they're the way they are because of the low average IQ. Where do you fall? Where do you fall there? How do you feel about average IQ in third world cultures? IQ's sub 78, or is it 76? Is what he argues. If you have an average IQ of less than, I think, 76 or 78, then you will not be a successful nation. That's according to. I keep picking on Stefan Molyneux, but that's, I guess, what is the correct terminology for that philosophy?
That's called racism.
No,
I mean, I don't like throwing that term around, but if you're arguing
in good faith here, we're having fun.
But I just don't really see what I mean. Okay, maybe I guess the.
So that was actually a racist statement on your part, because I haven't mentioned. No,
I'm not. I'm arguing that
talking about IQ. So you then projected into that discussion that somehow ethnicity plays into low IQ.
I mean, that's what it always comes back to is like, oh, the reason the blacks haven't, gone, been able to, progress is because of low IQ. And I mean, the
Irish had incredibly low IQs when they migrated to America, and they raised their IQ over time living here.
Because they're predominantly Roman Catholic.
Shipping off to Boston. Whoa.
Zach says it's because they follow Christ.
Yeah, see, my opinion is the best way to live. We need to go back to medieval Europe, and I say that with complete
no.
I'm not.
I mean, the advantage to that is it's easier to point out who the king is and who we need to chop the fucking head off.
Also,
peasant revolts were a regular thing during that time for a reason.
Back to the racism argument for IQ. Ashkenazi Jews have the highest IQ of any race. So the entire world hates them. So how does that play out?
I mean, the entire world hating? No, that's a very European thing that the Jews are hated, which is one of the reasons I've never bought into like the whole race realism thing. Is like race the Romani.
Realism, that's what determines.
I mean, it's basically just racism with a scientific sheen put over it. But the idea,
well, again, you're projecting that directly onto a specific race of people when there are a lot of like whites in general. And again, I brought up the Irish as an example, but the Caucasian, which is a spread of races, they fall like somewhere in the middle of the IQ spectrum. They're not at the top of the food chain by far. East Asians, Indians, and Jews are all have higher IQs than any of the Caucasian races.
I mean, okay, but that doesn't like undo the idea that the people who are like suffering in the third world do so because they're just stupid. We're kind of like we're kind of going off on a tangent here, but yeah, I don't really like buy this whole like IQ thing. It seems like IQ exists to an extent, but what you pointed out is, well, apparently when the Irish were in better material conditions, they were able to raise their IQ. So it seems like there's a variety of factors that goes into how a country develops and how it doesn't.
Yeah, I go back to the resource argument. I think
that is basically like I'm not saying you are one, but that is basically the Marxist argument, is that material conditions are what drive the development of societies.
This motherfucker just called me a Marxist.
Yes.
No, he did not.
He called you a Marxist racist.
I don't think
anybody called me a Marxist racist.
I don't think anybody.
Well, Marx actually was pretty racist, and they try to like put that under the rug. So.
Well, he was an anti-Semite, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought he was Jewish.
Fuck Karl Marx, right?
Well, I think he was
Jewish, wasn't he?
Well, it was like he was like part Jewish. Like I think on like his grandfather's side, he had a Jewish relative, but his family converted to Catholicism, I think.
The guy who invented sea monkeys was both Jewish and a Nazi. So puzzle that one out for a while. Seriously.
There's a really good Ryan Gosling movie about a guy who's Jewish and a Nazi.
Wait, which one is it?
I can't remember. Does anybody know what the name of that movie is off the top of their head? I'll look it up real quick.
Yeah, I don't know. But, I mean, one could argue that,
Called The Believer. It's on Tubi for free.
Okay. I mean, being a fascist, maybe not necessarily like an actual like Hitlerist Nazi, but being a fascist and being a Jew isn't necessarily opposed. I mean, look at Israel; they're like on the precipice of basically just falling into being a fascist state.
Why are we?
Did someone say race realism?
Yeah, but she's not. Is she Jewish? I thought she was just like mentally handicapped.
I don't know.
Oh my God,
he's big on that stuff. He talks about that.
Not pick on that poor woman.
I know.
They're clearly.
Well, I'm not picking on her. It's just that's kind of been Garapi's like history. Is he's got women with mental illnesses. He's like I think he used to be like a big on the whole like race realism thing and so on, but I think he kind of like scaled back on that.
In practice, that's what is his official title? Is he an evolutionary biologist? Is that his? his title?
I mean, I think he did I think he was like an actual like academic biologist.
Oh,
who was that
yeah,
picture? Who was that guy in that picture?
That's what I'm saying.
J.F. Garrity.
He goes by Jay. He used to co-host Andy Worski's show when they did the blood sports bullshit.
Gregor, we brought him up on here before. Remember, he kind of has a history of, he
talks like this.
He's a French Canadian.
We hated the Jews.
But what was that person that was in the picture with him?
His
wife, girlfriend,
handicapped girlfriend.
She very clearly has some kind of like mental problem. But that was a Photoshop.
Really bubbly.
But that wasn't like a photoshopped image.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, she doesn't
she
really
just
look
seems
like
bubbly and happy all the time. You guys are picking on her.
I'm sorry.
But that was a photoshopped image. It wasn't like a real human.
Yeah.
That's not what she really looks like.
I actually agree with JF.
The coronavirus panic illustrates the weakness of a society without a standard for remaining connected to scientific truth. I do a really crappy French accent. Pneumonia cases get relabeled as coronavirus deaths. Selective attention is given to the virus as opposed to others. He has a really thick French Canadian accent.
Yeah.
I think that he's the one that flagged my channel personally.
What?
Oh,
yeah, because
you think it was JF?
We barely mentioned him though. Hey JF, you like to fuck retards, you fucking moron.
Oh, man.
Ouch. Edgelord. That's Edgelord, man.
Now we're getting Ben going. Are you drinking, Ben?
Yeah.
I drank. I only had 3 beers, so I'm not that drunk. But I figured I'd tell Jay. I don't like Garrity anyway, so I'm perfectly fine.
What's your problem? What's your problem with him?
I think he's a smug fucking prick.
He is a smug prick, but I think that he analyzes and disseminates information in an interesting way. When for example, he debated. I fall more. You guys are gonna fucking crucify me for this. I fall more on I am more skeptical of evolution than most normal people are. Most normal people accept in good faith that Charles Darwin was the god of science, and that evolution has no holes in it, and there are no mysteries left to solve as far as what can be argued is sort of a contradiction between adaptation and evolution. Well, JF went up against an anti-evolution dude and just whooped his ass, and made me really take a few steps back from my thought process. And you got to get in the weeds. You got to get into the scientific papers and really dig into the weeds to understand the really the minute differences between adaptation and full-blown evolution, because it's not as simple as saying species to species. That's what I always say, but that's wrong, because the ladder of beings goes far beyond that. There's the genius, or genus. How do you pronounce that? Is it genus?
Genus.
The genus. There's the genus.
I think I remember the mnemonic device that they gave us for remember that. It's like kings play chess on fine green silk. It's like kingdom, phylum, class, kings play chess, order. I'm probably missing some here, but you get the idea.
So at a certain point in there, 2 animals cannot crossbreed, and because if they crossbreed, they create a sterile offspring, and that sort of stops the evolutionary chain. Yet Darwin sort of ignores that and jumps past it and basically says that if you send a bunch of species to an island, they'll all fuck each other and make brand new animals that will eventually go from birds to fish to people to, given a number of million or billion years, that cross species breeding will just inherently create brand new animals that it will add new data. DNA will expand in a way that adds new information into the DNA to create wild changes to animals, and that's actually never been observed in nature. We've never observed.
One thing I was talking about on an earlier show, this writer, that was one of her big things, is that never before has it been proven that one species actually transitions into another species.
Species isn't the right word, but it's the word I always use. Species and species can breed, and that's how you get that's how you domesticate dogs from wolves. That's how you create cat breeds from big cats. That's how you species to species can.
Talking more specifically on the fish to humans, as in we came out of the ocean and became monkeys and then became us. That's never been proven.
Well, JF will kick your fucking ass if you try to have a debate with him, because that's like his specialty. It's like what he's got a PhD in, and he will just drag you into the water and drown you with scientific information, saying that all that is nonsense and Darwin was 100%. I'm not even doing a French accent now. Darwin was 100% correct and a genius of his time, and far exceeded his contemporaries as far as understanding evolutionary biology and blah blah blah. So I do have respect for JF as a scientist. I'll give him that.
I'll get a scientist pet to come on here and just debate him.
I don't know if JF would come on here. No, apparently he doesn't like Jeremy.
No, he's an arrogant ass, and he probably thinks we're like dirt under his shoes.
He is that. I'm not defending his personality. I just think he's a smart cookie.
I'm telling you, I think he flagged me. My channel, Sick Fix, went down the day after Nick Fuentes did, and he bragged openly for like 3 hours talking to Ryan Dawson about how he's a moral nihilist, and he like intentionally targeted Nick Fuentes' channel because of the beef they were having. And he said, "I'm a moral nihilist, and I felt attacked, so I have no qualms about
See, of course, a freaking moral nihilist is super invested into evolutionary theory because that freaking justifies
it's all they've got.
Humanity. I mean,
it's all they've got.
The reason I do think
evilness, for lack of a better term.
The reason that's significant that my channel went down a day after Nick Fuentes is because I called him out for saying that he was using Antifa's an alliance with Antifa to go after Nick Fuentes. And I said, come on, JF. I know Andy Worski broke your heart, but you don't have to be a bitch about it. Next day, my channel's gone. You tell me. And so is Nick Fuentes's. You tell me. I mean,
you know what I'm going to tell you, Jeremy? I'm going to tell you that you've actually got a picture of yourself on your channel now. We're one step away from getting you on video.
I know.
One step away. I'm going to send you a webcam for Christmas.
I only don't go on video because I'm not combing my hair for this fucking show.
I don't go on video because I'm not going to be the only fucking face on here. You guys are a bunch of talking avatars. It'd be like being on the Muppet Show.
I like it that way.
Yeah, that's not that uncommon on YouTube, dude.
I mean, this is a podcast. You're really supposed to listen, not watch.
Yeah, homosexuality isn't that uncommon either, but I'm not going to suck a dick.
Well, I wasn't aware it was that gay. I mean, first of all,
wanting to see our faces.
First of all,
so we can masturbate to them.
Okay, first of all, I every time I've ever recorded a show, I do it shirtless. First of all, okay, and you guys don't want to see that, right?
Why do you not have a shirt on?
Because it's more comfortable.
Should I send you a shirt and a webcam?
No, I just don't. I like to go around without a shirt at home. What's wrong?
Are you having a shirt deficit? Are you short on shirts over there?
No, I've got one. I'm looking at one right now. I just don't want to wear it.
I'm looking at it, but I'm not wearing it. Jeremy, I just give you shit and you take it personally. You take it so you get so
No, I'm not.
You get butthurt about whenever I give you light criticisms of the show. Obviously, I'm a talking avatar right now. I made one. I drew a picture of myself. I mean, obviously, I don't care. I just like giving you shit. I like giving you shit because, to my knowledge, you've never been on webcam.
I'm not butthurt.
I've known you for 10 years. I've never seen you on webcam.
Yeah.
I brought Mr. Frank onto my show a couple weeks back. He got on webcam. I was like, dude, I've never seen you talk before. Like your face. I've never seen your face and your mouth move at the same time. Your voice and your mouth move at the same time.
No, I'm not butthurt. I'm not taking any of this seriously, But you made it pretty clear that, you're not down with the format of my show. You may
No, I just it's not for me is all I was saying. I told you if you want me to blow smoke up your ass, send me a script of what you want me to say to you and I'll say it. If you want my actual opinion, I'll give it to you. I don't care how you run your show. I'm so fucking happy you have a show again.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that I wouldn't have without you kind of pushing me in that direction back with all that, Bizarro Gate shit was going on. But yeah, I just feel like if you're going to show up this late at night after work, it's like, why wouldn't you have some kind of emotional investment, to follow the link I dropped for you?
I mean, every once in a while, I do like to come on and talk. You guys are my friends. I like to jump on here and talk to you guys sometimes. Sometimes I'm too, fucked up after work, just wasted from the day, from the week. Sunday night is the end of the weekend, and I've had my ass kicked most of the weekend. And it's some Sunday nights I just don't have anything in me to get on here and talk. But tonight was a different story. I wanted to come on and say hi to my friends.
Yeah, let's see that shirtless body there, Jeremy.
See it.
What are you eating, Gregor?
I'm eating some crackers.
I'm eating some crackers. Are you trying to soak up the whiskey?
I wish. I'm not drinking any whiskey at this moment, but I could, I guess.
Strange, so now that the spoilers are out of the bag, how do you feel about the Beast being robbed?
I don't give a fuck. I think they should have canceled WrestleMania. Honestly, this was a train wreck of epic proportions that WWE may never recover from. If, for example, if in the next week and a half, one of those wrestlers tests positive for coronavirus, WWE their reputation will never recover.
Why?
Because they put their wrestlers at risk and got them sick with what's considered to be the world's deadliest virus right now.
But they're
the only sport that's continuing. All other sports said that the health of their players was more important than making money. Vince McMahon said money's more important than my wrestlers. And if one of them ends up sick, he's never going to live that down.
Here's the thing. That after 9/11, that WWE SmackDown was the first large gathering in public.
Do you know that the day after Owen Hart died, they had a wrestling show? I know I guess the same night they kept having fucking wrestling matches. I know how savage Vince McMahon is. I'm not saying he's not. He wouldn't be a billionaire if he didn't have the attitude that the show will always go on. I'm saying that from a public business perspective, I don't think the public will let him live it down if one of his wrestlers gets sick, because nobody, and I mean nobody, wanted him to run these fucking shows, and nobody in his own company. Nobody in his own company. Everyone advised him cancel the show, and he said, "Fuck you, fuck you. We don't cancel WrestleMania. We're going to put on a bunch of bullshit matches in front of no crowd, and then make some half-assed B movie out of the rest of the crap we do." And if somebody ends up sick, what's that?
It was ugly. I don't know. The Boneyard match had its moments, but
I mean, I think they should have had the wrestlers spontaneously demonstrate telepathy and telekinetic abilities. You are trying to exaggerate.
They literally have been doing that for 2 weeks.
Oh, really?
They can edit. They can edit the show now because there's no fans there. It's not a live show. It's all taped and edited. So they had a guy teleporting around the fucking arena last week.
Really?
They've done weird shit like that before. Like I remember some old thing where the Ultimate War, where the whole went into I don't know, a bathroom or a locker room or something, and the Ultimate Warrior was in the mirror.
Yeah, they have a history of doing wacky, weird, silly shit.
Yeah, they should have done that, right? They should have had him using telekinetic abilities.
In this Boneyard match that whatever the fuck a Boneyard is, this Boneyard match that Jeremy was talking about, they have this wrestler named AJ Styles fought The Undertaker. The Undertaker has always had weird powers, and so AJ Styles buries him. The Boneyard match is you got to get buried. They're out on some property with a grave dug, and they're beating the crap out of each other, and the goal is to throw one or the other into the grave and bury them. So AJ Styles buries the Undertaker, and Undertaker appears behind him miraculously outside of the grave, and then throws him in the grave and covers it up. So he literally teleported
Wow.
That was last night.
I thought I was being real cute, but they're way ahead of me. They're way ahead of me.
I know. You have to understand how out there wrestling gets. Wrestling is absurd.
Wow. Now I know why Jeremy hangs out with the shirt off.
But
I mean, I can't go on webcam not wearing a shirt because all the pictures watching, like the amount of vaginal fluid flowing would just flood the world like mosaic.
Yeah,
they would drown.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben probably is the most female friendly out of the five of us.
I don't know about that.
The only one who's kept the show.
I don't want to be rated. I don't want to be rated sexually by Jeremy. I don't know if that makes any of the rest of you uncomfortable, but
I'm saying he has that way. If you've listened to the female guests on here, he has that way of connecting with them. Like the
He's a simp.
What?
No, I was about to say that.
I kind of figured one of you would throw that at me.
Words out of my mouth.
What's that?
I was like literally.
It's like I treat women like human. I treat women like humans, therefore I'm a simp.
You got to.
They don't want to be.
At least I'm the only one who's keeping this fucking show from being a sausage party.
What if it is? So what if it is a sausage party? But besides that, what happened to this tattoo artist girl?
I mean, she said she wanted to come on, but I don't know what happened. I asked her, like, can you come on this Sunday? And she never responded. So
she's clearly too busy sucking his dick to talk on the web.
She's probably too busy being a freaking degenerate.
Well, she's stuck in quarantine like anyone else. It's hard to be degenerate when you do that.
Well, you say it's hard to be a degenerate. I say sluts are sluts. Sluts are going to find out a way to slut regardless of a quarantine.
She probably got complications from the quarantine. Yeah, I would guess.
I mean, that was especially interesting because tattoo shops are like one of the number one places they close down during the.
I was actually talking with my buddy last night on our show. We're gonna maybe try to do some kind of charity auction event for the local tattoo shops around here because they are so fucked. They are so fucked. Most of those places don't have any money to you know what they tell them they can't work for a month. They aren't paying rent at their shops. They're done. They'll never financially recover.
That's one thing why I've been encouraging people to use bookshop.org is because they've been raising money like with a portion of each sale to go to independent bookstores who have had to close down during the coronavirus.
That's cool. That's cool. I see a whole lot of people trying to hustle for themselves, and I don't see enough people trying to help each other right now. And I think right now there's a time and a place for being on your hustle, and right now is the time to. I'm in a position where I'm financially secure. I don't have money problems right now, so I'm looking at things from the perspective of who can I help and how can I help.
Okay, social distancing, the very concept of it. Okay. The very concept of social distancing is that you fuck the other guy. If he gets sick, I'm not going to get sick. That's basically it's anti.
No, social distancing is cutting the spread of the virus off so nobody gets sick.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not.
Yeah. I mean, they're not saying like that nobody go near them. Obviously, they're going to want like doctors and such to be near them.
Okay, I'll say it again though.
And I just want to say, like, as soon as this quarantine is over, please continue to stay at least 6 feet away from me. Everybody.
I'm going to say it again because I can't stress this enough, and this is serious for a minute here. Okay, this is one thing I don't joke about, but I mean, I can't control what you guys do, but I literally did go into the hospital room of someone who was dying of flesh-eating disease, and I stayed with them. I held their hand. I stayed with them overnight, and I did not get anything, and I did not even suit up. Okay, so that's why I'm not afraid of this shit. Compassion. We should not bury it because we're afraid of getting sick.
Like on one hand,
I like that story, and you must too because you've told it 3 weeks in a row.
Well, dude, it's a powerful story, though. I mean,
it's a good story.
Well, I mean, again, you're
just lucky.
You're not
I'm
seeing
laughing
how
because you
serious
said
this is. I mean, you're laughing, but you're not seeing how serious this was for me.
I'm laughing because you said your story was a powerful story. Like for some reason, I
just told you.
Powerful,
but I just told you that someone who was dying of a flesh-eating disease, that I stayed with them and held their hand. Okay, and I did not catch, the thing that they were warning me to suit up over. That
is a powerful story. I agree.
There's a bigger point here
I
that
agree.
we should not let our fear rule us about this, about the sniffles. As far as I'm concerned, this is the sniffles. Yeah, I know about the scarring of the lungs and whatnot, but after
according to Alex Jones, it makes you sterile. It makes you it kills your balls.
It sounds painful. I don't think.
From what I've read, it does cause like some problems while you have it, but it doesn't like completely sterilize you. At least in most cases.
After you face down necrotizing fasciitis or whatever it is,
necrotizing fasciitis.
I mean,
it sounds like that sounds like the name of a gore grind band.
Sounds like zombie.
It's the condition that killed someone very close to me. But
I'm sorry, but it did sound like a zombie Nazi movie.
But after you've stared down that, I mean, why would you be afraid of super pneumonia? I don't know. I mean, right?
Dude, I think it's great that you're not afraid. Really, to be honest. And you might have some sort of, immunity based on pure power of will jacking up your immune system. It's entirely possible. I mean, it might be the case.
Why is it none of us have gotten sick? It's all in our area.
I'm a coward. I just live in my basement. I don't talk to anybody, and I don't let anybody touch me.
Like I said, the cases around here are doubling by the week or by the day. So I fully expect to have it within the week or the next 2 weeks.
No,
if I make it through the peak and end up on the other side of this thing, and I haven't gotten it, it's going to be a miracle. Then I'll be right there with you, Jeremy.
So your day job, do you have to be around other humans like in close quarters?
I touch dirty money all night long.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Hey, Strange, did you get one of these things that says that you carry around in case you get pulled over?
Yes.
It says,
yes.
President's coronavirus guidance published on March 16th instructs employees of critical infrastructure, such as food and agriculture, to maintain normal work patterns during this global outbreak. The team member carrying this letter is carrying out a duty within a sector that has been designated as critical infrastructure, the continued operation of which is vital for security, economic security, national public health, and safety. It really makes you feel patriotic until you know it's bullshit, right?
It's a lot of words to say you're expendable.
I didn't take it like that, but okay. I have one.
I have one in my car right now. Yes.
In case you get pulled over. Allegedly, the police say they're not going to enforce it here.
Well, they haven't enforced it yet, but if it gets, San Francisco just enacted a 24-hour lockdown, which eliminates all food and all travel except for grocery and doctor's visits.
Dude, so San Francisco is a cesspool, though.
I know.
We know this.
I know. How they're going to police that with the homeless there, I have no idea. How they're going to, if the police are going to start yanking people off the street and put them in cells with each other so they all get sick, I have no idea how they're going to enforce it.
This is what I'm telling you is
all I'm saying is they just enacted the most restrictive policy yet out of any city or state. That could be the rest of us. That could be the rest of us in the next week or two. Who knows?
Killer robot.
I saw a guy that just posted two articles. Pick which one you want to talk about. There's an article that says tigers have tested positive for coronavirus. There's another article that says drones are flying around France disinfecting everything.
Tigers and killer robots.
Yeah, the tiger thing is like appropriate because on Facebook people won't shut up about that tiger thing, that Tiger King thing on Netflix.
Is fucking awesome. Have you guys watched it?
No.
None of you guys have watched Tiger King?
Did she really feed her husband to?
I'm enough of a fucking loser that instead of watching Tiger King like everyone else is, I'm just rewatching Cowboy Bebop.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah, that's a loser star.
There are
for
trendy.
sure.
There are trendy things that are non-organic that are created by the system, and it's good to say fuck those things. I'm not, it's good to be a contrarian when it comes to artificially hyped nonsense. Tiger King is an organic freak show of a. It took the whirlwind of everyone being quarantined. The thing hit at the perfect time and is the most batshit crazy documentary you're going to see all year. Those are the reasons that it's popular. It's not popular for non-organic reasons. It's popular because, everyone just wants to talk about how fucking crazy these people are. They're fucking psychotic. They're insane people.
I got to see this now. You're really building it up here.
Am I the only
There's
watching the
amputees, there's
show?
crackheads, there's suicides, there's alleged murder, there's murder for hire plots. There's what the fuck am I missing? Gay weddings with straight guys. There's orgies with destitute homeless women. There are God, what else? I mean,
Wow.
I'm trying to hit all the points that the show covers. It's just fucking crazy. It's insane.
I don't have the History Channel, Zach.
Yeah, it's pretty freaking.
You don't need it. You can track it down. I can give you a website right now that has it.
What, the Skinwalker thing?
No, the Tiger King. If that's
No, I'm talking about the Skinwalker thing. That's what you're talking about, right, Zach?
Yeah, I said I'm the only one watching the Skinwalker show because that one seems to just fall.
What Skinwalker show? What is
the
that?
Skinwalker show on the History Channel?
Oh, I didn't know there was one. I mean,
yeah, it's brand new. They just had their last episode.
Well, yeah, that's cool too. But I mean,
last
Tiger
year.
King sounds like a real freak show. Yeah,
It does. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing either of them, I guess, but I don't have the History Channel. I don't have a cable, so
we should do a breakdown based on where each one of us is, but some of you might not want to give your location. I was going to see what the numbers are for each of us in our particular region, locales.
By county or by state?
I guess by
It's
county.
actually bad around me. I got you.
By county, yeah.
All right, let me tell you.
I know Knoxville has a lot.
Yeah, my county, the last I checked was 47.
Gregor,
last week was 12.
Gregor, put it in the private chat if you want. I won't say. But,
No, I'll just tell you. I'm just not going to tell you what the county is, right?
We know you're in Ohio.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm just not going to tell you what county I'm in Ohio.
Strange, what did you say?
Last week was 12. Now is 47. The last I checked.
47 total infected in your place.
Yeah, out of about 220,000 in the county.
That's pretty good, isn't it? I mean,
well, last week it was 12. Now it's 47. Next week it'll be 120. Then
but that's still not that many out of a population of how many?
About 220,000.
Dude, that's like a drop in the bucket, right?
So far.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeremy, do you know how to find the dang thing where it's like the Tennessee map and it has the cases in each county? Because I'm in Hamlin.
That's what I'm looking for.
68 cases where I'm at and 2 deaths.
Out of how many? Do you know how many people live in your county?
I'll look it up here real quick, but it's pretty populous. Hold on a second. I'll tell you. Hold on.
Trying to look up how many here. See, as of today, there's been 8 deaths. Trying to look how many confirmed cases.
No deaths
is it true that 150,000 people die in the world each day, or is that false?
Say 150,000 in the world? That sounds low.
Sounds low, yeah.
See, why are we freaking out over something that's not even killed half the
That's what I'm
population
saying.
or the number of people that would have died in one day?
Because it's an election year?
So it looks like it's like there's it's not saying the total cases, but there have been let's see, where's here it is. Okay, so 3 adults, 8 middle age, and 2 older adults, so 12 confirmed cases so far.
What's the population of your county?
I don't know.
Yeah, so we got 68 confirmed cases in my county, and the population's 382,000.
Okay.
So
these are real small numbers, They are really small numbers.
Ohio overall seems to be doing relatively well in this particular regard, right? I mean, there's the large death tolls and the large infection tolls are in a couple different isolated counties, right? Like we're around Cleveland and Columbus, and then very small around the Cincinnati area, but mainly Cleveland and Columbus around the big cities.
I have some numbers crunched down even further than that. It's 48 now. 13 are hospitalized. 12 have recovered. There's 1 in their 20s, 6 in their 30s, 4 in their 50s, 5 in their 40s, 5 in their 50s, 2 in their 60s, 3 in their 70s, and 3 in their 80s.
So the older people are getting it less.
Yeah, it looks like 30s, 40s, and 50s are where most of the cases are testing positive here.
Because they have to go out and about more, right? I mean, they're
right.
Yeah. Okay, in Sullivan County here in Tennessee, 18 and only 1 death.
Okay, where I'm at, in Hamlin County, there are 4 cases, but then right next to Hamlin County in Greene County, there are 16 cases, and then I'm technically right next to Jefferson County where there's 6 cases, but then maybe 20, 30 minutes away, Knox County, there's 99 cases.
Wonder what's Knox County. That's where Kane's mayor.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a lot.
I bet he doesn't like that. I bet he's like, "Fuck, I became mayor, and now I'm in the middle of some fucking."
Well, he's been talking a lot about the suicide rate. That's kind of his thing because they say that the suicide rate in Knox County has went freaking skyrocketed.
That's weird you say that because I was talking to a police officer the other day, and he expected the suicides to increase around here.
Yeah, we're crushing our economy because of this, and I'm not taking a side. I'm not taking a side either way. I'm not saying we should ignore this and let people die, and I'm not saying that we should go as hog nuts as San Francisco. I'm somewhere in the middle as far as how we should handle this thing. But yeah, a lot of people are going to suffer economically because of this, and one of the things that happens when you have an economic depression is a huge spike in suicides.
Right.
And then plus too, I mean, people in really rural areas, you just freaking isolate them. I mean, that kind of messes with your can mess with your mental state really quick. It's like now these people that aren't really used to, going out that much anyway. It's like now they can't even go to the freaking local restaurant.
Well, it does look like 3 a.m. out there most of the time. Like during the daylight hours, like the morning hours to early afternoon around here, kind of looks normal. There's people out and about doing their grocery shopping, whatever. But once it hits about between like 5 and 7 p.m., it just turns into a fucking ghost town out there, and it does have an effect on the mood for sure. Seeing how desolate the whole area becomes around nightfall,
right?
Especially with the weather breaking, and this is spring. This is the time when I start going hiking and shit. I start getting ready for like float trips and camping, shit like that. And you can't do anything right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. They closed down the dang parks and Gatlinburg and stuff. And that's horrible. Go freaking
Gatlinburg is a tourist town. It will be devastated by this if no one's traveling there.
Right. At least in Ohio, you can still go fishing.
Well, heck, I see people on my freaking Facebook feed. Because, I mean, I'm mainly just friends with local people, and they're going on, all those tourists are still coming to Gatlinburg. And I'm like,
good.
My argument is if they know there's tourists going to Gatlinburg, they're out and they're part of the problem. all these snitch ass Karens on social media trying to rat on their neighbors are outside fucking being part of the problem too. If they were inside minding their own fucking business, they wouldn't know who's outside.
So is Karen just some sort of a catch-all name for just a busybody?
Yes, Karen is the catch-all term for the I want to speak to your manager, busybody woman who can't mind her own business and wants to snitch on everybody in the world and ruin.
Or a Garrett. How about a Garrett?
Yeah, a Garrett. Yeah, Garrett would be the male version of the Karen.
Okay, I've not heard that.
I've seen a Garrett meme. I'm having a hard time visualizing this.
Alaska has the lowest number at 185, and Wyoming's right behind them at 200. cases total.
Dude, the county where Nashville is, Williamson has like 239 cases.
That's a lot compared to us.
Yeah.
Didn't West Virginia have no cases for a while?
For a long time.
Yeah, they're the last one to have a case, I believe.
Where do you guys fall on all this? Jeremy's given his opinion. I've given my opinion. Where do you guys fall on this? Do you think that we are approaching this correctly and responsibly? Are we overreacting? What do you guys think?
I think we're entirely overreacting. I don't think that we shouldn't react, but I really think that, I've said this like a ton of times. It's just like they had this plan in place. Some kind of virus happens. They shut down everything, and now they're wanting to go cashless. They're wanting to just do all this crazy stuff, and people are falling for it, and it's working.
Yeah, I'll share this. I'll share this documentary in the live chat for anybody who wants to watch it. 2000, somewhere between 2006 and 2009, Alex Jones released this documentary. I can't post in the live chat from here.
Why?
Are you talking about In-Game?
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can't. You have to go to
They
the
say
actual.
they removed that from the internet, and I've not been able to find it.
It's on YouTube.
You'll have to send.
Not the official Alex Jones.
Why can't you post it? I don't understand.
I'm not on YouTube. I'm in the StreamYards. I'm going to the YouTube now to post it.
There's comment thing over to the right. Not on your.
You can do it. You can do an internal comment, right?
Okay.
Can you post
Yeah, there's
that
just a
from here?
private chat comment. I'm trying to post it on the public chat so anybody else.
Okay.
Can you post that from here, Jeremy?
I'm doing it.
Yeah, I found it. I got it here.
There we go. So I put this in the live chat for anybody that's curious. A long time ago, 15 plus years ago, Alex Jones released a documentary called Endgame. And Endgame it's called Endgame, the Blueprint for Global Enslavement, I think is what it's called. And Alex Jones outlines who is in charge, who he believes the New World Order is, the group of individuals, part of the Bilderberg Group and the Trilateral Commission, which is a group of the wealthiest families in the world that sort of get together and plan the future of civilized society and all around the world. And one of the big themes of Endgame, which again was made 15 years ago, was that a tyrannical global government would form around the release of a bioweapon of some sort. And we definitely see we see, especially in European countries right now, we see a lot of really crazy overreach of government powers happening. And if you watch through the whole documentary and watch it with an open mind, yes, Alex Jones is crazy. Yes, the frogs are gay. All those things. He's a character. His lawyer said so. Yeah, whatever. All those things are true. He said Sandy Hook was fake. Yes, all those things are true. Also, this documentary is very what's the word? Prescient. It's very prescient about what would happen in the event that a bioweapon would get out and infect the entire world, and how the controlling members of upper class society would react to that. And this is it's literally a documentary about the blueprint for global enslavement, and I think it's just worth a watch. The worst that could happen in this situation.
I've not seen Endgame, but I would like to see it.
2, the sequel.
Huh?
What's that? What about the sequel?
I can't find it on the internet, and they've said it's like taken off. I've been trying to find it. Have you seen
Endgame or the sequel?
Yeah, the sequel.
What's the sequel called?
Endgame 2.
I don't think he made a sequel to Endgame.
Endgame 2. That's a pretty dumb title.
The Obama Deception.
The Obama Deception was the next documentary that he made.
I'm pretty sure he called it Endgame 2. But then for some reason it was taken off the internet. Now, let me.
But as far as, it seems to me as if, it seems as if folks maybe know something about this virus that they're not telling us to justify the overreaction that we're seeing. You know what I mean? It just seems like there must be something beyond what it is that they're claiming it's doing that would justify this, right? It seems like they would be able to, still have people go to work generally.
We quarantine the elderly and the people with underlying health conditions, and we let healthy people get sick and recover. Right? That seems to be the most level-headed way to handle this. Would be like really go out of our way to take care of the vulnerable in the situation, but don't crash the economy and hurt everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, that's my thinking, unless there's something that these folks just are not willing to disclose to the general public that they know about it, you know?
If we were in the beginning stages of some kind of world war, you know, they wouldn't be very forthcoming about it. They wouldn't want to come out and say this is World War III.
Right.
If China did release this as a bioweapon, and Keith Preston dismissed that as a conspiracy theory earlier, and I think that was a mistake, because he forgets, as a student of history, he should remember that history is littered with acts of, you know, declarations of war, acts of hostility. I don't know why conspiracy theory has become a bad word, but history is littered with conspiracies.
Well, it's true, but I mean, he had a valid argument in that, you know, pandemics have been occurring throughout history, right? And
that,
you know, there's a precedent for that.
I don't think it's that much of a stretch to speculate that China developed this as a bioweapon. You know.
Well, I mean, it's not beyond the realm of possibility. No.
Yeah, it just seems like if it's a bioweapon, it's a pretty shitty one.
I don't know. I don't
know. I mean, if it
maybe it just doesn't work the way they thought it was going to work.
Yeah, I mean, but if it does take out, you know, twice as many males as it does females, right? Then it's going to equalize their population problem they have over there, right?
Mm.
You know, they got way more men over there than they do women, right?
Yeah,
so,
I mean, are you guys all hip to the crazy Gates Foundation? Bill Gates and the Gates Foundation.
Yeah, the ID.
Yeah, that guy's like a villain, isn't he?
Well, they've been on a crusade to depopulate the world for a long time. 20 plus years they've been on a crusade to like sterilize people in the third world, and they're part of the green movement that believes that the global warming exists because the world's overpopulated. And
right, like part of the death cult type mentality, right?
Yeah. So he's like becoming a superstar in this post coronavirus era where he's like, fuck yeah, what we need to do is we need to wipe out a third of the population and things will balance out.
He's going to run for president. Wait and see. Bill Gates is.
I don't doubt it. I also don't think he's human enough to win.
Right.
No, nobody would. The female population would not vote for that guy.
He's a simp, as you guys accused Ben of being earlier.
Well, it's not an accusation. That's an accurate characterization.
He's the only one that can persuade the females to come on here. So far. Anyway.
Yeah.
You guys want to hear my Hail Mary hot take on this whole coronavirus?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah.
This is the big conspiracy theory. There's an asteroid coming. There's an asteroid coming right for us, and the most humane thing the world governments could get together and decide to do was release this really tepid bioweapon that's not really going to hurt very many people, but it's going to scare us enough to shelter in place, gather up supplies, and wherever this thing hits, I mean, it's going to devastate the planet for decades to come. But the most humane thing they could think to do was get everybody as prepared as possible, and it's going to wipe most of us out. This, maybe 3-4 mile wide asteroid just going to slobber knock us, just knock us sideways for decades, maybe hundreds of years to come. And the best thing they could come up with was, well, let's at least get them ready. Let's put some food in their houses and let's get them hunkered down. And about April 15th, 16th, 17th, that thing's going to smash into us. And
no, it's supposed to hit on the 29th. 4/29 is when there's supposed to be a.
There's
Wait,
a
you really believe this?
Well, no,
there actually is a meteor that's supposed to have a close call, an asteroid.
2 mile wide meteor that's supposed to come within 4 or 40 million miles?
I can't remember.
I think it's 40 million miles. But I think that's just, I think that that's in my deepest conspiracy, wet dreams. I think that that's misinformation. That thing's actually going to smash us.
Right.
Have you heard the 5G theories?
Oh, that's going around too right now. Go ahead and speak on that a little bit. I've seen headlines and stuff, and I saw that somebody burnt one of the towers down. And I also just saw today that Trump outlawed 5G, but I don't know if that's true.
Now I'm using 5G right now.
If that's true, that may be a good thing. But honestly, the 5G theory scares me probably more than any of the others. It's the idea that it causes such a high frequency of radiation or something that it corrupts our DNA, it like cooks us, and weakens our immune systems so that and we're not even able to draw oxygen. It's like it vaporizes like all the water out of our body or something. Something like that. A lot of the black YouTubers, and this is just a general statement.
Race realism.
No, this is an observation that a lot of them are following
JF.
A lot of them, including Young Pharaoh and Brother Sanchez, who I actually follow, these two guys, they are heavily into the 5G theory. And they say that they're activating these towers, and they're what's causing us to get this.
Oh, we're getting the coronavirus the sickness is actually 5G radiation sickness?
And it's weakening our immune systems, yeah.
Well, what's the end?
That's essentially
what's the end game of that? Like, is it going to settle down once the towers are up?
That we're guinea pigs, I guess.
The entire world, the population of the entire Earth are guinea pigs?
I know.
For some cell phone reception?
I don't fully understand it either, but I mean, listen, did you hear about the guy, the doctor in New York who released that video saying that this is not the medical paradigm is off or whatever? Maybe
I've seen a few doctors that are saying that the numbers aren't adding up, but
this guy's in New York.
No, this guy's saying that the medical paradigm is different. That basically these people are being deprived of oxygen. It doesn't look like a respiratory disease, that type of thing.
I'm going to put it in real fast since Strange didn't get to hear it, and you tell me what you think, Strange.
Okay. Look at the neck on that motherfucker.
Doctor from New York.
Yeah, he's got a rock and roll neck.
So I opened an intensive care unit to care for the sickest COVID positive patients in the city. In these 9 days, I have seen things I have never seen before. In treating these patients, I have witnessed medical phenomenon that just don't make sense in the context of treating a disease that is supposed to be a viral pneumonia. 9 days ago, I presumed I was opening an intensive care unit to treat patients with a virus causing a pneumonia that was ravaging lungs across the world, starting out as something mild, a cough, a sore throat, and progressively increasing in severity until ultimately ending in something called acute respiratory distress syndrome, or ARDS. This is the paradigm that every hospital in the country is working under. This is the disease, ARDS, that every hospital is preparing to treat. And this is the disease, ARDS, for which in the next 2 to 6 weeks, 100,000 Americans might be put on a ventilator. And yet, everything I've seen in the last 9 days, all the things that just don't make sense, the patients I'm seeing in front of me, the lungs I'm trying to improve, have led me to believe that COVID-19 is not this disease, and that we are operating under a medical paradigm that is untrue. In short, I believe we are treating the wrong disease, and I fear that this misguided treatment will lead to a tremendous amount of harm to a great number of people in a very short time. As New York City appears to be about 10 days ahead of the country, I feel compelled to get this information out. COVID-19 lung disease, as far as I can see, is not a pneumonia and should not be treated as one. Rather, it appears as some kind of viral induced disease, most resembling high altitude sickness. It is as if tens of thousands of my fellow New Yorkers are on a plane at 30,000 feet and the cabin pressure is slowly being let out. These patients are slowly being starved of oxygen. I have seen patients dependent on oxygen take off their oxygen and quickly progress through a state of anxiety and emotional distress and eventually get blue in the face. And while they look like patients absolutely on the brink of death, they do not look like patients dying of pneumonia. I have never been a mountain climber, and I do not know the conditions at base camp below the highest peaks in the world. But I suspect that the patients I'm seeing in front of me look most like as if a person was dropped off on the top of Mount Everest without time to acclimate. I don't know the final answer of this disease, but I'm quite sure that a ventilator is not it. That is not to say that we don't need ventilators. We absolutely need them. They are the only way at this time that we're able to give a little more oxygen to patients who need it.
Okay.
Walking your dog.
Who's that hoe?
Look, it's open. You see the roof?
Huh?
Who's that hoe?
That was someone who went to a baseball stadium, even though she wasn't supposed to, because they had the roof open and they never have the roof open. And she found like dead birds at every door, at every entrance of the arena. It was really weird. And there were a few other weird things that huh?
What was she saying the dead bird thing meant? Because I didn't get that.
It was an
more
omen.
5G bullshit.
That it was an omen.
Oh, an omen. Oh shit, it's biblical. Okay, so aren't we?
I think that was fake.
Aren't we putting a lot of these patients? We're putting them in like rubber, like we're putting domes around their heads and then attaching that to the ventilator to try to equalize the pressure in their lungs. I mean, isn't that exactly what we would do to somebody with high altitude sickness?
I have no idea.
I figured the ventilators to get them to breathe better due to damage to their respiratory system. I suppose the thing I don't understand is, okay, if he's a doctor and he believes this is important information, why is he putting this on a YouTube video? Why isn't he
verified his identity?
I mean,
yeah, that's what we kind of talked about earlier.
Yeah, we kind of talked about it earlier. Nobody's really truly identified or verified his identity, and you know, I don't know. It just doesn't. Something about it just doesn't ring true to me.
You think that every video I bring before you is fake. You thought Nathan Thompson handing out flat earth flyers to children was fake until I brought him on.
Well,
I mean, it's good to start.
Can you blame me?
It's good to start from a place of skepticism and then be shown empirical evidence that brings you around the other way. Otherwise, you're a sucker. Otherwise, you're a mark.
I am a sucker.
Can you
I am
blame
a
me?
mark. I am a mark. I'm a sucker. I want to believe. Always.
There you go. If you want to believe so bad that you're a mark, then people are going to take advantage of you.
Don't
They're going to take advantage of you in a lot of ways.
They do.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, they'll see you sitting there. They'll see you sitting there with your shirt off and be like, "Oh man."
Hey Jeremy, I have a bridge in Brooklyn for sale. You want to buy it?
Really? Hey, you're talking to the guy who thought he was an alien prince in 5th grade, okay? I mean,
You brought up that thing was a freaking jailhouse erotica thing. At least I fell for it. I'm probably the only one who did.
I thought parts of it were pretty sus. I was pretty certain you were hiding what the actual origin of it was.
Yeah, I was pretty sure that you're Jason Sinclair the whole time.
I should have fucked that girl. She loved that story. I mean, seriously. She had that wet look on her face. The wet look.
The wet look.
Okay, now that
she gave me the bedroom eyes after I gave her that story and she read it. She gave me the bedroom eyes. I should have. Fucked.
What were you gonna say, Zach? That you don't believe that?
Yeah, that's what I don't believe.
Yeah, I think that's the start of another story.
No. I swear she liked it a lot. I wasn't bold enough.
Yeah, well, you should have done it, man.
It was a felony, and so that story was about her being a correctional officer, and she got to act out some stuff that was done to her. See what I'm saying? She loved it. She loved it.
It's like in ages past, men wrote women romantic poems, and then now 2020.
Dude, don't compare my super hot jailhouse erotica story to a romantic poem. That shit was perfect. I executed it perfectly.
Did you happen to hear that story, Mr. Strange?
No.
Well, I think you should definitely send it to
the
him.
peripherals right now.
You're what?
The peripherals of the story. Like I'm learning sideways through Jeremy's rant here.
Well,
yeah.
I just told you the whole thing. So
Yeah, you should read it to him in private.
Yeah.
I think that would be good.
I bet he'd agree with me.
That she had the wet look.
No, that it was pretty awesome.
Is the wet look similar to the Innsmouth look?
The Innsmouth look?
The
Innsmouth look.
Mark Zuckerberg. That's a good example of it.
You don't know what the Innsmouth look is? It's a reference to H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah, like a
like
fish face hoe.
What's that?
Is that like rape face? I don't know what.
No. Fish face.
Fish face, bro.
Okay.
So what were you gonna say, Ben?
I was just gonna ask Kevin, have you read anything interesting recently?
I have. What are the latest things I've been? I've been reading Carlton Mellick's new book, Snuggle something. Hang on.
I think it's called Snuggle Club. Yeah, I actually found out that the reason he had like a while where he didn't release is because his dad died recently, so he took a hiatus.
Yeah, I don't know. Did he make that public?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I've never said that publicly because that's nobody's fucking business unless he decided to say that. Well, I guess.
Yeah, he said it on Facebook. He said it on Facebook.
Well, it's in the preface of that book actually, Snuggle Club. He talks about that, but yeah, he hasn't written he's written what he said he wrote this one and one more, and it's been about 2 years. He's written about 2 books in 2 years, and that's this is a guy that normally puts out 4 books a year, and this is also really bad for Bizarro just in general, and obviously that pressure shouldn't be on his shoulders, but it kind of is. He's the main. He's the main sort of vein of Bizarro. Like if Carlton isn't putting out books, then what is Bizarro fiction if Carlton isn't putting out books? So I was happy to see his return to fiction. If it's if maybe briefly, maybe just these 2 books, but privately I've encouraged him to continue. But it's a pretty cool book. I mean, a lot of his books take a while to get going, and you really don't know where they're headed. So I kind of take the first quarter or the first third of his book. I just kind of let it play out because his books normally get really, really good right about right when you get to the second third of the story. You get the first third out of the way. He sets up all his everything he needs to get out of the way to set the world up and the rules up, and then he really goes to town with it. One of my favorite books that has like a weak start is of his is Tumor Fruit. Have any of you guys read Tumor Fruit?
I haven't read that one yet. No.
It's about a guy. It's like a guy and his kid brother, and they're taking a trip to Mars on an interstellar cruise, and they crash land. And it's a survival story about these people trying to survive, like people that were on the ship trying to survive in this hostile alien planet where everything on the planet, including the water, wants to kill you. And it just spirals into absolute brutality. By the end of the book, I was like, dude, this thing started off so quaint, and by the end it's just savage. I was like, if I would have quit reading this 40 pages in because it was kind of got off to a slow start, I never would have got to this insanity. So sometimes when it comes to Carlton, you gotta let him set it up because he normally pays off really well.
Stacking Doll's a really good book.
I didn't know about this one either.
Yeah, I've never read anything by him.
Seriously?
I've only read a short story.
You've never been curious, Gregor, about Carlton Mellick?
None of these books look interesting.
I've been curious.
Oh, okay.
Quicksand House.
I've been curious about them.
I've heard Quicksand House is the best book, but I've never read it.
Quicksand House is probably my favorite. Yeah, I get you. I don't know where I would recommend starting with Carlton. I guess maybe Satanberger.
There's Tumor Fruit. That's the one I was talking about. Go back one.
I mean, yeah, it really depends on what you like. Like if you're really into horror, then Ape Shit is probably a good place to start.
Ape Shit is a good start. Yes.
Have any of you guys read the sequel to Ape Shit, Clusterfuck?
Yeah.
I haven't read that one yet.
Oh, that's a good one.
Hungry Bug doesn't get much love, but I liked it. It kind of reminded me of a Final Fantasy game.
I didn't like it. It's very urban fantasy. I thought it was a little weak. Tick People's really good. Tick People's real short, but it's fucked up. He has these different themes. He works with a couple different themes. Tick People is one of the themes that he works with that I expect Snuggle Club to be when it plays out. He always puts these men in these sex situations with these horrific monsters. And it turns out this guy, the Tick People is about a society that lives on the back of a dog. And these ticks have evolved to have sentience, but they're kind of looked at as like the lower class people. And everybody gets paired biologically with one mate. And this guy finds out that his mate match is one of these tick girls, and he's horrified at the idea of having to fuck a tick girl. and it's so disgusting. It's fantastic. And a lot of his books have that theme with a guy that inadvertently is forced into a sexual situation with a horrific monstrous woman.
Yep, that's a recurring theme. I wonder what that says about Rose.
I don't know. The other thing, I've been going on a lot of walks in the morning and early afternoon, just trying to get as much sunshine and fresh air as I can in this weird time we live in. And I've been listening to the audiobook of Philip K. Dick's The Three Stigmatas of
Palmer Eldritch.
Palmer Eldritch.
Yeah, that's a great book.
Right now, I'm about 2 hours into the 7-hour audiobook. So what is that? About a little less than a third of the way through. And it just got to the point where people started using, what do they call those things that have the dolls on them? They take
Pats?
No, they take a drug and then they have this thing in front of them that has like a doll representation of the where their consciousness is going to be are
right. Yeah, the Perky Pat dolls, right? But
starts with I think it starts with a T, a topet is what those are called.
Yeah, I forget. But anyway, I just got through the first instance of that, where we went to the colony on Mars, where the people that live there were taking the drug and projecting themselves back to Earth to fuck, and it was 3 men in the male body and 3 women in the female body, and they get into an argument and end up not fucking before the drug wears off, and they all end up back on Mars in this desolate colony. It was pretty funny. I don't know. I have no idea where the fuck the novel's going to go by the time it's done, because it's Philip K. Dick, and it'll go in a million different insane ways. But I like that. I like the themes that he goes back to the theme. Often he goes back to the theme of astral projection, because he believes he actually did astral project and speak to a cosmic entity after taking a bunch of drugs in his life. So I always chuckle when he hits that theme in his fiction. But how many of you guys have read that novel?
Oh, I've read it. I've read everything he's written.
I've only read one Philip K.
I've read everything he's written minus 2 books.
Who was it that we had on one time talking about that? And I brought up that it's basically he's talking to a demon, and they got really mad at me saying that it wasn't a demon.
He didn't talk to anybody. He was on drugs.
No, someone on the show.
I don't know if it's someone you brought on, but I mean, I think you did tell that story before.
Maybe it was Gregor.
What are you talking about? Who was talking to a demon?
It was the guy. Was it the guy who wrote "Don't the Devil Don't Go Down" or whatever?
No, he's talking about Philip K. Dick when he astral projected that he was talking to a demon.
Well, Philip K. Dick didn't get mad at him.
And then someone said, "No, it wasn't a demon," and got mad at me. I'm trying to remember.
I wouldn't have got mad at you about something like that.
It was the Devil Don't Go Down guy or whatever.
Paul Bingham. I don't think it was him. I don't think we got into that.
I don't know.
But
Gregor, what would out of all the stuff that you've read, what would you say is the best Philip K. Dick?
Oh man, it's really hard for me to say. I really like so much of his stuff. I mean, I really like The Penultimate Truth quite a bit, and I like We Can Build You, and Valis. I like that a lot. Scanner Darkly's great. I mean, I like so many of his books. I mean,
I've got Scanner Darkly and Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep in paperback, but I haven't finished reading either one of them.
Yeah, Androids is okay. I mean, I like it. It's not. I mean, it's not one of my favorites. It's a good book, but Penultimate Truth is great. I I don't know. I mean, I like all of his books. Like I said, I've read everything, all of his short stories, all of his sci-fi novels, most of his straight novels. Like there's 2 straight novels that I've not read, but yeah, I'm a big fan of Philip K. Dick.
Yeah, he's fucking awesome. He's one of the best.
Yeah.
For sure.
He's fantastic. And Zach, you might like the Valis trilogy. He makes Christianity cool again in those books.
One great Christian series that you might like, Zach, also is C.S. Lewis's Space Trilogy.
Yeah, I've had that one recommended to me.
Yeah, Out of the Silent Planet is a fucking killer novel, and it's also an audiobook on YouTube, I believe. That's how I listened to it while I was drawing my last comic book. I listened to Out of the Silent Planet. It's a killer novel that deals with the themes of religion and gods and morality play a huge role in C.S. Lewis's fiction, but especially in the Narnia trilogy and the are there more than 3 of those?
Well, yeah, it's like
Narnia
7 books.
Yeah, the Narnia books, and then the Space Trilogy.
I'll have to check out the Space Trilogy because I really like the Narnia books.
Yeah, Out of the Silent Planet is about a guy that gets kidnapped and ends up on Mars, but for a long time doesn't know he's on Mars. But there's a lot of alien life on Mars for some reason in this reality that he created, and it deals a lot with the idea of morality on an alien world where he's a guy that believes that morality is grounded in Christianity, but he gets to this planet and his idea of morality and Christianity are challenged by the morality of these different species of aliens sentient aliens that he meets on the planet. And he's sort of on like an anthropological expedition and sort of hanging out with these tribes of aliens and sort of ends up learning more about himself and his own ideas of theology. And it's very pro-Christian. C.S. Lewis was a Christian.
And Zach would call these aliens degenerates.
Yeah, he hangs out with a bunch of degenerates and ends up learning more about himself by the time it's over with. And then it's called the Space Trilogy because different characters keep going back to Mars or interacting with the God entities that he introduces throughout the 3 books.
Yeah, there's a number of sci-fi things I've been wanting to check out. Have any of y'all ever read the Honor Harrington books? The first one is On Basilisk Station.
I think I may have read one of those. I mean, they're kind of like men's adventure science fiction books.
Okay, they are. So I just went on a binge where I've been buying all these, kind of like public domain classics on the Kindle library. And for some reason, these random sci-fi books with amazing covers came up, and I got all those.
Yeah, they're kind of like men's adventure novels, but science fiction,
Fuck it, I'm going for 8 hours tonight, even if there's nobody left.
The other audiobook that I listened to recently was Flesh by Richard Lehman. I think we may have talked about that the last time I was on.
I'm not sure what's that one about.
Flesh is about this fucking worm parasite that gets in dudes and makes them want to rape girls.
Okay, this is a very Richard Lehman.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It's fucking cool. It's very pervy and rapey and everything. It's the quintessential Richard. It's just the most basic average Richard Lehman novel. If you laid his tropes out all on the table, this has all of them in spades. And sometimes that's just what I'm in the mood for. I'm just in the mood for a buxom bimbo, pervy 1980s Richard Lehman novel, and it hit all the things I wanted it to hit.
Just degeneracy.
Absolute degeneracy. Horrific, violent murder, sex, and lots of tits. Lots of descriptions of lots of tits and lots of butts. Boy, did he love describing tits and butts.
What have you been reading, Ben?
I've been reading 2 books this week. One, I'm still reading The Lucky Star by William T. Vollmann. I don't know if that's it, but I'm about halfway through it now. So it's a 600-page book, and the thing is, Vollmann doesn't have the most exciting prose. The thing is, Vollmann, his ideas are better than his prose. The Lucky Star is basically about a lesbian by the name of Neva who like meets a bunch of other like misfits at this bar, and like all of them are in love with her, and she's implied to have this sort of magic healing power. The the problem is like Volman is he just kind of like goes on and on about things that it feels like he's trying to build character, but just kind of feels like it doesn't really matter. Like one of the major problems with the way the book is written is one of the characters is like this asshole retired policeman is trying to find out about Neva's past, but but like the first 2 or 3 chapters are dedicated to lining out Neva's past. So it's basically him investigating stuff that we all already know, which is a little bit annoying. So I'll eventually get through it, but it's not been the most exciting book.
You're really selling it.
Yeah, it was sent to me to review, and like I did like some aspects of like the royal family, but it has a lot of the same problems. The other book I've been reading is one that seems to have kind of disappeared down the memory hole. Has anyone here ever seen the Russ Meyer film Mudhoney?
Mudhoney is a band, isn't it?
Well, it's the name of a band, but they took the name of the band from the movie.
No.
Yeah, it's a Russ Meyer film. It's kind of a typical Russ Meyer film. It's women with big tits who get topless a lot, but it's one of his more serious films. It's kind of a dark, like Southern Gothic kind of story. And I'm actually reading the novel it's based on called Streets Paved with Gold. The name of the author is Raymond Friday Locke. And the book itself seems to have kind of fallen down the memory hole, which kind of surprised me. As like the only way I could find it was like an ebook of somewhat dubious, dubious origin. It was on Kindle, but it's from the guy who did Creation Books, which, if you know the story behind that, he's a kind of sketchy guy, and it's basically the same as like the Russ Meyer film. It's a dark Gothic story about a guy who just got out of prison and he goes to work on a farm and falls in love with like the woman who lives there, even though she's married to an abusive alcoholic. Like so far, what I've seen from it, the major difference is the abusive husband to the woman on the farm. He like goes to these prostitutes on a regular basis, except in the Russ Meyer movie, they're like, gorgeous women with huge tits, while in the book they're inbreds with hunchbacks. I think it's pretty good so far if you like a dark, like Southern Gothic kind of stories like Erskine Caldwell or William Faulkner. So I'd recommend it.
That doesn't sound bad. Sounds a lot better than the Lucky Star.
Yeah, it's pretty meh so far. I'm like, maybe it'll pick up. It does pick up at points, but becomes like dull at others. So,
yeah. After I get done reading what I'm reading now, I'm thinking of going on either a Lord of the Rings binge or a David Foster Wallace binge.
Yeah, I started listening to the audiobook of The Hobbit, and I got about 2/3 of the way into that. Fucking awesome book, man. All those audiobooks are also on YouTube. I'm throwing out a lot of audiobook recommendations recently, but you can listen to the entire Lord of the Rings saga, including The Hobbit. What I have a David Foster Wallace book. I have a collection of his short stories. I can't remember what it's called. Why do you want to read him, Zach? He's kind of a materialistic fuckwad.
Yeah, but I picked up one of his books in high school.
It's because you worship academic language, isn't it?
No, it's an imaginative thing.
Infinite Jest does have some interesting ideas, even though they're like buried in this obsession with like footnotes that are pages long themselves.
Have you actually read that book, or did you watch YouTube videos of the footnotes of the book?
I've looked through it. I own it. Yeah. I've tried to read Infinite Jest a few times. What the fuck is that about?
He's trying to get you riled up,
Jeremy. Impossible novel to read. That's what that's about. Nobody's read that whole thing cover to cover.
You freaking presented it and challenged to me. I'm going to do it.
I mean, I've read both Ulysses and Finnegan's Wake cover to cover. I didn't understand a fucking word of Finnegan's Wake, but I got through it.
Does anybody
Ulysses,
understand that?
I bailed out because I didn't get it.
I mean, you practically have to like have like one of the skeleton key books in order to understand what it's saying.
We need to really have a talk with somebody needs to have a talk with these flowery prose types who like try to wedge a metaphor of everything into everything else until it's like a rib cage is compared to the sole of a shoe and all this shit. It makes no sense.
See,
and Infinite Jest is a 1,000-page novel of that crap.
Yes.
See, I'm good with it because like Faulkner and Hawthorne are two of my favorite writers, and everyone says that they're super difficult to read, and to me they're not. But then something like Ulysses, it's like he's writing in a code of freaking Irish dialect, and you can't make sense out of it.
Well, that's definitely part of the thing with Finnegan's Wake. Like parts of it do make more sense when you read them out loud with like an Irish accent.
Yeah. Now, I mean, I read Portrait of the Artist as a young man. That's an easy novel to read, but then you go from that to Ulysses. What?
And Dubliners is pretty good.
Yeah, Dubliners is good. I've read most of the stories in that.
Yeah, I think my
literary intellectuals.
I mean,
everyone says Mark Twain's hard to read too. I don't get that. I think it's easy to. It sounds.
Yeah, he's pretty easy.
I actually have a biography of David Foster Wallace that I recommend. I can't remember what the name of it is off the top of my head. I'd have to go look on my bookshelf. But I was much more fascinated with him as a human being than I was with his writing. His writing kind of just is, it's just highfalutin, academic, flowery, postmodern prose that just don't make any sense and purposefully don't make any sense. They are purposefully impenetrable prose. And but he as a person really fascinated me with how troubled he was with his own brain just worked against him 100% of the time until he eventually killed himself.
Yeah,
one book I really want to try like that. It's just super hard to read. Is Gravity's Rainbow by Pynchon. And
I've actually read that too.
Wasn't that David Foster Wallace's like mentor? Not.
I don't think so.
I don't mean mentor isn't the right word for it, but it was like his inspiration. Wasn't that like the postmodernist that he looked up to the most? Didn't he write his thesis in college about that dude? I think he did.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I don't know if I'd recommend like Gravity's Rainbow as the place to start with him. Like even Pynchon says that he was on drugs when he wrote parts of it, so he doesn't completely understand it himself. I'd probably recommend something like The Crying of Lot 49 or Vineland as a place to start. Those are much more easy to read, and they're actually pretty fun to read.
Now, to be honest, I'm not obsessed with like the postmodernist. It's just those couple books like David Foster Wallace's stuff and then the one Pynchon book I've been interested in. The main thing I'm wanting to get into this year, aside from finishing the Bible and a couple bigger like philosophical works like Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, which I'm still slogging through, even though I've been reading it forever. I'm wanting to go back and read a lot of the Western canon, and especially like old Victorian stuff.
Yeah, I usually
novels.
Yeah, I usually for a while I just read like one book at a time. Now what I'm going to try to do is like read one long book alongside a shorter one. After I finish the Volman book, I kind of want to read the Decline of the West by Oswald Spengler.
See, I can't do that. I can read multiple nonfiction books at a time, but trying to read multiple fiction books like on top of writing, it's just like too many fictional worlds going on when I have like a duty to like actually complete a vision of one in a novel.
Yeah, I usually read one book at a time. I'm not like Jeremy Maddox.
No, you are not. No, you are not. I'm trying to get him to put me in his last Hanover Block book, Strange, and kill me gruesomely.
Yeah, it sounds like you're projecting your need to write fiction onto somebody else. Write me into your book. No, why don't you write a fucking book, dude?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't have the mounds. I can't lay claim to the mounds.
I mean,
I like how that sentence started with "yeah, but."
I mean, he does have a point there. Is he can't really just steal the creatures from another author's book.
He can make up a cool creature of his own, and
Yeah, you can.
I have.
You get killed by that dude that runs on his tits.
I did not run on his tits. You wouldn't
Maybe you should
understand.
give Jeremy permission to write an entry in the Hanover Block series.
I might think about it. I have to license it out to him.
Yeah, maybe you could do like a anthology of other authors writing in that universe and call it like Tales from Hanover Block or something
I could
like
do
that.
a Tom Clancy thing, you know.
God, do people still do anthologies? I'm so far removed from the small press world. Is that still a clusterfuck of a thing? People still
there's anthologies that still happen. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
There for a while, there were anthologies every time you turn around about the most obscure things, you know.
Right.
Now you got Silent Motors putting out these anthologies. Like one of them was like Tales of Mannequins, and then there's another one. I newer one.
So random.
Not really. I mean, mannequins are a pretty common part of horror fiction, especially with Thomas Ligotti.
Yeah, but how many different ways can you write a story about a creepy mannequin? How does?
That's the challenge, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's a challenge. I could write a mannequin story.
I don't know. I hate that idea.
Jeremy has the attitude that once something's been written one time by The Simpsons, it can't ever be touched again. It's now sacrilegious to ever touch that subject again.
No, I think that you better have a very unique take on it if you're gonna.
See what I'm saying? It's checked off the list. The Simpsons did it. Don't touch that. You plagiarist.
There are very few things that you can fill themed anthologies with. I mean, of course, the standard like werewolves, zombies, etc. That works, but once you get kind of past that, I don't know.
I even thought the G.G. Allen anthology was kind of unnecessary, but I was never a fan of the guy. So
I had a nice entry in that.
Did you? That's
right. Yeah, I wrote a story about G.G. Allen clones. I wrote a story about a post-apocalyptic world where all humans live inside giant robotic humans, and the robotic effigy of G.G. Allen goes to the doctor and says he can't shit, and it turns out that the replicator machine in his guts is malfunctioning and creating more and more and more clones of G.G. Allen that all erupt out of his anus, and then a war breaks out between the G.G. Allen clones and all of the humans that live inside the doctor robot.
Okay, I do remember that now. Yeah.
That sounds pretty good.
It was pretty good. It was pretty absurd.
Jeremy, I saw that you started reading Goldenrod by Bram Riddlebarger. What do you think of that so far?
Yeah, there's an Ethiopian character, and there's a flower child hippie girl, and there's a guy and his dog and the ghost of that dog, and they all live in a cave, and I don't know quite what to make of it yet. What do you? I know you spoke of it pretty highly like a year ago.
Yeah, I really liked it. It's very Browdigan-esque.
I don't know if it's. I always associated Browdigan with some degree of innocence, and this one feels a little bit more cynical than Browdigan.
I mean, maybe it's slightly more innocent, but I don't really associate Browdigan with innocence. I mean, he has a novel called The Abortion. It probably is just like slightly more cynical in a way. It's probably probably because Browdigan did come up in the time when, you know, there was kind of promise in the cultural revolution of the 60s, whereas, you know, that's been like completely betrayed at this point. So it makes sense that a modern.
I'm trying to understand the whole dog and the ghost of the dog thing. So is the dog not dead yet? I'm confused.
I'd have to look it up again to remember that, but when I remember, it's like the
die are they there simultaneously?
That part I don't remember. I'd have to reread it to remember that part. I do remember like the Merle Haggard thing, where Merle Haggard was sort of a character, but he was also sort of like the off-screen providing the soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
Which is sort of like unrealist kind of element to it.
They've kind of got a little communist colony going on, right?
Yeah, that the revolutionary character is trying to take it that way. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I told you earlier about the Roman Empire book I'm reading, The Long Year, about that year 69 AD, where there was like one guy became emperor, and then like 2 weeks later he was murdered by someone else who became emperor. It's like one of my favorite times in the Roman Empire. Like I like to read about. So I mean, it's just so funny. It's like I'm emperor now. Oh yeah, well fuck you. Now I'm emperor. No, fuck both of you. I'm emperor now. It's like Monty Python-esque. The amount of shenanigans that went on that year in Rome. It's hilarious.
It's like that one episode of Futurama where they go to that planet where people are like liquid people, and in order to become emperor, you have to drink the previous emperor.
I mean, it's comical. Let's see. I also read recently. Well, this is getting back to pro wrestling for a minute, but we all know about Chris Benoit and what he did, right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
He murdered his family and committed suicide.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think I heard about that.
There he is. Wait a minute. I got to share. Okay. I forgot. There. Now, for those who are unacquainted with pro wrestling lore, in Canada, there is what's known as the Hart family, okay? And no, this is not storyline shit. This is like real shit, okay? The Hart family would train wrestlers in what's called the dungeon. And they would they had this reputation where, like, especially the father, Stu Hart, he was real rough on them. He'd try to like bust a blood vessel in their eye with all these submission holds to try to humble them and make them,
bust a what in their eye?
Bust a blood vessel in their eye.
Okay.
To try to get them ready, to toughen them up, Chris Benoit.
This is really tasteless. Trying to break their backs and makes them humble.
Yeah, like Iron Cheek. Break his back and make him humble.
It's really kind of fucked up to compare that to child abuse, but go ahead.
So Chris Benoit trained in the dungeon with the Hart family and whatnot, as all Canadians did at the time, back then. And he came up through WCW, and it talks about the DUIs he had and the pain pill, dependence later on, and steroids this, and the string of bad luck of everyone associated with the Hart family. You really get this impression that everyone who went through the dungeon, were kind of never the same.
Didn't Chris Jericho go through the dungeon?
Well, yeah. Okay. And he's an example of someone who turned out okay, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Jericho did. But Benoit, as we know, and I still have trouble believing it, I always remember, it's funny, this is WrestleMania night, and normally it'd be like Christmas to me, but I'll never forget that year that he won the World Heavyweight Championship for the first time ever. And it was like, he's too small. He's missing a tooth. He's not photogenic enough to win the big one, to be a main eventer. And he did. And there was confetti falling from the ceiling. It was just a magical moment, and to know, I never would have imagined, jumping around, in celebration that night, that he would go on to murder his wife and son, and then hang himself so painfully at the weight machine. It's bizarre. And I still think that
so you were jumping around during this event or whatever?
I was a Benoit fan. Yeah,
so you were jumping around with like your shirt off in your living room when you were watching the show?
No, I didn't have my shirt off that time because I had friends over. I don't know why that's significant, but I never would have imagined.
He's trying to get an idea of just how gay you are.
I never would have imagined, though, that he would go on to murder his family, and then it's bizarre, and I still feel like there may be the possibility of like a mafia hit or him running afoul of some bad drug deal, and
that's certainly possible.
And they made his whole family pay. I don't know, I just don't understand it. Why would he take his family with him if he wanted out? I don't understand it.
The lives of pro wrestlers is fucked up, Jeremy.
They are, and what they consider practical jokes is bizarre. They call them ribs, and they will do fucked up things like leave them in another state. They'll leave them and drive off to another state and make them have to hitchhike. They do all sorts of fucked up things just as practical jokes and ribs to each other. And it's like it's all part of being just one of the boys, and that's what they chalk it all up to at the end of the day. It's fucked up how their lives are so unsacred to each other. I don't understand it.
It's a carnival sideshow culture, and
right.
Every once in a while, there's a lot of suicides. There's a lot of drug addiction, and there have been multiple murders in the pro wrestling community over the years. To me, the Chris Benoit story is tragic, but not the way you're describing it, where you couldn't believe that the guy was capable of it. I never saw Chris Benoit as like a Hulk Hogan. If Hulk Hogan murdered his family and hung himself, that would be insane. He's one of the most wholesome pro wrestlers that's ever lived. Chris Benoit was a gritty, he was a what do they call that? Like a road warrior. He just spent his whole life in cars driving from city to city, suplexing people, and it was really fucking hard on him. He wasn't particularly nice to people. He didn't particularly have a nice air about him or persona. He was a hard worker, and he put a lot of time and effort in. He was considered extremely talented, but did he really come off to you as like some gentle soul that like a Mick
Jeremy knew he could see into his he looked into him and he saw.
Well, his character didn't seem pure to me. He didn't seem like a Mick Foley type character that loved people and was cordial towards fans and things like that. He just sort of walked to the ring with a scowl, suplexed a bunch of people, and scowled his way back to the locker room.
But he suplexed Jeremy's heart, and that's what he's trying to say.
When you put it like that, no, but you could see his passion for wrestling. And yes, when he was around Eddie Guerrero, his best friend, he was,
Eddie Guerrero was fucked up too.
Not when he won the title, he wasn't.
You don't think he was on all sorts of Eddie Guerrero he jacked himself on steroids and was on all kinds of drugs. I mean, obviously he died of a drug overdose. He was a pretty
No, Eddie didn't die of a drug overdose. His heart was weakened from all the years that he did do it.
Okay.
Oh, you don't believe that?
No, I'm correcting myself.
Okay.
Yeah, you're the expert on this stuff, Jeremy.
Cocaine and steroids. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm saying he wasn't either.
Well, according to Chavo, his nephew who was with him, traveling with him at the time, he had cleaned up and he was set to win his second world title.
Yeah, there's a lot of situations where a lifelong drug addict cleans up and then dies a few months later. It's like, it's tragic, but it's still the drugs that kill them just because they're not currently high. Like, I guess a drug overdose is you're currently high and you took too much drugs, but the lifestyle effects of drugs and alcohol and steroid abuse do catch up to people and they have heart attacks. Ultimate Warrior died of a heart attack. Macho Man Randy Savage died of a heart attack. How many wrestlers end up popping their hearts after all those years of cocaine and steroids and pain pills?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a tough life, man. It's a tough life.
You're right as far as Chris Benoit not being a wholesome individual, but you could still feel his passion for his craft. And it was an emotional night when he won the world title because he was constantly like sidelined, whether it be through injury or the push to the title, was given to someone else. Everyone else was given better storylines, and he was just like the guy who could make other bad wrestlers look better by being in the ring with him. You get a feeling for his real story by the more you watched him, is my take on it.
He was involved in one of my all-time favorite wrestling matches of all time. My all-time favorite matches of all time. He and Chris Jericho tagged versus heel Stone Cold and Triple H as the main event of a random Raw episode. Are you familiar with this match that I'm talking about?
I remember I think they won the tag titles that
night. They
night.
won the tag titles together that night, and Triple H, that was the first of many times where he tore his quad in the middle of a match, and he continued, and he actually took
tore his wad.
His quadricep muscle, and he actually took the Walls of Jericho, which is a leg stretching submission maneuver. He actually let Chris Jericho put the Walls of Jericho on him with a torn quadricep, because that was the go home finish that was supposed to take place. And Triple H was like laying there in agony, and he was like, oh, "Go ahead, just do it. Just let's get it over with." And
that's why he was out for so long.
That match is so he ended up being out for like 8 months after that. Came back 10 times, like jacked like the Incredible Hulk. He left muscular, and he came back looking fucking like steroids were coming out of his ears. But that match was amazing. I watched it live, and there were so many false finishes. And the normally Raw was over at like 8 o'clock or whatever, 9 o'clock, and they didn't do this very often. They bought extra time, where that match ended up going to like 20 minutes into the next hour. So you always figure like there's a little bit of overrun time. Like the main event match might go to like 5 after the hour or 6 after the hour. But right around that time, they started doing the false finishes. And you started thinking, okay, here we go. It's, go home time. They're going to wrap this up. And then it just kept going and going. And there were so many back and forth false finishes. And then, Jericho and Chris Benoit ended up winning the titles from Triple H and Stone Cold that night. And it was just it was such an emotional, like if you were a pro wrestling fan, you were invested in that night. Like it was exhausting emotionally when it was over with.
So Jeremy, you were taking steroids?
I wasn't taking, no.
I thought you might have, just to,
No, I don't work.
Like your idols.
I don't have the attention span or discipline to work out regularly.
He's got a lot of books to read, guys.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Working out is boring.
Have you ever done push-ups, Jeremy?
Yeah.
If you're doing exercise, just put on an audiobook. I put on headphones and listen to audiobooks.
Yeah,
so
start pumping.
There's a way to read and do other things at the same time.
Yeah, start pumping.
I don't want to.
I don't want to. So a lot of people believe, well, Jeremy, where do you fall? Well, obviously you think it was a mafia hit, but a lot of people think that it was CTE that caused Chris Benoit to snap and become homicidal and suicidal.
Chronic encephaly. What is it?
CTE. It's concussion syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the medical term for it is. I'm not.
If you guys don't,
trauma or something like that.
If you guys don't know the full story about Benoit when all that went on, the double murder suicide where he killed his family and himself, they looked at his brain post mortem, and they said he had the brain of an 85-year-old man.
Yeah, he was all fucked up from CTE, wasn't he?
Yeah, kind of making me think of that whole gray state thing. Are y'all familiar with that?
No.
Is that the director who killed his wife?
Yeah, the dude who's making that movie
conspiracy documentary.
Yeah.
And he killed his wife, and I think he killed himself too.
Yeah.
Did he have a concussion?
I don't know. He had been in the army. I've not watched the full documentary. I just know the basics of the story.
What makes someone want to kill their partner? What makes someone that despondent? I don't understand it.
There's a warped a warped thing that gets into people's heads where they believe that they're doing their family a favor. They've come to a point in their brain where they perceive reality as a sickness or an illness. Like they believe that people being alive is doing them a disservice because they're so tortured and it's so hard for them to live that they project that onto their loved ones, and they think that they're actually giving mercy to their loved ones when they kill them and then kill themselves.
You know what? I remember in that book. Well, I'm sorry, I'll let you finish, but I just wanted to point out to correlate with what you're saying in that book, Dungeon of Death. It says that Benoit actually had Bibles beside Daniel and Nancy's bodies, and they were pointed to a Bible verse that talks about raising a child from the dead.
Wow.
That is scary.
Yeah, it's fucked up shit. But some people blame the CTE. Some people also say that it was steroid abuse, that he went into rages from all the steroids that he did. I don't know where to come down on it. I mean, he obviously had mental illness and the steroids and the drugs and the CTE. didn't help matters any. But it seems like he was really fighting some really bad mental demons, or what Zach would assume would be real demons at the time. And it's a tragedy. But to their credit, WWE really did start to take the health of their performers much more seriously after that. Up to that point, it had just sort of been like, if you're one of the boys, you just tough it out and go through whatever you go through. And if you die, you die. And that was the moment where they kind of turned a corner and said, we'd better appreciate the health of our boys, because we don't ever want anything like this to happen again.
So Zach, do you think it was real demons? Because that's what Strange is, this little side swipe type thing he came up with there.
I didn't take it as a side swipe. It could have been.
There was me acknowledging his faith, Gregor. I wasn't.
Is that what you were doing? Okay.
Side comment. I was acknowledging his faith.
I thought you were being a little bit snide about it.
No, not at all. I respect. Well, Zach didn't take it that way because Zach knows I respect his religion.
Okay, well, good.
Yeah, unlike some people, Gregor.
Hey, I respect it.
I mean, it could have been. It seems like.
It could have been demons for damn sure. I mean, the way that guy was acting.
I mean, when you get to that dark of a spot in your life, it's like I don't think it's irrational to assume if you are of a supernatural worldview that that kind of mental illness is going to be seized on. I mean, it's kind of the common belief that people who are in weak mental states are the ones that all this stuff happens to them.
They're the most susceptible.
They're most susceptible to supernatural manipulation. Yeah.
My last book that I want to mention, it's another 5-star, The Cartoonist by Sean Costello. This boy.
Oh yeah, you finished it?
I did. This boy doesn't play around, and I can't even without spoiling it. I can't say, but this
author picture's creepy.
This old man, he isn't playing around. He's in control from beginning to end. That's all I'm going to say. Read that book.
Give that a whirl.
Read that book. Yeah.
Will you do me a favor, Jeremy?
Yeah.
This is driving me crazy. I am so close to 1,000 ratings on my Goodreads. Will you bring up my Goodreads profile? And maybe some loyal listener of the show that has read my books would be so kind as to throw some ratings over on my Goodreads books, because I've been sitting at almost 1,000 ratings for quite a while, and I can't get over the hump for some reason. Maybe because I haven't promoted my fiction in 2 fucking years.
I've still got dang Texas Chainsaw Man on my Kindle I need to read.
I'm at 989 ratings. I only need 11 ratings to break the 1,000 ratings mark. So anybody that's
I think I'm at 1,000 or a little bit more. Let me see. Well, we're gonna be like comparing dongs.
Yeah, who's got a bigger dick?
A bunch
when,
of
your last guest, Christoph Paul, when he was going hard on me a couple of years ago, I actually brought up our Goodreads ratings, and I was barely a higher rated author than he was. I was like, listen, buddy, you keep calling me a loser. You keep saying that I'm a failure. Well, I've got a higher average rating than you do on Goodreads. So what does that make you, fella? So yeah, I definitely pulled out the dick.
Oh.
Okay, you know what's depressing?
I've got 1,226 ratings.
I have 39 ratings.
I don't know how many I have. I haven't kept up.
No, Zach, you need to be in this conversation because remember, you don't believe in reviews anymore. You can't do it.
Yeah, Zach.
Yeah,
no more book reviews.
Yeah, according to you, reviews are artificial and homosexual.
Look,
So
Jeremy gave my my latest short story collection 3 stars. He really didn't like that.
But which one?
Right there, All the Toxic Waste from my heart.
Well,
not a fan.
No, 3 stars is light. I like it.
I liked it. It was okay. Click on that. See if it has the table of contents on it. I don't even remember what's in that book. I forget what stories are even in there. Oh, the fucking erotic spider microfiction at the end. Those are fucking
And
cool.
there's also Popcorn Planet, I think, is in that one.
Popcorn Planet was cool. That's a time travel story about Orville Redenbacher.
Popcorn Monster.
Yeah, that's a cool one. I don't remember what's more in there.
I think the only book I've read of yours so far is I Died in a Bed of Roses. I do have a couple other books. I think I know Beetle Brain and some other one I can't remember on my Kindle, so I'll try to get.
I've got those.
Get to
I've
those
read Humans. What is the Humans Under the Bed? I've read that one.
I've read.
Yeah. I actually didn't read it, but I did listen to that audiobook you did of Computer Face.
Yeah, I really liked. I liked Computer Face. What did you think of those? You said you read Computer Face and Bed of Roses. What did you think of them? Do they suck?
Computer Face. Like I said, I heard the audiobook you did. I thought it was. I thought Computer Face was pretty entertaining.
Two and a half stars?
No, I would say I'd say it's a 3.5, 4 stars, somewhere around there.
Did you write productivity in higher education?
No. That's a plan. He keeps getting thrown on my list.
But yeah, Computer Face, that was pretty good. The connection, I think the only real thing is like the connection between the character who was like a stand-in for what's his name, that fat
Harry
ginger.
Knowles.
Yeah, Harry Knowles. The connection between Harry Knowles and him becoming Computer Face, I'm not quite sure what the connection there was. Maybe.
I don't know.
It's obviously you didn't like the guy.
Ain't it cool?
I wrote it so long ago. I really don't remember why I decided to pick on him, but I thought it was an interesting character arc to take him from being a morbidly obese movie critic to being a hero. A hero in an apocalyptic world. I thought it was a cool character arc.
And I Died in a Bed of Roses. I like that. I'd say it's a solid 4 stars. I'm pretty sure I gave it that. I think, I did enjoy the story on that. I thought the interactions between the guy and the girl were pretty hilarious. Especially the scene in the park when they first meet. That was pretty funny. I think like the only one problem I had is like the whole power of love thing at the end was a little obvious.
The fucking power of love, yeah. Well, I wanted it to be like, I purposefully wanted it to be a sappy love story, So I went there on purpose, but I tried to do something kind of weird with that. I started with that premise. The power of love is going to be what saves this guy, and then I wanted to, I built out around that and just tried to tell as unique a story as I could with in those, inside those parameters. It is what it is. I thought it was.
And I will say, I really love the title for some reason. I Died in a Bed of Roses is just a really good image to me.
Yeah, I actually met a girl at a convention, and it was one of those situations where we spent an evening together, an intimate evening together, and she told me she worked at a farm, and then we didn't have any contact after that one night. And I went home, and instead of obsessing over the girl like the character in the book does, I decided that would be a cool premise for a book. Like if I had acted on that, acted like a simp. And sort of chased after this girl, what would ultimately happen? Well, what if the worst thing you could have done was chase after that girl and she turned out to be a monster? So that's where that book came from, based on a real girl that really works on a farm.
Okay, so y'all want to get your all ratings up to 1,000. I want to get mine pushed up from 39 to 40. That'll be a new milestone.
Well, let's see. I've got Locker Arm still, so I can probably read that and give it a rating.
Yeah, I think you'd like that one. That one's more like straightforward comedy, kind of like Hospitalized.
Yeah, there's like 3 other books there from something like Burning Bull Press. Are those actually yours, or is that a different Zachary Magaha?
No, those were mine from high school.
Oh yeah, I kind of wonder because I think you mentioned that, but you never really talked about them.
Yeah, I had him take all those out of print. Honestly, I think it was around the time Locker Arms was coming out.
When does Dinosaurs and Potted Plants come out?
That comes out July 31st.
No matter what?
What?
No matter what?
I was about to say, granted that the coronavirus doesn't mess up.
Well, it could still be an electronic book no matter what. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, Nihilism Revised still released the new Leo X. Robertson book called Grieve, and so I assume that they're staying on track.
okay. Why don't we get? Can you get SC Burke to come on?
Yeah, he told me.
Yeah, he could probably definitely come on at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about starting a sequel to Dinosaurs and Potted Plants after I finish this novel I'm working on now.
Zach, I've got a paperback of Soothing the Savage Swamp Beast, so I'll dig into that and give you a rating.
I've read that one.
Yeah, that one's
it's pretty good.
That one conflicts people because they can't get over the fact that like I wasn't writing a horror. It's not a horror book at all. And granted, Journal Stone did sort of market it as a horror book. I don't even know
There's not much action in it. It's more a thought piece, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just not a horror novel.
Thought piece
really.
like
THOT. Yeah, it's totally about thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
it's not a horror novel.
Metaphorical. It's almost like if you don't get the metaphor, you probably won't get it. I think Kevin actually gets the metaphor because we talked about it.
Yeah, we talked about it before.
I think the first time I was on freaking a YouTube show, it was on his show, and we talked about it.
What's the metaphor? What are we missing?
It's not really complicated. It's definitely about the art world and
the beast with two backs. Is that what it's about?
Wait, what?
The beast.
It's about being drawn into. It's about being drawn into a. And I haven't read the book, but I remember the conversation that Zach and I had. It's about being drawn into a sort of into the art world is the metaphor, and then feeling like once you're there, you have to stay there. It's like almost an addiction to stay involved in something that you're not getting anything out of anymore. You're no longer, there's no pleasure in it. There's no productivity in it, but you feel like you have to keep coming back to it over and over and over again.
That sounds familiar.
It's basically about, that as well as like the kind of specialness of yourself as a creative person kind of getting opted by, whatever reason, like popularity or anything, just kind of losing that, and more about kind of like your passion, like just freaking, if you put all your eggs into the passion basket, it's like you're going to get screwed up in some way or another. Yeah, it's kind of what the whole thing with the swamp was with like, the swamp water kind of makes you just zero in on like that one thing in your life and it kind of destroys everything else.
Before we finally do wrap up, what's the scariest thing that's ever happened to you? Anybody?
I've had a lot of fucking scary things happen to me, but one of the scariest, just off the top of my head, one of the scariest things that ever happened to me was when I was about 12. I had a Doberman Pinscher that was the family dog, and I would take him on walks, and we walked down to the park, and it was back in the late 80s, early 90s when they still had big metal jungle gyms and stuff, and big metal slides in the parks. And I took my dog up onto the jungle gym, and we were going to slide down the slide together. And as we started going down the slide, his leash, the end of his leash got stuck in one of the metal slats, and he started choking to death. And thank God there was two guys working, like two maintenance dudes that were like cleaning the park, and they ran over, and one of them pushed him up, and the other one unhooked the leash, and my dog ran home, scared fucking shitless. And it was one of the most helpless feelings I've ever had in my life. I caused that. It was my dog was choking to death, and I was too small. Like I was trying to get underneath him and lift him up so he wasn't choking anymore, but I was too small and he was too heavy in the situation. He was flailing around and trying to get his footing on the metal of the slide, which obviously the dog wasn't going to be able to do. And I've never felt so guilty and so helpless in my life.
Wow, that's terrible.
What about you, Greg?
But he didn't die. I didn't kill my dog, so it could have been.
He didn't die.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. So probably the most scary thing was just like let me think. Probably I think it was like between what year was it? I think it was like maybe between my sophomore and junior year. I think maybe in high school, something like that. So I was out with a buddy, friends, driving around, drinking, and the guy that was the guy driving the car was drunk, and he had his girlfriend in the front seat, and I was in the back seat, and we're driving around being idiots or whatever, and at one point I was like, "Hey man, pull over." This girl that I know, she lives here. I'm going to pee in her mailbox. I got out, peed in her mailbox. Then I got back into the car, and then he was, driving around in his hot rod, showing off for this girl that he was with. And I was like, man, you better stop acting like a dumbass. You're going to wreck the car. And of course, he did wreck the car. And so, like, the car hit like a patch of gravel, and it flipped over nose to ass and rolled, and I was in the back seat. And I remember when it was like, the car was turning over, I was like, all right, I'm gonna die, this is it, and I was entirely prepared to die, and I just knew that this was the end of my life, and I was like, it was like something shut off my brain, to kind of like prep me for it. But I ended up not dying, of course. And so I kind of came to, I think I was knocked unconscious for a brief amount of time during the car wreck. And I was in the back seat behind the driver's side. And the seat that I was in totally came unmoored from the, casing or whatever in the car. So I was kind of like in the back of the hatchback. And the girl that was in the front seat had like flown out the back through the hatchback past me. I didn't see this.
Shit.
And she had when the ambulance got there and the police, they couldn't even find her for like 10, 15 minutes. They didn't know where the hell she even flew to. And the guy that was driving the car, he was all busted up, and initially, like, he was getting me out of the car saying, "Hey man, this is the story. I was like, there's no fucking story, man. I'm not saying any story. I'm just getting the hell out of this car, and I remember like we left and landed in this front yard, some like kind of like a rural kind of people's house or whatever in their front yard, and I remember hanging out on this couch in this stranger's house. This young lady was holding my hand, and I was just totally delirious and trying to figure out what the hell was going on. And I remember getting taken into the stretcher in the ambulance and singing gospel songs as I was being taken into the emergency room to get treated for I had pretty minor injuries, thankfully. But the scariest part about it was just the moment where I had come to the realization that I was going to die, and that my brain switched off in such a way to cope with the fact, right? Like some sort of chemical reaction or grace of God, something, right? Said, okay, this is the end, and we're going to have mercy on you, and your brain is shut off to be able to deal with it. That was the scariest part.
Wow.
Did the girl live?
She was in a coma for 3 or 4 weeks. She did live, yeah, but her personality was never the same after.
She had brain damage?
Yeah, she had some brain damage, but she has lived a fairly normal life from what I understand. It's been years and years since I've had any contact with her, but but she was able to recover it to where that she was able to actually she wasn't in situation where she had to have assistance. She maybe she was a little bit weird acting, but she was able to lead a relatively normal life, but she had a drastic personality change.
Yeah, I have a really good female friend that got into a car accident and fucked her brain up, and she's never been the same. And she doesn't really say that she can't take care of herself, but I don't think she can take care of herself. She still lives with her dad.
Right, I got you. Yeah,
about you?
Don't drink and drive, kids.
Yeah.
Don't drink and drive. Yeah.
Did they have to get the jaws of life to get you out, or?
No. I was like the hatchback was totally open, right, and my seat was in the hatchback. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So no, I wasn't wearing a seatbelt. I was wearing a seatbelt before I got out to take a pee in the mailbox, but I did not put the seatbelt back on after I got back in the car.
How did the girl ever find out? Huh?
What's that?
Did the girl ever find out you peed in her mailbox?
I probably told her. Yeah.
How did she laugh or?
Probably laughed. Yeah, she was the type that would probably laughed at that. Yeah.
See, that's how you're supposed to react, Tiffany.
Oh my God.
Anyway, what about you, Ben?
Sanctimonious cunt would never react that way about anything.
I know.
She's a humorless scold. They don't.
Well, she didn't used to be, but whatever. What about you, Ben?
This is kind of morbid, but probably when I found my grandma dead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What about you, Zach?
I've got two I've been like going back and forth on.
I tell them both. I don't care.
Well, the one was that really recent one where I had that really freaky dream that like went on forever, where it's like the dream started out that I was like in a haunted house ride, and then there was like a voice telling me that like everything was gonna be real, and then like it felt like my thing's soul, like it felt like I died, and I was like in this freaking like space for like probably 10 minutes. Like it was one of those dreams that like you're kind of keeping track of like every second because it's like, I guess, that real. And like I remember during the dream I had made peace with myself and like realized I was dead or something. But then at the very end of it, it was like I was falling through the space, and then like I woke up, but it wasn't like a normal waking up. Like it was like it felt like an actual continuation of the dream. It was really freaking weird. But then the other one was the paranormal thing that happened to me. Like, I can't remember what age I was. It was really, really young. But like, I woke up because my bed was shaking, and like I could see the indentations, kind of like footprints at the end of my bed, and it was like something was jumping up and down, and it just kept doing that for a while, and I was like freaking frozen with fear, and just like that was probably the most scared I've ever been. I mean, I don't know what the heck was going on, but I mean, it was, that for sure wasn't a nightmare or anything, because I remember I had been having a dream before, and then it's like inside the dream everything started shaking, and then like I woke up and realized that the bed was actually doing that, and that like some unseen thing was just jumping at the foot of it. That was the most scared I've ever been. It's pretty horrifying.
That's pretty crazy. That's a good.
The shaking bed is for you, but I mean, if one of the worst things that ever happened to you was a bad dream, I'd consider myself lucky.
No,
yeah, my second story that I was considering was the time a family member was threatening to commit suicide and carrying around a shotgun around the house. And I was maybe 8 or 9 years old at the time, and I had to hide in a closet and call 911 and get the police to come and talk him down so he didn't kill himself on the front porch. So that's you'll live, Zach. You'll live some life. And
yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that. I mean, imagine if you are waking up.
I like that. I like that scary invisible imp story, though. That's pretty good. Jumping on your bed.
Like I'm serious. It happened, and there was something that was like invisible jumping at the foot of my bed. I mean,
were you visiting someone, or was it your home, or what?
No, it was my home, and that home that we used to live in has since burned down, actually. But I had a lot of really, I mean, it was kind of like the typical, like, you know, when you're young, you live in a haunted house thing. I had all kinds of weird shit happen there, but that was the scariest. I mean, like I said, I was fully awake, and there's some freaking demon that jumping at the foot of my bed. I mean, whatever it was. I mean, I was
Could
pretty.
have been like a washer or dryer in the next room or something.
Could have been a swamp fog.
No, I'm serious. It was like, I mean, it was like powerful too. 'Cause, I mean, it wasn't like I wasn't sleeping on like a big bed. So whatever it was, like every time it jumped up and landed back down, I mean, it was pretty freaking. And you got to keep in mind, I was little too, so it was something freaking big jumping at the foot of my bed.
What he's leaving out of the story is that his folks bought one of those like hotel beds where you feed a coin in to a slot and it shakes for like 30 minutes. And it's pure bliss. That's what he.
Actually funny that
Listen, Jeremy. I want to believe Maddox.
But no, it's funny that you said that because I mentioned that in that house I had all kinds of weird things happen to me. The other thing that happened, and this is kind of how it correlates to what you said, like I remember it really clearly because I was up eating breakfast, getting ready for school, and I heard like a weird voice calling out my name, and it was like all disembodied and creepy. And I got freaked out and ran into the dang bathroom where my mom was taking a shower and told her about it. And she's like, "It's just a freaking washing machine."
Wow.
It wants to wash you, Zach.
It probably did.
It wants to wash you.
Yeah. That was a weird house, though. And it's even weirder that it burned down after we moved out.
Yeah, could be. I don't know, boys. I think it's time to kill this one. What do you think?
Jeremy, you didn't tell your scary story.
Yeah, Jerry.
Well, okay, well, if you really want to hear it,
we're gonna make fun of it, but we'll listen to it.
That's okay. And sure. I swear this is how I remember it. We used to go over to visit what was called my nanny mamaw. I guess she was like a great grandmother. I don't remember exactly.
Your nanny mamaw, okay.
Nanny mamaw, yeah. MAMAW, I guess. Everybody's got a mamaw, right?
Yeah.
It's a word. It's an actual word.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I don't, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. We would go down there to visit her every now and then. She lived in this big 2-story house that was old and kind of creepy, because she always stayed downstairs, and the upstairs, it's like the way that the vents worked, the air would move, around and it would make creaking noises upstairs a lot, and because no one went up there, including her, it kind of had a reputation of being creepy just because it was always empty. But I remember that she had this lion-faced rug, in the pantry. And one night,
What was in the pantry?
It was like a lion-faced throw rug or something.
Okay.
And it's like everybody was in the kitchen playing cards, and I remember ducking under the table, telling them that there was a monster, and it looked just like the lion thing looking rug thing if it had come to life. And it's like its body was like pure shadow. It's like it had shadow skin or something. And it was walking around and, roaring and trying to get to me. And I can remember it in my head to this day, what it looked like, and the glowing like yellow eyes and everything. But everybody was laughing and playing cards while I'm hiding under the table, I don't know. I mean, I can still remember what it looked like, even though it probably was just a childhood, fantasy. But I still remember what it looked like. I distinctly remember it roaring and everybody just carrying on like it was nothing.
So you're terrorized by a shadow cat.
I mean, I didn't mention it was bipedal. Okay. It wasn't
bipedal?
It was bipedal, bipedal, like arms and legs upright like a human. But it's like the lion rug thing like came to life and developed a human body. I don't know. It's just, and I remember like it roaring and its eyes glowing like orange, yellowish. And
so you're terrorized by a shadow cat man.
Yeah, I guess. Okay. And that house was always creepy. And she never went upstairs, and I'm like, why would you live in a house like that alone? Oh man. And it was really creepy. Like when you would go upstairs, because it was so vacant that it's like you almost expected something to jump out because it was so quiet and vacant, So that's a creepy house.
How old were you?
Probably 5, 6.
5 or 6.
Yeah.
And you never wore a shirt too.
What does this shirt have to do with it? Yes, I had a shirt on. Yes, I had a shirt on. I was visiting family.
I just remembered a paranormal thing that happened to me that can actually be backed up by 2 people.
Okay.
Okay, and it happened on 2 separate occasions in this other old house I used.
Would they come on and admit to it?
One of them would, but she's
okay. Go ahead.
The other one wouldn't because reasons. Okay, one time I was with it was me and my grandma, and we were just chilling out at the house. And out of nowhere, we heard this kind of really weird, and it's kind of like a stereotypical, like, ghost moan type thing. And it's kind of
This was your Nana Mamaw.
No, that was me.
My Nana.
Okay.
And we heard this kind of stereotypical ghost moan that was really weird. And what was kind of freaky about it was I was young, or not really young. I mean, this was probably maybe 3 years ago. I'd kind of gotten into like a ghost hunting phase, where you're going around and like you've got recorders and stuff and you're trying to get kind of like a Ghost Adventures thing. And I had gotten a thing that was real similar to that I've since deleted. I don't know, it was on an old phone or something. But I'd gotten that, and then this happened with me and my Nana just sitting there. Well, maybe a couple of weeks later, I was in bed with my girlfriend. We were both asleep. Not asleep, we were awake. But we both heard it happen again, and it freaked her out really bad. Like, she got just really freaked out about it. But the thing is, it was the same exact thing that me and my grandma had heard that one day. And it's so weird because it almost was that like residual playing back type thing they always talked about. Like, I mean, it sounded like a thing cosmic tape recorder or something. Of this.
Like the EVPs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or washing machine.
No, it wasn't anything like that. Because I mean, I'd lived in this house for a long time, and it was way back in the woods, so like I knew like every sound. And the thing about it was really close to you. It wasn't like a far out away thing. It was like some freaking asshole just coming up to you and moaning or something in your ear. But yeah, that was pretty freaky. But then after that, it never happened again.
Them dang haints and boogers.
Yeah.
I remember I read one of these Southern ghost story books once, and it was called Haints and Boogers. HAINT. That's what they. I guess that's what they called. Ghosts and critters around here back then was haints and boogers. Boogeymen, boogers. But I remember, like around 2009 or so, there was this animal. I guess it had to have been an animal of some sort, but it was real low to the ground. And for 2 years, I would hear it like moaning, or not moaning, but screaming outside. And I don't know if it was a fox or a lynx or what, but for 2 years it would come.
Lynxes in Tennessee.
Yeah, and it almost sounded like a human, like crying out at night, and it would come to the end of the porch, not the steps, but the ground, where there's no steps, just to the side of the porch, and it would like cry out, and it would sound almost human. And it did this for like 2 years. And I don't know if it was like a fox or what, but for 2 years I would hear it outside at night sometimes. And it was like this weird shrieking cry. I don't know. But eventually it went away. But I don't know if it was like the last of its kind around here or what. But I think it was a fox or some kind of wild, like, not cat, but some.
So wait, hold on a second. You don't know whether or not it was the last of its kind. So you're thinking that this creature knew it was the last of its kind. That was the reason it had this particular mournful cry.
A fox that couldn't find its a mate around here. I don't know. And it was in, I don't know. I mean,
well, they said for a long time mountain lions were extinct in Tennessee.
This was too low to the ground to be a mountain lion.
Yeah, well, but recently they said that they have returned, like they've migrated or something from the west. And I saw one time, and my parents had seen them. And that was before they officially said that they had come back, and then they officially said it. But kind of freaky thinking there's a freaking mini lion out there roaming through the woods.
Yeah, this was too low to the ground to be a lion. I think it was a fox, but I don't know.
I think it was a lynx.
Are they pretty low to the ground?
Oh yeah, they're low to the ground.
I bet if I heard a lynx like on a YouTube video or something, and I could match it, I can still remember what it sounded like. So I bet.
Have you all seen the lynx video where the two lynxes are like yelling at each other?
No, but if they're that loud, I bet that's what it was.
At a Walmart.
What? Anyway, well, I hope that this has managed to. I hope that these 7.5 hours have managed to take everyone here's mind off the bullshit for a little bit. So
you guys put in a whole Walmart shift.
It has, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So people who don't have to interact with other people at work, put this in your cue this up, put it in your headphones for your entire workday.
Your entire workday will go by.
Yeah.
They know when they're listening to the wrap up portion, and then you say, "Oh, Kevin Strange is in the comments." You know, you got another 2-3 hours. 2 to 3 hours of content.
Good stuff. I'm glad you did come in.
Like I said, I'm not going to come in every week, but sometimes I miss my friends. I want to chat.
Yeah, we did have a guest that came on here and said nothing.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Yeah, we had Christopher Lesko. It was kind of like our fault. We had Keith Preston on, and
I was trying to work my way around to asking him some stuff. I'm sorry if he hears this, but I was trying to work my way around. But man, that guy dominated. The anarchist guy, he dominated. Man, I could barely get questions in. He was like totally into the lecture mode. Like
dude knew what he was all in it. Yeah, he was
Some
all up
people
in
get on
it.
shows like that, and they don't know how to just have a relaxed, organic conversation.
I noticed every time you'd ask him a question, he'd look at you weird.
Would he?
Like he thought it was his job to just come on and lecture for 2 hours.
Well, so you say anytime Jeremy asks him a question, or anytime anybody asks him a question?
It seemed like anytime anyone did. It may not be an actually weird thing as more as it was just like thinking and contemplating. But it's kind of funny.
My favorite part was whenever he asked you guys what the hell kind of show this is. By the way,
Yeah, I liked it after that. Once we told him, and we're like, "So, do you have any more questions?" He's like, "No, I've heard enough."
Right.
I've noticed there's a pattern where a lot of people leave this show as guests and they're like not quite satisfied. Like Laffy Pants, I thought he was like going to be like a bona fide hit, but he said I didn't ask enough clown related questions. The Jennifer Johnson erotica chick said that she was, but she was unsatisfied with the length of the show.
Yeah, but she seemed fine. Otherwise, she was very grateful for us having her on.
wait a minute. She wasn't satisfied with the length. Like you didn't have her on long enough, or she wasn't on an 8-hour show.
Yeah, that was it. She just asked, she just emailed me to ask how long it went on. I guess I didn't really clarify that. We just kind of go until we have nothing left.
And I remember that one guy, his roommates were fighting in the background the whole time he was trying to do an interview with us.
Oh yeah, Paul Bingham. That was pretty funny.
And then what's that guy's name? William Ramsey?
Yeah.
He was just like, "All right, guys, I'm about done, buddies. Let's."
Honestly,
I wish I would have been on. I wish I would have been on for him because he's a cool motherfucker.
I don't know, man. He seemed kind of arrogant to me, but
I mean, he knows his shit.
That's what I thought about him. It's like
you got to get in there, Jeremy. You got to challenge him. If you want his respect, you got to earn it.
Well, Nathan Thompson said he would debate William Ramsey specifically about flat Earth. So maybe that's something to look forward to. I don't know.
Is William Ramsey a flat Earth denier? Is that a specialty of his? Flat Earth denial?
When I texted him about it, he seemed to I don't think it's like a thing that he goes on about. He just seems to have a general disdain disdain for that
I
theory.
think it's just a matter of dismissiveness, kind of a thing, right?
I'll be honest though. After the breakthrough tonight, I feel kind of protective of Nathan. I don't know. He brought the goods tonight, man. Even though I don't believe flat Earth, at all, really. I felt like he brought the entertainment goods tonight. I really do.
I'm going to have to come up with that freaking an answer to the dang thing about the star, like the every 6 months thing. Because that's a thing I've never thought about before. But then again, I've never actually seen if what he's saying is true.
The main thing with flat earthers is they say if the Earth is spinning, then how come we're steady? I get the feeling that that's one of their main arguments. How if it's spinning this fast, like so many miles per hour, why aren't we falling off of it?
I don't think he's made that argument.
I've heard he did in that one video. Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
We need to have an episode where we rank our guests.
That sounds like a great idea.
Like awards at the end of the year.
The guest awards.
Yes, the guest awards. And we actually need to come up with some way to get like an actual physical trophy.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe if we all chip in.
What would our trophy be?
I got it. Somebody with a index finger to their lips.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's a quiet place.
Right.
or I don't know, maybe a golden
muffler.
A muffler.
Or I don't know, a golden crested dog turd.
Now you're talking.
That's a little bit too on the nose.
A female wrestling buttocks that can be used to smother yourself with.
Oh yeah, that'd be good. Yeah.
Wait, what now? What? What about buttock smothering? What?
Exactly.
Now you're interested.
Yeah.
A pillow with a female wrestler's buttocks emblazoned on it.
Okay.
You can smother yourself with.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, let's get freaking the My Pillow company to produce it.
Yeah, he'll do that.
My Pillow would call that degeneracy.
Yeah, that's true.
Send you Bible verses.
They're Glenn Beck sponsor, so I mean, figure it out.
Glenn Beck was a Mormon.
He's a Mormon.
Yeah, but he's a less kooky kind of Mormon.
Yeah, that's arguable.
He's halfway acceptable, Well, I mean, I listen to him every day on the way home, and I don't
listen to him every day.
Huh? Do what?
It's just funny. You were kind of dismissive of him, and then you're like, "Well, I listen to him every day."
Well, I do. I mean, I don't even think he's as credible as Alex Jones, but he's at least interesting, and I think that he's at heart a good person.
They used to have a feud where Alex Jones called him an Alex Jones wannabe. He was Alex Jones light. Alex said that he had been offered a Fox News position. He turned it down, and so they went and got Glenn Beck to do it instead.
I do remember Alex Jones and Glenn Beck used to throw shots at each other. Yeah, that was entertaining. One of them should have tried to get the other one on the show, but I don't know why people don't do that more. Get their enemy on the show. I don't know why they don't do that.
I'd like to see Alex Jones on Fox News.
Yeah.
Has he actually been on Fox News? I know he's been on a couple of mainstream TV shows. I know he was on with Piers Morgan, and that was pretty funny.
Screaming at him the whole time. That was
he hilarious. Had Tucker Carlson on InfoWars. I know that.
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah.
And they went to a shooting range.
Yeah, Donald Trump on InfoWars.
I remember
that's
when he got on the Trump train. Is when Trump went on there.
I just remember that was my first exposure to Alex Jones.
That was your
no,
first?
No. I was looking up interviews with Billy Corgan because I was a big Smashing Pumpkins fan.
Oh yeah, right.
All of a sudden, Billy Corgan's like getting into all this conspiracy stuff.
Yeah, the guy from Blink 182 is a huge UFO enthusiast. I wouldn't mind talking to him if he would come on, but I don't know. Rogan won't have him on anymore. I don't think so. Maybe.
How come?
He doesn't buy
fucking crazy.
He doesn't buy Tom DeLonge's UFO stories and his stories about being picked up by the FBI and all this stuff.
So he thinks he's full of shit.
He's a liar. That's why.
Yeah. But then he had Dan Aykroyd on, and he's all chummy with him, of course.
Well, Dan Aykroyd was giving opinions. Tom DeLonge.
Yeah, he's more of like an armchair dude. He's not saying that he has any inside knowledge, I don't think, right?
Yeah, Tom DeLonge was definitely saying, yeah, no, the FBI would let me leave to eat at a restaurant and, pick up some food. And then I had to come back and answer their questions and all this. And
yeah.
And there are
that Aykroyd interview was pretty good. Yeah, that was some high energy interview there. That was good.
Yeah, Aykroyd still got it, man.
Yeah.
He's, like really spunky.
Yeah, sharp cat. Yeah.
How do you think Billy Meyer photographs all these UFO? Like, how does he set up all these UFO? I know, but how does he set them up?
Just set like you set up any fake photograph, right? You plan it out.
Hey, are we ever gonna get that? What's his name, Buddy Webb on?
Oh, he got back to me and he said that he's very careful about. He said he's done radio shows and podcasts before, and he's very cautious now. I guess he thinks we're going to make fun of him. I might try to work on him some more. Have you guys?
What's his name?
You guys don't know about Buddy Webb?
No.
He's a rabbit hole. Okay, he's a major rabbit hole you can get lost in, but. His whole YouTube channel, he talks about these tunnels under his house, and he's shown them on camera. And somebody shot him in the foot when he was under there. He caught people trespassing under there, and he manages to tie that into human trafficking in his town, and all this, like doctors killing patients for profit and all this. I don't quite fully understand it myself, but he's shown the tunnels under his house and he's shown surveillance footage of suspicious things enough that I'm willing to entertain his story a bit more, The
one thing that really makes me stop, because it's a crazy story. The one thing that actually makes me sort of believe it is the fact that he got these cops on camera, and you can obviously tell that it's them, these real cops that he's verified are real. Yeah. But instead of like freaking saying that, his photo's fake or something like that, I'm pretty sure that they said the official police response was that they didn't know who those cops were, when it's obvious to anyone it was the same.
They're in uniform. Yeah, he also claims to have inside information about the murder of a girl named Haley Dunn. Some felon overheard what happened to her at a party or something, and he's managed to weave this into this whole, big, lore. And I don't know if part of it's paranoia or not, but the guy's obviously got something going on as far as the tunnels in his house, it's weird stuff.
Yeah, I've not heard of this guy. Buddy Webb is his name, huh?
Yeah.
It's funny because just how freaking normal, simple dude he is. He's like a Ned Flanders type dude.
Yeah.
Does he know Phoenix?
Who's Phoenix again?
Phoenix Rises or Phoenix Rising, or what's his name?
Oh, Phoenix Rises. I don't think so.
Wait, did we ever get Phoenix Rising on? Who was he?
Yeah, Phoenix.
Oh, yeah, the author, Street Kid. Jeez.
Yeah.
How could I forget him? Yeah, he was a good kid.
But
it just seems like you might be friends with this Buddy guy.
Yeah.
I don't know where you get that.
But he's a rabbit hole I'd get lost in, and we go for another 8 hours. So yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna see if Anita Dalton can come on sometime in April.
Who's that?
She runs the blog.
Oh, she's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she'd be a great guest.
10 more minutes to 8 hours.
No, let's just go. I'm starting to get tired.
Yeah, me too.
And I need food. I haven't eaten all day.
Yeah.
Well, you're not supposed to eat at 12 at night.
Well, I usually don't, but I ate a big dinner last night, so I wasn't hungry all day. Okay. But now I am.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Well,
Great.
I hope this was able to take you guys' minds off the bullshit for a few hours, for several hours. But
we're an entire shift at Walmart.
Yeah. All good things must come to an end, right?
That's right.
All right.
Keep that shirt off, man.
It's off.
Do you put a shirt on before you go to bed?
No. No, I don't.
You just flop over into the bed from the.
Are we ending or what?
Yeah. So everybody, keep your shirt off and your ears to the concrete. And with that, we should go.
Yes.
All right.
9 more minutes. Y'all are lightweights.
Agreed.